Hello guys, my name is Trenda. I'm the leader of StalwartFlex. My role in team is to support. There are 5 more players in our team. Uzam is our IGL, Blade and Tony are entry fragger, Reviews and Crypto are support, and I believe we have one of the strongest team in PMPL. And every player has played a vital role to get us where we are now. I can see a good competition in PMPL. These teams are giving us a lot to learn, and it's going to be very interesting to see how it all plays out. The teams in PMPL I think might be our strongest competition are F4, DRS and Zeus. We request to all our fans to support StalwartFlex and watch all the PMPL matches starting from 18th March. Inshallah this year we will bring the PMPL trophy home.
Hello, my name is Namanar of the Gulok and my in-game name is A1 and I play for A1 Esports. Our journey started from PMCO Fall Split 2020 and after that we qualified for the PMCO final and then we got invited for PMPL last season and after that we reached PMC and PMCO final. And in PMPL season 3 we are getting invitation for attending the tournament and we are really excited about that and we will be giving our best in this tournament. This time the tournament and the competition is going to be very hard as there are many new teams and they are playing really well and there are many teams with which we used to play before and they are really good competitor for us. So this tournament is going to be very hard and until season 3 will be worth watching. Every team who is playing in this tournament is very qualified and they are going to play very good, and if you ask me about our top 2 or 3 rivals, then there are going to be FS, Venom Legends and then T2K from Nepal. As to my fans, I would just like to say them that there will be good or bad times and we will try to give our best in PMPL season 3 and so we just want you to support us the way you always used to do for us and love us. The PMPL dates are going to be 23 March to 18th April and it will be streamed on PUBG Mobile official YT channel. So please keep an eye on that. Be the one, be the one.
Hello everyone, it's me Pranira and my in-game name is Z3us and I play as the support for the team. My journey has been really fantastic till now. There were lots of ups and downs. I actually started playing competitive from Squad of Fury, but later on our team was disbanded. So we created a new team known as High Voltage. So from High Voltage we have already played PMCO South Asia Fall Split and PMPL South Asia Fall Split Season 2. And currently we have been qualified for the PMPL Season 3 as well. Talking about PMCO Regional Finals, it was really tough, but PMPL it's gonna be more tougher than the PMCO Regional Finals because we'll be competing against best of the best team from each and every region. All the teams that have been qualified for PMPL, they are really strong, but still I think DE, G2K, SC, they are gonna be our top rivals, and the strongest team of the tournament I think it's gonna be DRS. At last I just want to say thank you to everyone who has been loving and supporting us from the very beginning, and please keep supporting and loving us, and to watch our matches that's gonna be live on PUBG MOBILE Esports. Thank you.
Hello and namaste everyone. म चाहिँ माफिया निन्जा टिम DRS Gaming बाट र प्रिभियस PMPL चाहिँ हाम्रो एकदम राम्रो गएको थियो र यसपालिको PMPL चाहिँ भने यही मार्च 23 बाट सुरु हुन गइरहेको छ र हजुरहरुले चाहिँ PUBG Mobile को अफिसियल YouTube च्यानलमा लाइभ हेर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। कुरा गर्नुपर्दाखेरि चाहिँ यसपालि हाम्रो रिजनमा धेरै राम्रो राम्रो टिमहरू आएका छन् र यसपालिको लेभल अफ कम्पिटिसन चाहिँ एक्सट्रिमली हाई छ अनि राइभल्सको कुरा गर्नुपर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले एक दुईजना मात्र पिक गर्न चाहिँ सक्दैनौँ किनभने सबै टिमहरू एकदम राम्रो खेल्नुहुन्छ र सबै टिमहरूलाई चाहिँ हामीले इक्वल नजरले हेर्ने गर्छौँ र फ्यान्सहरूको कुरा गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हजुरहरूले हामीलाई PMPL सिजन 2 मा जति माया र सपोर्ट देखाउनु भएको थियो आशा छ कि यसपालिको PMPL मा अझ धेरै सपोर्ट र माया गरिदिनु हुनेछ हाम्रो टिमलाई र त्यति अहिलेसम्म जति माया र सपोर्ट देखाउनु भएको छ त्यसको लागि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद र जाँदा जाँदै बिलिभ इन DRS।
Every day is a fight. Every moment is a race against the best. Beat the clock. Be on top of your abilities before the rest. Every face-off will be bigger than the last one. Every knock will count. Time will stand still in the wake of the storm. And that's why the sun never sets on this battleground. This is where champions will gather to etch their names on the highway to glory. Welcome to the Colosseum. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is of course week 1 is where we're at, and in that Super Weekend is off to an amazing start, along with which this is going to be day number 3 of the Super Weekend, which means we are going to be concluding today the first ever Super Weekend for of course the Season 3 of PMPL. With that of course it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it up happen. Hashtag whoop up your fun. Alongside that of course thanks to Oppo for sponsoring the PMPL events. I'm your host Blotto. Joining me on the analyst desk once again are none other than the two personalities you ought to know by now. It is Ocean Sharma joined in with Super Johnny.
Thank you very much, Lakshan. Yes, today is where week 1 concludes. So I want to see which team just comes up into the charts. And hey, if Team Seal gets 2 back-to-back chicken dinners again, that will be history in its own self.
Well, same here, because they have been doing that for the last 2 days, and I mean it's going to be a hat trick of sorts. I mean 3 days back-to-back first two chicken dinners here. It's going to be a hat trick of sorts. We'll give them that, but if I mean again they get the first 2 games, they get the first 2 games and write their names all over it. Third time is going to be the charm probably, and we're going to see the hat trick happen.
Exactly.
But also, I want to point out, yesterday in the last 2 matches, we saw a change in momentum.
Exactly. That is what I was going to lead down towards, because yes, when it comes to the first 2 days of the Super Weekend, it has been a story where Mongolian teams certainly have been dominating, but as the day 2 came to an end, it was a different affair altogether. But combine all of this together, you're looking at 16 teams that of course have moved on from the 20 teams that initially brought on along into the PMPL. But that again, we will be looking at the 20 teams when we move on to the league plays. But right now, when it comes to the Super Weekend, only 16 teams are going to be participating.
Exactly, the 4 teams that were left behind, they're going to get the second opportunity as we move forward to the second week. That's going to start with the 2 league play days. But as of now, these 16 teams get to decide how close the level of competition is going to be. If the teams, as we have been saying, I mean, we have been calling it the bottom 8 right now, but now since the teams, I would say 9, 10, 11, they have sort of managed to bring themselves a couple of points in the last few games. So they've climbed up a little bit. The competition below them, that's where things get a little more interesting. Those teams need to start performing, catch up to the rest of the lot, and then things are going to get heated up.
It's gotten dicey, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it has gotten dicey, but then, in that thing also comes down, right? Because the teams that are gathering points right now, they should be there in the next week as well, because otherwise there will be a stagnancy in their points if they don't come out there. Plus, right now every chicken dinner gets you $1,000, so that also matters.
Exactly, because when you talk about Seal, well, absolutely, they have gotten that chicken dinner for themselves, not once, not twice, but in the past 2 days, 4 times altogether. And along with that, of course, they've gotten $4,000 for themselves.
Exactly, and this is where things get a lot more interesting, and I think you have to enjoy these things, because you might be a team sitting on the 16th position. There's absolutely no way for you to catch up to Seal Esports, A1, Zeus, all the leaders of the leaderboard. Absolutely no way for you to do that in just 5 matches. But you might just be able to get that one chicken dinner, secure $1,000, and then, well, basically you're done for that week. That's going to put you up from the 16th, probably in the 13th, 12th position, somewhere around that marker.
Yeah.
And from the next week, if you requalify, you can try and climb up from
Try and
there.
apply again, absolutely. Because again, when you're looking at the entirety of it, you're looking at $300,000 segregated for the entirety of this event. But it's only $150,000 on the line when it comes to the final for PMPL South Asia. But alongside that, of course, when you look at the point system, I mean, this is where A1 Esports has just been dominating. You talk about placement points, Ocean, or the kill points, right?
Yeah, I mean, talking about the placement points, obviously they have been the most consistent team out of the bunch, out of the lot right now. Plus, if you talk about Team Seal, obviously the 15 placement point marker, that's what they have been enjoying altogether. But you know, there was a team that was not having the good first day, but second day they started talking about DRS and XP Blood Legions, because last two matches yesterday, they did really good. They were at 16th position previously, then they came down to a 12, 13 slot, that area, and obviously they are doing good slowly and steadily, so it kind of matters with the points that you're getting.
Absolutely. Alongside that, another team to talk about would probably be StalwartFlex, bringing in a very consistent gameplay. But that's not it, of course. These are not the all teams. We're looking at 16 teams in total. So let's, of course, go through these teams that, of course, are going to be participating in the Super Weekend Awesomeness for the final team time in just week number 1, though.
Exactly, and I mean, Carnage Esports, they have been pretty consistent in the fact, like, they're playing the same way, the same game that they were playing during the league play stages as well. So we don't see much of a switch from their side. But apart from that, Seal Esports, Zeus Esports, StalwartFlex, complete surprises. And I mean, Seal Esports leading the charge. I mean, the back-to-back chicken dinners that we constantly talk about, like broken records, they are impressive. Zeus Esports, yesterday we did have a conversation with one of the lads from there, and the analyst was joining in there as well, and they told us, like, today they are going to be focusing a little bit more on the placement side of things rather than those skills.
Exactly. We're talking about 7C, A1 Esports, F4 and Skylight Gaming. I mean, A1 Esports obviously one of the most consistent team out here. All they need is a chicken dinner, and that will actually just, you know, push them even further if you just want to talk. Plus, they are the team that is kind of challenging Seal right now in that fight of the first, second position. I want to see which team ends by the end of the day at the first position. If there is a miracle or A1 Esports just, you know, rushes up forward, they might as well just go for the contestation.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, when you talk about the consistent gameplay, of course, these teams are bringing that up. But as you move on along the conversation, it is a bit of an interesting conversation to talk about Venom Legends first things first. Johnny, what do you think this team is going to be bringing to the table today?
I mean, today, Venom Legends, I mean, there's going to be the opportunity for them to go absolutely YOLO, but they have been putting up decent numbers every now and then.
Right.
But it's just the consistency that is lacking. On the other side, I want to focus a little bit more on R3D and Team T2K. T2K doing really well during the league play days, but as we move forward to the Super Weekend, well, the performance is a bit shaky. R3D Esports, they started off really well. They were being consistent, but yesterday was just not their day.
Exactly, and again, I mean, Ocean, another team to talk about would be XP Blood Legion. That was right there, but move that conversation along towards Deadeyes Guys as well.
Yeah, talking about DE, you know, a team that consists of veteran players, they would be wanting to just, you know, have their marker right now.
True.
But if you talk about the slot right now, you can see PN Crew that was looking really good in the league days. Right now, they're also, you know, just trying to get their best gameplays. But DRS, last two games on Mr. Boro in that one game, that 1v3 in Sanhok, that was brilliant. In the final game, 4v1 against the 7C. You know, so it just comes down to how the players are playing. Even if one player is surviving, he knows his rules. If it's 4 players surviving, they always go for the calculation. Hey, we are 4, the opponent's 1, let's just go.
And if we're going to talk about one individual player performing, we have to talk about High Voltage.
Assassin.
Yeah, exactly. Assassin, always on point, manages to get those skill points some way or the other for his team. And he is one of the main reasons why High Voltage have had that steady performance. We do see the other players sort of chime in as well. The last time, if you remember, we saw Extreme almost clutching out the situation and taking the chicken dinner away from Seal Esports. But that only happened so much. Apart from that, I mean, it is just one man who is taking in all the limelight on himself, and it is Assassin. So, CZ, I mean, High Voltage, right, that they have the opportunity to improve, but I mean, things are not going too bad, not too good. They're just in the middle of the table.
Exactly. For now, of course, we've seen them get that one chicken dinner for themselves, but that's not it. Of course, as we just spoke about it, Seal is looking really dominating with 4 chicken dinners for themselves, and not only that, they've gotten $4,000 through those chicken dinners.
So I would want to see how quickly can they reach 100 placement point marker. Will it be 1 game? Will it be 2 games? Because, you know, there will be a pressure on this team as well, because once you're at the first position, only thing you can do is stay or you go down. So that's what Seal Esports will have to look forward to. How can they stay at the first position? But talking about the other teams, right? DE, they need to change up their pace right now. Venom Legends, F4 as well, XP Blood Legion, well, they are doing good. They're at 45, 46, 49 for R3D and 7C. If they get one good game, they might as well go for T2K.
Yeah, one chicken dinner, and that's going to allow you the opportunity to challenge T2K, because the teams below them actually, there is a bit of difference. So it's going to take like 2 games to actually take T2K over. But one good performance right off the bat, if you actually can bring yourself between the 12th and the 13th position, I mean take over the 12th position or climb up to the 13th position, then that sets you up to have a successful day today.
Yep, I mean we're talking about one good game. On the other side, of course, you have Seal Esports taking 4 good games for themselves, just absolutely decimating the lobby. Let's have a look at the teams to look out for, and right off the bat, of course, it has to be a Seal Esports conversation.
Well, definitely, and we do see the man, the myth, the legend right there, the man who lives up to his name, Killer. If you remember yesterday, 10 kills in a single match, sitting on 18 right now. But he's going to be, well, taken over by his own teammate Zaki with 21 kills. So Seal Esports, across the bat, good damage coming in for all the players, good survival times, good kills coming in. This team does everything perfectly.
Killer has one of the highest damage, I would say. Obviously, you know, almost touching 4,000 marker. So that's just brilliant from this individual. And if we just, you know, talk about the ranking curve. So this is the curve that has, you know, matches out here for Super Weekend. And as you can see, the placement, the rank that they have, obviously, you know, it just showcases. It becomes stable at the start of the day. And that stability is what they'll have to go with today as well. Because that's where rank 1 is what they keep their eyes on.
Exactly. I mean, that is where the days start, and they keep, like, if you notice the peaks on the first position, those are like the start of the days, and then they always fall off. So it's just the break of momentum that happens in the middle of the day. If Seal Esports can stop that from happening, then, well, I guess it's going to be really hard to beat.
If they stop that from happening, you know, then they'll be a pretty much unbeatable team for sure, right? Because then the curve will be straight line 1, 1, 1. I mean, that's one thing. So that's the conversation that I was talking about, right? If you stay at the top, only thing you have to do is just, you know, just stay. You can't, because if there's a movement, you'll be going down. That's the thing if you're at the first position.
And specifically with this team, it's not like, I mean, not just the first position. It's like they finish in the top 3, then it's good. One game they have an early exit, the next one automatically is going to be the same.
Exactly. I mean, this is a conversation we started off yesterday as well. When it comes to the Mongolian teams, we've seen that early aggression coming in from these teams. But eventually, again, as you move the conversation along, let's also have a look at this team that, of course, got 2 chicken dinners back-to-back yesterday. That is going to be DRS Gaming.
Talking about DRS right now, as you can see, Galzin had 22 kills for himself. Obviously, he has had that number of kills for himself. 5,000 almost damage coming out. Plus, the good thing about DRS right now, as you can see, is the survival time. 22 minutes, 21 minutes, 20 minutes. So, that's good. But talking about Mr. Buru, you can see 14 kills in 5 matches that he has played. So, his addition has been pretty good in the impactfulness of the team. But right now, if we're looking at the ranking curve, you can see it's stable. But it's stable in the middle, and then by the end of the last games yesterday, as we saw, they were at the first position. So it's stable, but it fluctuates when there are a few mistakes.
But it fluctuates in a good sense, right?
Yeah, it's going up. Exactly. That's what I was going to say. If I was investing into this team and I see this graph, the only way looks up. This is going to be a team that I'm like willing to bet on.
So they get to understand their mistakes, and it fluctuates for good for them, and that's
stable improvement right there.
Yeah, we showed it. We saw it yesterday. Sorry, and that's how it just went down. But this individual, I mean.
Are we talking about Mr. Boro or Jane right there who drives the car in reverse?
I was talking about Mr. Boro, but okay.
That was also
yeah, that's really heavy driving when I talk about this one. But right now, as you can see, for the players of DRS, there's just one thing that you just look forward to: the clutch moments. They shine up when it's needed.
Yeah, definitely, and they shine bright. I mean, as we were talking about it, from the graph, it's quite clear this team has been improving.
Yes.
But I mean, are they going to hit that glass ceiling? And if they do, how much time does it take for them to break through that glass ceiling? That is going to be a big question for DRS Gaming, because once you start going up the leaderboard, I mean, once you put yourself in comparison to Z3us Esports, A1 Esports, Seal Esports, right there, then the pressure starts to build up as well, because now you're competing for the throne.
Exactly, and again, I mean, till now we've had a conversation about teams. Let's jump down towards the players themselves, where, again, players to look out for. We did mention one of them, lads. It is going to be high voltage, of course. Assassin going up against Yol.
Alright, well, if we're just talking about this one, you know, you can see 5,800 damage coming up from Assassin and 5,500 from Zol. But talk about the damage received. I mean, it's a good ratio. As you can see, the line kind of is in the middle for both of those things. But talking about the kills, Assassin is getting brilliant kill numbers for him, so 35 to be precise. So, talking about this one, no, he's a versatile player. He plays, if the game demands you play slow, he plays slow. If the game demands you play fast, he plays fast. So he's versatile. But talking about Zeol, well, Zeol just has one thing, and that is rush, 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 go for the kills. I mean, that's what Zeus's forte is, basically.
Yeah, that is what Zeus's forte is, and that is what the team excels in. But I have to say, that's quite similar to what Assassin does as well. He's always the front line for his team. He's always the man who's getting those openings, never backing off, never backing down from his opponents, rushing into those fights and getting those kills.
Yeah.
That is true, mate. I mean, again, these teams, you know, every single time we jump into a match, these are the teams that we always do look forward to because they bring in that perfect, exciting gameplay that we all are sitting here to, you know, experience. But along with that, we have something set up for you guys as well, which is going to be awards. It is going to be rewards set up for you. And if you are joining in to the PMPL South Asia awesomeness through the game, it is going to be, of course, Esports Center that you will have to chime in through. And as you do so, you will be earning points. If you want to multiply those points, well, start guessing as to who do you think is going to be the winner. But at the massive end, you're looking at that perfect outfit that could be yours.
Exactly that.
I know what Johnny wants to say.
No, I was just gonna say, see, if you want to multiply those points and you want to try and predict those teams, now we have the graphs in front of us. You can be like a you can be like a guy in a stock market and like just try and calculate, make those all calculations, yeah, and figure out, oh, this team, they are doing really well. The improvement looks consistent, so they might be. They might just do well in the next game.
Hey, but again, I mean, that's just the virtual gifts that we're talking about, right? Virtual gifts are really good to have because you can very well flaunt them across the entire lobby amongst your friends as well. But what better if you can very well be a part of actual super giveaway gifts as well. Now, keep in mind, these will happen throughout the super weekends. And to be a part of this, I mean, first things first, look at it. You've got AirPods Pro on the line. You've got local gift cards in your local currency set up for you. Along with that, of course, you will have the opportunity to get in-game items as well. Now, to be able to participate, it is very simple. All you need to do is hashtag PMPL SA with your unique UID code, followed by the region that you're going to be supporting. Now, support is going to be a big word because, again, you better start supporting your region teams because the top 9 teams through those regions are going to be the ones that will stand a better chance of winning.
Exactly. I was talking about making calculations to try and predict the winners. Well, Blotter just gave us easier options to get stuff.
It is. It certainly is the easiest way, right? It certainly is the easiest way. But boy, oh boy, I mean, till now we've seen 10 games throughout the Super Weekend. Yes, it has been bonkers, right? But as we move on along into Week 1's final day of the Super Weekend, of course, we start off once again with Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, talking about this map, right, Erangel, it's a brilliant map. It shows you some amazing fights, and there's a storyline that's being written in this map of Erangel, and that is for Team Seal. So,
will that be broken?
I don't know.
Will that be broken is the question. I mean, of course, viewers are going to be divided right now.
There are 15 teams to break that, and one team to write it. So the journey is not going to be that easy, but it wasn't yesterday they did it. Yesterday it wasn't day before yesterday they did it day before yesterday.
The odds are never in your favor, and I personally feel like today is not going to be that day. I mean, today the streak is going to be broken.
Exactly.
I want them to, but yeah, again, there's a higher probability, right? So
right, exactly. I mean, yes, getting 4 chicken dinners, absolutely kudos to this team, but now other teams are in the lobby that have, of course, showcased that synergistic performance, the dynamic play that was required from them. Of course, that has brought the team down. Well, again, I mean, it's just a speculation as of now. Nothing can be said, but will there be any prediction from you guys?
No.
None. No, none whatsoever at all. With that, let's move on to our casters who today are going to be the duo that will take us through this first game, who are going to be none other than, of course, Play and XP.
Thank you so much for that, Blotter. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, Super Sunday. It is everything on the line as we do enter the final day of the first Super Weekend. My name is Blay, and joining me, as usual, my long-suffering compadre, XP. XP, you're looking fresh today.
I am. I'm feeling good as well. Of course, had a good start of the day, hit the gym. And, well, some things did follow by, but of course, we'll show them off in due time because, well, he's the guy who's carrying on the guns. However, you are correct. It is the final day. It is a Super Sunday, the last day of the first Super Weekend. I'm excited, and, you know, the analytical half of the table already kind of pressed on a few points. The DRS... well, the rise to fame right now, they could potentially get a hat-trick.
The problem here being, however, is that day 1 of Super Weekend, day 2 of the Super Weekend, it was one team in particular who got those chicken dinners back-to-back. They weren't quite able to pull off twice. They weren't quite able to get the hat-trick, but 4 chicken dinners, and that was at the beginning of those days. That is, of course, Team Seal, or Seal Esports.
Seal Esports.
Do you think
Seal 6, as we like calling it?
Yeah, but do you think they're going to be able to pull it off again here? Because I don't know, like, can they continue the streak? It's going to be incredible if they do.
Now, if we have a look at the pattern that has, perceived us before this, I mean, they should win game 1 and 2 again, because that's what they did in the Super Weekend, day 1. That's what they did on day 2. So, technically speaking, it could be possible. However, the match is going to be underway. Blay, take it away.
Well, it is indeed going to be on Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, the first game of the day, of the final day of the Super Weekend, the first one, and it is going to be starting south of Georgiapol, South Georgia, right over Hospital, and the plane path, it is heading straight towards Milta Power.
It is going to be going to Milta Power, and of course, the question is what's going to happen at Georgiapol, because time in and time out we've seen Z3us Esports try and put the pressure on Seal Esports, and well, the first team to actually vacate the plane are going to be the boys from Mount Olympus themselves, as they are going to be taking the... Whoa, wait a second, I thought I saw something different. Seal Esports this time, Blay, are moving further south. I think they've kind of anticipated this move.
That's interesting, right? They're going to be heading way down south. Could be a drive for Quarry, maybe even towards Primorsk. We don't know. The one thing I do enjoy about Z3us and Seal are how unpredictable they can be.
Talking about unpredictability, or it also could be because the first game of every Erangel on every single day, the circle has kind of formed in the southwest region. Maybe they're anticipating that.
Well, let's see if it will play out the way Seal are anticipating. We can take a look at the overall standings as well as we wait for the teams to land in their favorite location. Seal's on top with 149 points. A1ES still holding on the second spot without a single chicken dinner to their name yet. Today, I'm calling it, they're going to get a chicken dinner today. DRS on a hat-trick. If they win this game here today, they will have pulled off the 3 back-to-back-to-back. Z3us on 99 points. They have slowed things down a bit, and unfortunately for the side of Seal, that circle is not going to be to the southwestern side. In fact, this might be the most central circle, first circle we've seen on Erangel thus far.
Absolutely. When you have Rozhok as pretty much your epicenter of all the action that might follow, it is definitely one of the most central circles we've seen at the beginning. Now, you did kind of mention DRS. They are obviously going to be heading to Yasnaya Polyana, which is their favorite drop spot. However, I was kind of anticipating maybe somebody might come and contest that. Of course, you want to thwart that hat-trick. R3D this time, they aren't really heading up northeast, Kameshki and Stalwart as they used to, but that could change as well, because I do see AJ is going to be driving past them with a vehicle that is definitely going to be a lot of high velocity. The question is, are we going to see some shots fired, and is the team that is on a hat-trick, are they going to lose a man early on? Judging by what I just said, it's not going to happen, because he's already made it to safe haven.
He has made it to safe haven. In fact, I'm going to go on a limb and say that I don't think any of these teams are going to be having to go up against anyone else here. Are you looking? I'm taking a look at the map here. Venom Legends landing towards Milta Power. That's where they usually head towards. They're just like a few meters away from the play zone, right? You have Seal who have to push on in, but apart from that, everyone else seems to be pretty comfortable.
Everyone is comfortable, and of course, while they are going to be getting their vehicles, I wonder if we could just have the map on our screens for one quick second, because I want to point something out again, and this is going to be in regards to Team XB Blood Legion. Now, remember, they're a team who love going to Nova Rapnoi, and we've kind of seen them head out over there time in and time out. However, they also look at the plane path. There you have it. Now, as they were falling down to the ground, they realized, wait a second, the circle is going to be a northern circle. That means, you know, there isn't going to be any time when they're going to have to cross the bridge. So this time they decide to drop in Milta. Now the problem is Milta is already occupied by two teams. On one end they have Venom Legends, and on the other, well, we know this as a capable squad. It's trained to kill, so it could get a little dicey. However, keeping in mind the way they are playing, I see you pointing out at something, and I just said that, you know, nobody's gone to the Sosnovka military base. I guess I've been proved wrong, as StalwartFlex are heading there just now.
I like how StalwartFlex are very single-minded in their drop location. That doesn't matter what the plane path is, doesn't matter what the circle is. They're going to be heading towards the military base. They're going to be looting up what they would call their loot. Their loot. They're like, yeah, we're going to be going there. No one's going to be heading towards the military base. Especially now, even though, yes, it's a bit... I wouldn't say it's a risky play considering the circle is still... There's a bit of the southern military island in the play zone, but... I can respect that. I can respect a team who will commit to it like a bulldog.
I mean, these guys are pretty much what I'm carved out as well, because military base is where I love going. In my opinion, you find some of the best loot, some of the most consistent loot at the military base, but of course, I could be very well mistaken. Now, the point of re-entry is something that, you know, we kind of dabble over once in a while. The thing is, they already know that the only team they have a chance of kind of running into is going to be A1 Esports, but I'm going to hold my thoughts as it looks like Z3us Esports are finally going to pick a fight with Seal.
Yeah, I mean, we did see this take place a couple. Okay, okay, Abel.
Did he get out in the nick of time?
I don't think he did. Oh, he did. He did. He survived. He got in the nick of time. Oh my lord, the long range spray from Abel with the Scar, and in the nick of time, Seal, the player, drops off, so he doesn't get taken down. But that got a little scary. And for Seal, they're going to be thanking the lucky stars. They didn't lose a player that early. You
know, and it's kind of funny when you kind of predict a few things and they do come right. I'm not trying to, you know, just paint myself in a good light over here. But again, Seal definitely had that in their mind that, you know, they were expecting a little bit of a southwestern circle. And the moment they realized, it's not going to be working our way, they started heading north. Now, the thing is, they did kind of anticipate Z3us to already be in position. And it looks like their woes are not over yet as Carnage Esports want to tangle with them.
I don't think Carnage wants to tango with anyone. Manish is just going to be going for a swim.
It's a dicey position to be in.
Don't expect Killer. Oh, Killer. Oh, he's going for it. He's aware someone was nearby, and Manish, he's going to try and hold his breath. He's going to go snorkeling without a snorkel. Actually, he's going to be going for a very comfortable backstroke. He's very comfortable. He's managed to cross on over. Has he? Not yet. Yep, he has managed to. And if a few bullets does go his direction from Killer, he can answer back. What I'm curious about is where the rest of his teammates. There doesn't seem to be anyone in the immediate vicinity.
See, normally they would like to drop in Pochinki. However, since 7C Esports kind of called Pochinki their home, what they've started doing now is they go towards the ruins and Water City. And they like spreading out at the beginning. Now, it is a risky move if you have another team nearby, but it is a strat, or it's a tactic that they've been using for quite a few days now, and it seems to be working. Again, you want to get as much loot, as many utilities as you can before you actually engage a team.
Utility is something which we have found out has been essential, instrumental in a few of these teams pulling off the wins they've had. Carnage Esports, like, they came up on the screens over there. They're a team who have impressed us quite. They haven't had any like breakout moments, so to speak, but they have been consistently in that top 4, 5, 6 position. They've been accruing their points. Again, reminding everyone, there is no guarantee that any team here is going to be playing the next Super Weekend, right? They have to play the league stage on Tuesday and Wednesday. And the 4 teams who have sat it out, it's Seal 9, 1952, INES, and Future Station. If I'm then, my eyes have been peeled over the course of the past 3 days, figuring out the patterns, what these teams like to do, what the individuals like to do as well. And they're going to be trying to basically use the information they've gleaned over these 3 days during the league stage. Hold on, Khan, you need to be wary. He's going to take an immediate U-turn and blah, blah, blah. Not taking any shots. T2K don't seem to want to go for this early fight.
I just loved how that USE was lined up perfectly with that Shaq with the spare wheel just inside. And he's coming back for more.
Well, Jane, he held on to his trigger finger for as long as possible, XP, but in the end, it's like, I got to rattle off a few shots. A few warning shots. Khan will escape unscathed, and F4 seems like they're going to be finding themselves an empty compound.
You know, just to add to your point, wait a second, I did hear some shots. Looks like T2K, they realized that F4 kind of went past, but they might be in a mood to fight. I think they might just take the fight to them. However, these were just a few stray shots being fired, as it looks like, wait, one team went by, they'll have another chance with Blood Legion.
It's very interesting to me, taking a look at the circle, but now we're going to be seeing the second play zone up in the next about 30 seconds or so. Less than 30 seconds, to be honest. Look at how centralized all these teams are. Right? Apart from StalwartFlex, who've, as usual, taken the delayed rotation back into the play zone, everyone's gathered at the center. They're expecting the circle to kind of collapse on itself. Now, it could work out, or the circle could try and, play havoc with their plans. It could be heading towards Severny, it could be heading all the way towards Mansion, for example. So we don't know yet, but they're just playing the odds at the moment.
They are playing the odds indeed. However, the thing is, right now everyone is...
Ooh,
I always just lose my chain of thought every single time I see an AWM. Now, it has been used in the game a few times, and there you have it. You were actually right. The circle has kind of imploded on itself. So... see, this is good and it is bad. Now, it is bad because we want action. Now, it's going to make sure that they're all going to just cement their position right now. They're going to fortify themselves a bit deeper. So that is something that is not what we want. However, you only have so many houses, you only have so many compounds. So again, we've seen a lot of teams just crash the walls and then, mount an assault, which is something we want to see. And I see you heading the wrong way. The team is in the house behind you.
Zeus not looking to take this particular fight, considering how well entrenched Carnage Esports are at the time being. We've had a few games where the first knock took place immediately at the 10-minute mark.
Oh, yeah.
And right now, we're about 15 seconds away from that. So it's all a waiting game.
We almost had the knock.
Almost. Close, but no cigar.
All right, wait for it. 10 seconds. If we get a knock in 10 seconds, I might just lose my mind right now. 4, 3, 2... Skidoosh!
Oh! Well, it could have happened. It could have happened, but Rig, he will find a bit of cover. Godless with a mini.
How is Godless able to read my thoughts?
I don't know. Maybe you guys share a common ancestor or something.
Well, technically, if you think about it, we all do.
We all do. We all come from the apes. And if you don't believe in that, well,
it's going to be a tough world for you.
It's going to be rough. Well, anyway, let's not talk about evolution. Let's see. Well, we have a bit of a game of evolution here. Survival of the fittest. The strongest will survive. And Zeus are rattling off a few... Zeus have been just moving around looking for fights. Not really looking to take control of a particular compound or any spot. They just keep moving around, trying to be unpredictable, trying to find a potential fight. And looking at the circle, as you pointed out, XP, no real battles taking place yet. No one has been knocked down, and everyone, as you said, have found their own little cubby holes to kind of wait out the next zone.
All those fans for vehicular manslaughter out there, you guys better stay tuned, because what's going to happen now is as the next zone shifts, you always are going to have a few teams that are going to dart out of their holes the moment the circle moves out, because, of course, you want to give precedence to the zone. And talking about moving out, there you have it, a beautiful M24 with a headshot nonetheless. We almost saw it. We might see it in the replays, but it is on top, who was taken down from Deadeyes Guys.
Well, he's been knocked down. He isn't dead yet, right? He isn't dead yet, but we do have the M24 shot. There we go. Ugh.
Booyah!
Clean ice running in his veins, Mr. Icy. I like how Zeus are everywhere.
They're everywhere.
Everyone just sitting put, waiting, and Zeus is like, all right, let's go there. No, let's head over there. We have an AUG along with an AR suppressor as well, and a bit of level 3 goodies along with a med kit, and it's going to be dropping right next to Seal. Now, we know there's no one nearby, but Seal, I don't think they're going to be going for this.
They might. At least one of them should go for this, because it's free loot basically. It's not just the weapon, it's the armor, it's the helmet, and well, we do have a suppressor. You want to go pew pew with the shots and make sure you don't give your location away. But then you have a few hungry packs of wolves like P and crew. They've definitely spotted that drop falling to the earth, and they're like, should I or should I not? So again, these are questions that, you've got to... It's a little chance. It's a gamble that you take. However, let me just bring something up about Seal. Now, they are at the tippity top. Now, this is uncharacteristic of them in Game 1. They are playing it a little bit safe. Of course, they are going to wait for the next zone rotation, which should be there anyway. And there you go. Looks like their gamble has paid off, as we are going to go a little bit towards northwest. Rozok is still going to be in contention, and we've hit the 12-minute, 40-second mark. Not a single player has exited this game.
But as we took a look at that circle with the migration taking place, all these players going to be on a mass exodus, and the bullets will ring out. Zeol taking shots at 2 teams. It's high voltage. We haven't really had a chance to see them so far in this game, and T2K, just for the time being, they've called a temporary truce and just driving past each other.
I have a question. How much ammo do the Use Boys carry, Blake?
The Zeus? Right now, I think it's unlimited. I feel like they have a little bit of a magic bag, and here we go. Assassin's gonna get the knock onto Joker, but a quick trade comes as Anubis helping his teammate out, but Extreme with the double knock. R3D, they have a lot of work to do here, as Cooney will get another knock, and this time it's going to be Virus who will fall. In the first casualty, it is going to be Joker. He gets taken down. Assassin drawing first blood. Extreme going for the jumping shot. He will, however, not find it. And Edgar is doing a fantastic job. The 1v2 win, looking for more. Can he make it? He won't. Cooney will finally put him to his grave. Fantastic effort from Edgar to get those 2 knocks and get those 2 kills, ensuring even though he loses his entire team, they at least extract a bit of vengeance before they die.
Absolutely. Now just have a look at what's happening on the right side of your screens. Have a look at that little bit of a train effect with Blood Legion leading the charge. I'm going to come back to that in a second, because it looks like Icy has picked up a sniper again. He still has that M24, and this time he's taken a pop shot at Jane. Did connect. Jane is going to be brought down to his knees. However, again, there's too much of a distance. There's too much cover.
Khan has been. How much fuel does this guy have? He's been driving around since the beginning of the game, and there's no stopping soon. He sees Blade across, and he's not going to stop. He's just going to check. He's all right. He's not stopping.
Right
no one's stopping. No one's stopping. No one's stopping. It's a race. It's a race.
compound.
It's a race, and StalwartFlex not taking it. They're immediately going to pivot away, and Khan gets off. He's going to take that shot, and he's dealing a bit of damage. Blade will somehow escape. Khan, he did land a few shots there, but not quite good enough. And they're going to be heading into the play zone. StalwartFlex opting not to go for that duel, opting not to go in and push that compound and race for it along with F4, meaning now they're going to be out in the blue and they have to skirt the periphery of the play zone to find some safety.
Mind you, just to remind the people watching, StalwartFlex was the team that went down to the military base, and now they made that huge rotation from the east over Yasnaya, over that little pool of water where well, everything comes from. But they, you know, I love the fact that they have that presence of mind. And have a look at them now. Now they are pretty much at the northernmost point of the circle, as I do hear a few shots bouncing off a vehicle. The question is, where is this carnage taking place?
We do also spot out Skylight Gaming coming in from the western side and looking at the circle. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It is going to be towards Rozhok, where we have a number of teams already. If I'm Carnage, if I'm Zeus and T2K in high voltage, we're feeling mighty comfortable alongside Deadeyes Guys. Venom Legends are going to be reaching that play zone before anyone else does, so they're good. But everyone else coming on in, crossing those bridges, they're going to be sitting ducks.
Talking about StalwartFlex, as they just did. Now, they were at the tippity top, and now they're going to have to come through all these teams, so they might have just kind of hit a bit of a blockade. But again, you never know. Anything can happen. We still have a lot of options. We can still swim across. There are, in fact, certain spots you can jump your vehicles across as well. And I do see something is going to be happening on the hills, as Zeus is going to be taking a high point. But it looks like we have a fight breaking out between Skylight Gaming and if I'm not wrong,
it's a four-way fight. There are five teams. There are five teams right now, as we have Skylight Gaming making their way in. Bear in mind, just keep an eye on Godless above. He is, well, he's made a mini Mount Olympus for himself, and he has a great view of what's going on. Joker, I thought it was an opponent there, but he's going to get a res on his teammate. So we have Carnage over here. We got Synergy down below, Zeus from above, and these gunshots are being heard, and Godless tapping away. That vehicle is empty, but he doesn't know. He's still going to tap away. 7C out in the open. They have a lot of work to do. Actually, Memo's still there. I do believe it was a glitch. And he will get off in the nick of time. And Godless is just riddling that UAZ with his Mini 14.
Mind you, Godless is solo on that hill between the school and Rozhok, while his teammates are going to be holding the fort behind him in the school. So if any team kind of thinks that, you know, that's going to be a safe spot, oh boy, they are going to get a nasty surprise indeed. Of course, all the action is now going to be in one of these houses in Rozhok. Was that a grenade or was that a flashbang? I think that was just a flashbang, just to kind of do that, just a distraction.
That was brilliant. Like, obviously Killer didn't know it was a flashbang. He repositioned himself and he got taken down there. Now Godless from above laying down the pain. Zeol far away. They're so spread. They're spread thin. They're all thin. Solo, and he's still taking down members. Look at Godless from above, delivering death and destruction, and Zeol's nearby to finish off the job.
If Seal make the mistake of thinking that Z3us Esports are going to be up on this little hill, they are in a world of trouble, because if I was not wrong, IC in fact just took off right for that fallen comrade of, well, Seal. Baron was the one who was knocked out. Of course, he does have his teammate nearby, but right now looks like Khan is going to take the fight to A1 Esports.
And Khan coming in from behind. Oh, when he gets spotted out, Dante. And it's actually going to be 9boy. He's going to finish him off, but Voltrox pushing him alongside Zaydan, and this is going to be rough. This is almost impossible here. It's all down to one member of the side of A1 Esports, and they can't hold the fort down. F4 will eliminate them.
Mind you, Khan was not knocked down by A1 Esports. It was Rafith, Venom Legends from across the field that got that lucky knock.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. A1, man, like, oh. One day they're going to get a chicken dinner, and I will celebrate for them. Right now, unfortunately, it's not looking good for them. They get eliminated in the 15th position. DRS on the hat trick. Right, they're in a good spot. They have they have only 3 members alive. They haven't got a single kill yet, but they're in a pretty good spot for the time being. If the circle does head down south, they are in a bit of a pickle. They have to cross the water, they have to cross over the bridge. Either way, it's not going to be that easy.
it isn't going to be that easy. However, the little ray of hope or the little respite that they can have is the fact that there's so many teams in Rozhok right now that they are going to be a bit engaged with one another as Gyro is trying a little bit of a big move. And remember, he's the last man standing for his team. That is risky, and well, looks like it did not pay off. And
I honestly don't know what he was thinking there. Like, you're the last guy alive, and you enter a town where there are like 6 teams battling it out. You're a sitting duck, and well, he gets thrown into basically a dead duck. 7C, Fear replying back to Zeus. They were getting harassed by Zeus earlier, long range, but they seem to have ensured that none of the players have dropped. They have managed to keep all 4 players alive, and now they know where Zeus is. Can we take a look at the map real quickly here? Because what I see is T2K, High Voltage, Zeus, and Venom Legends, who are kind of comfortable. But there are so many players well outside the play zone, and it's going to get messy. Shifu, lucky to survive that, but he will be dropped, not by Sandesh, but by blah 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 from T2K, and a kill has been stolen away.
Well, that is what you get. Kills are going to be stolen because there's so many teams so close by. Now, DRS, they are in a little bit of a pickle if Venom Legends are going to basically block them from coming in. However, the fact that they are engaged with F4 could give them a little bit of hope. If Mafia Ninja and Mr. Boro come to the left of our screens and just kind of surprise steal shot on the boys, that could be devastating, as Gyalden, unfortunately, is going to be in a dicey spot.
Yeah, Gyalden's kind of done for here, and Mafia Ninja, they need to either win this duel, but it's a 4v2 right now. It's not going to be easy. Smokes will be deployed. Blah 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 on a spree at the moment. 3 kills for him, and blah blah blah. Well, he's gonna finish off Killer with a nade. That is PN Crew. They're taking fights with multiple teams right now. Steel shot, keeping them at bay. Mafia Ninja Burrow. There's nothing they can do, but it's so rough for them to stay alive. Voltrox as well out in the open.
There's nothing they can do now. However, remember, all this commotion is attracting a lot of people, and do not be surprised if one man from Seal Esports comes in and lays down a few shots in Venom Legends' back, because judging by the map, judging by the little circle that I can see, Zay could be in a wonderful position as blah 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 is going to completely obliterate Crypto from StalwartFlex.
Mr. Blah blah blah, he's got 3 kills already. Fear going prone. How has he not been taken down? And 7C, they dominate. SG Skylight Gaming will be knocked out as well. Great nades being tossed in. I do believe that was that by T2K? I'm not sure who it was, but T2K taking, it was indeed T2K, and T2K taking a bit of damage as well. 7C, they still have 3 players alive, the rest are going to be coming in for Memo, and T2K not budging from the building, but again, Carnage Esports, all 4 alive. They are a bit downhill, but they have information. A couple of good nades from 7C could completely obliterate Carnage Esports at the moment.
And vice versa, if you think about it, because they are going to be in that little house. Now, this is when Carnage Esports, they need to move out. I like the fact that
They're
Manish,
fine.
he has a vehicle, so they've got to be really quick. Now, Frypan is going to go in for the kill. Little does he know that Mafia Ninja has a buggy down there. He is healing him up, and well, those shots are not connecting. The question is Mafia Ninja going to shoot back here, Blade?
He's not moving right now, and Frypan's trying to spot him out. He spots him out. He is just rattling every single bullet he has, and Mafia Ninja, he's just alive. He's almost immune right now. And Venom Legends, they want to finish him off. Mafia Ninja, the sole surviving member for DRS, and they were a team on a hat trick, but right now, the dreams of that 3 back-to-back game, it looks like it is dwindling away. T2K on 8 kills, have all 4 players alive as well. They haven't had to move from that position of theirs, but eventually now they have to. Looking at the play zone, it's not looking that good. For Carnage Esports, they still haven't pushed on up because there are 2 teams gatekeeping them, and they're going to actually go for a very ballsy play. I like the fact that they use a smoke to block the vision from 7C, and they're going to be pushing on in using their vehicles, but a Molotov from Turulov preventing one angle. As Turulov outside, he's going to take a few shots here. He's going to drop snipe, and this is just complete, absolute chaos. Turulov looking for more. He pushes on in, but then he's going to be met by Manish. Manish still standing. Praveen's there as well, and they have done a fantastic job. They just need to find the one final player remaining for 7C. It is going to be Memo, and it's going to be Praveen who's going to finish off Fear. Fear getting taken down means there's not much information being conveyed to his teammate, but now the 1v1. Memo and Praveen. And Praveen, oh, wait, blah, 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 takes him down. And Praveen, for a second, Praveen, for a second, like, wait, what the hell just happened there?
Exactly, he had no idea. Now, of course, that revive needs to come in because they are going to go in for the kill. Now, this is what the problem is. I think T2K thinks that there's nobody there. That could be a big, big, big problem for T2K. However, they have given a few sound cues now. But Carnage Esports, of course, they were this close to getting wiped out. The question is, do they still know somebody is near them? Well, now, obviously, they do, thanks to that little gunfire over there. However, they are still at the edge of the circle towards towards the western side of your map, and there's only one shack for cover ahead of them. The question is, who's going to take it? Is it going to be Carnage, or is it going to be T2K?
Well, that's a big question here. Zeol from Zeus. Zeus have 3 players alive. Carnage taking some fire, and it is not from T2K. And with that knock, T2K are aware. Oh wait, Carnage are still nearby. They're still in the vicinity, and you can see Rated Sir taking a few pot shots. Manish and Praveen moving together. They got that little bit of a wall to work with for now.
However, what's behind the wall are the boys from Z3us Esports. They've got to be careful, and you cannot get on fire like that. Almost Manish almost getting knocked out over here as well. This is one lucky man with the blue zone is...
Oh, the bombardment. A bombardment from Zeus! Joel with the perfect nades. He's going to find 2. And they've taken care of Carnage Esports with that. And Zeus, they are on a tear. 7 kills, 3 alive. T2K, all 4 players alive. And I do believe they have 8 kills to their name. And don't forget, you might have forgotten about the team. Seal. They still have 1 player alive and running. It is Zake, and right now no one knows where he is.
No one knows where he is indeed. However, let me just tell you one thing. The way Zeus are going for everyone in this game, these guys are feeling a bit left out. That is why wherever they hear gunfire, they're the only team I've seen thus far that are going for it. And it looks like we have a few people who just were burned to a crisp.
Assassin, well, he is just...
Make that 3.
He just Molotov everyone to death. He has obliterated Venom Legends just with his Molotov, and Venom Legends down to 2. Fry Pan, he needs to heal himself. Oh, lucky to be alive that the vehicle explosion, the shrapnel not catching him, and he will stay alive for now. He's healed up as well. Raffet nearby, down to 2 members of Venom Legends. We're down to the final 12 players as well. 5 teams, 12 players. High Voltage have 2 alive. Venom Legends with the 2, T2K, blah blah blah. He's gonna find Icy. That's Zeus. The fight finally being brought to their doorstep, and the nade, it's cocked and ready. They're gonna be tossing on in, but the reply nade's come in. That's a brilliant nade from blah blah blah. He's gonna finish off Icy, but Zeol replies back with an HE of his own. Look at the number of nades they're tossing on in. It's Molotovs, actually not nades, but Zane bleeding on out. And T2K though, they've taken a bit of damage, but they still have all 4 players alive.
However, they are going to bide their time because High Voltage is still in the game, who are going to be engaging Venom Legends very shortly, which means it could be problematic for them. However, Zeus is the one that is going to be in their crossfire first. That's what I was going to say. They are just at the tippity top, and just like last time, Venom Legends are doing the same thing, picking a fight with the guys close by. Again, this gives T2K time to move in for the kill.
And that's what exactly Rated Sir is going to do. The timing on that could not have been perfect from Rated Sir. He's going to finish off a very, very dangerous team. Zeus will be eliminated. Raffet out in the open. Blah 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 is going to spot him out. That's going to be kill number 13 here for T2K. Trained to kill indeed they are. Frypan hasn't been spotted out yet, but the smoke is a dead giveaway. It is telling T2K that there are at least a couple of players hiding around. We're down to the final 4 teams. Venom Legends with the 2 players. Seal still there in the running. Zake, he's just hiding, just tossing in nades, and he's being such a thorn in the side of High Voltage.
He is being a thorn. However, I think there were a couple of smoke grenades, and whoa, Assassin is going to get taken out. It was a grenade indeed. You are correct, as Frying Pan has been spotted out, and with that, Venom Legends are going to go out in the 4th position with 4 kills. Wait a second, Zake. He just wiped out another team.
It's a 1v3. It's a 1v3. It's the Seal. It's the Killer Seal. It's a Leopard Seal. It's Zake, and he's going to be facing off against T2K, who have 14 kills. Can they get that 15? It is looking very likely, but Zake, this is a guy you can never count out. You can never, ever count this guy out. He goes out in the open, but unfortunately, this time around, Seal will not get their opening chicken dinner of the day. Instead, it is going to be T2K, trained to kill, and 15 kills is what they're going to end the first game with.
I love the fact that they are waving out to the fans. Of course, a lot of people were waiting for that chicken dinner from Train to Kill, one of the most favorite teams from Nepal, and there you have it. They are going to walk away the winners in Game 1 on this Super Sunday. But again, they didn't just get it willy-nilly. They fought for it. They had so many kills accumulated, and they weren't backing out from fights this time. Of course, they were kind of helped a couple of times here and there by other teams without them knowing it. But oh my goodness, what a wonderful, wonderful performance play. And I guess with that, what we're going to do is take a quick little breather. We still have a lot more action in store for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break.
welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We just got done with game number 1 in the Super Weekend awesomeness. This is day 3 of the Super Weekend, and indeed, right off the bat, it was train to kill, taking a chicken dinner very convincingly. But with that, let's move on to the analyst and find out when it comes to this game. Dudes, I mean, that is something that you, Johnny, were mentioning. T2K is going to come online, and they did so perfectly.
Well, I felt it. I mean, the teams, yesterday it started out as the teams on the lower part of the standing in the very last game were doing better for themselves. I just felt that's going to carry on today. And, well, we do have T2K, especially my favorite player, the man, blah, 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 with 10 kills, 1425 damage, and 162 healing done.
And 5 assists. Think about how, you know, how much of a domination are you going to be giving out onto the game as you have 10 kills and 5 assists altogether for yourself. So obviously your team was enjoying every bit of it. Talking about his contribution, as we were just looking forward to this one. Survival is the one with the lowest percentages and damage taken as well. So yeah, damage taken, obviously you need to have that on the lower side and talk about yourself. But kills, 26.7% contribution. That's a lot.
Again, we're looking at Mongolian teams, we're looking at Nepal teams just dominating the lobby as of now. I mean, Seal coming in second with 0 kills, but absolutely just staying to that ground. And that was, again, really, really good looking for this team. But move on that conversation towards the top players coming in from this game. They are spread all across the board, from Assassin coming in from high voltage to, of course, Zeus is Zeo.
So Assassin started off good, right? You remember the fight against R3D and everything, those other things that were happening. So yeah, high voltage, and plus they were in one of the top 5 teams as well. So they were looking really good. 7Z Fear, again, another brilliant player. But Zeus, Zol, I mean, this time when we are comparing the players like Zol and Assassin and all those things, we were looking at their play style. So both of them have the similar aggression. That's why they always make it up in top 4 for themselves. And that matters, right? You have that play style, you carry it forward with the team, and you are one of the reasons, along with the teammate synergy, that you always try to end up in top 3, top 4, something like that.
Exactly, but let's not forget another team that did really well for themselves. That is going to be Venom Legends.
Oh yes, that is true, because you move on towards the match rank, and of course we know the team that got themselves a chicken dinner, and perfect 15 kills coming in for this team, 30 points right off the bat. Wow.
Talk about blah blah blah, had 10 kills, 5 assists, 15 kills. He had contribution in everything.
100% kill contribution right there. That is impressive. But, I mean, looking at the standings, I also want to focus on another team that's coming in from the second page of the overall standing, but this time the level of aggression from them was impressive. That is Team F4. You see that 7 kills being brought to the table. I mean, they might have had an early exit, but the fact that they got 8 points from this one game, that is something that I think that's going to keep the team hopeful for the future matches.
Absolutely.
And this is where one team is missing. That was in the top charts. That's going to be A1 Esports. That's where I would just, you know, keep my attention on, because they were one of the most dominating teams that did not have a chicken dinner. Plus, obviously, they were challenging Seal in a neck-to-neck competition. So today, the start is not good. Maybe they'll just carry forward a good game, hopefully.
Also, I want to know what your views are. I mean, XP Blood Legion yesterday, towards the end of the day, it felt like we saw the signs of life coming in from this team. They were stepping back into the action, being aggressive again, getting those kills, getting those points again and again. But again, not to a good start to the day.
So this is where, you know, I would talk about that thing. We're talking about momentum and acceleration, right?
Yeah.
So the acceleration is not good.
Physics.
Well, again, move the conversation from the physics to actual displacement and placement of these teams on the map, right? We saw, I mean, this is Ocean, this is something that you were discussing as well in the green room, that when it came to the drop location, so many of these teams did change that.
Yeah, and DE is what I wanted to talk about, right? Because they were in Rozhok, they had a good area, they had the circle for themselves quite for a long time, and they did not rotate. But once they started rotating, you remember one of the players did go down in the wrong sprays and all those things. So those things happen. So DE, they need to focus on one thing, and that is after the circle. You'll see they started rotating, the players started going down. So this is one thing. As you know, the fights are bound to happen in the open, and that too, onto the backside of Rozhok, there's a hill, and then onto the other side, there's the compound. That also has a small minimal ridge, so you gotta have your covers in the right way. Otherwise, you might just go down.
I think more than the backside of Rozhok, the front actually creates a lot more trouble, because as Ocean mentioned, like there's this hill there, and with that high ground, specifically the eastern side of Rozhok being sort of open, not every team can make it to that dip, right? someone is going to be on the other side, and whoever is on the other side does take a lot of pressure from that open side from the northern area, and that sort of creates an interesting situation, because then the teams that are stuck close to the river, they have to, they don't have an option. They have to push on the other side of the ditch.
Yep. And again, I mean, I believe the moment you're talking about was that when Venom was stuck there along with...
Yeah.
Exactly. But there are so many individual moments that did take place throughout this game. Let's move on along with the Oppo moment and compromise all of that. And in that, Zeus was everywhere.
This one almost. This was a brilliant moment. And hey, moving about this one as well, we saw a few MT4 shots coming down, and if you remember the DRS movement in the water area with the buggy, so those movements were also crucial. And this happens if you see that river inside the circles, there will be at least one player who wants to go for a water miracle, and things like that happen. But this is where high voltage just shined out the competition.
Yeah, definitely, but R3 Esports did put up a bit of a fight over there, and especially did like that from Edgar, just making sure he secured those kills. But then we have F4. I mean, F4, they started off really nicely. I mean, if you remember the rotation that they were making, spotting out the players of StalwartFlex right there, and then just stopping to stop them in their tracks, deterring them into a different direction. But then F4, as they move forward in the match, they encountered some trouble. 7C, they were... Well, they were in a bit of a scuffle against the players of Carnage Esports, and it was Praveen who dealt with the entire squad, and then T2K chimed in. This was a perfect positioning from Jane.
This was the 6th circle. That's where the chaos started altogether, right? You could not see where your opponents were. They might be...
This should have never happened.
Yeah, this one as well. Like T2K rated just moving forward, and this is obviously where the final person was standing, so you knew that it will be your game, and look at them, everyone was like, yeah, let's stay. We got this.
See, that's the thing. Was it for his own teammate, like, alright guys, we got this, or was it for his opponent, like, stay down, don't get out.
Stay down because we got this.
Either that, or maybe just for the viewers that they're like, alright, you know what, take a chill, we're just starting our day, we're just getting warmed up, and with that again, you move on to the damage histograph. I mean, right off the bat, you're looking at the only team to have moved on into the 2000 limit, and not only that, but move on away from 2000 to 2400. Wow. What a damage percentage from this team.
This is good, but you know, in this game, let's focus on the teams that did not get any kills, right? That's where Skylight Gaming comes on. That's where XP Blood Legion comes on. XP Blood Legion, 48 damage for them. That means they were engaged in a fight which was not theirs, and they knew it. Because if you are giving like maybe 300 damage, that means that you were taking down the players, something like that. But if you're in a fight that has 48 damage, that means you were caught off guard and you were not it already. You were not in the element of fighting.
Annihilated. The entire 4-man squad getting annihilated with only 48 damage dished.
As Ocean said, you were caught completely off guard, unaware. You died before you could fire the second bullet.
Exactly. Like, if you saw someone, you knew the shots were coming on you, you could not do anything after that. That's the thing that happened in this one. Otherwise, you know, XP Blood Legion, they want chaos. They love chaos.
It is going to be crucial. It is certainly going to be crucial. But along with that, of course, the day is just getting started. Let's have a look at the overall ranking, which is going to showcase, when it comes to these teams, what sort of a different result are we going to be looking at? Zeus moving up the pace, but High Voltage taking that much more big of a leap.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, High Voltage also climbing up quite steadily, sitting on the 5th position right now with 99 points. So one more game like this, and they're going to be challenging Zeus. They could be sitting on the 3rd position even, or the 2nd.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is going to be again Train to Kill also making the climb, sitting on the 8th position with this match, 90 points to Train to Kill, and well, then we have Zeus on 113. So the fight within the 2nd to the 8th spot. That's a pretty close one.
It's pretty close, but Z3us Esports is at their own different location right now. Talk about 9 to 16. This is where things start getting tricky, because 88 to 33 is a difference. Obviously, teams can be out there, but talk about PN and Skylight. I mean, for PN as well, they would be needing a chicken plus, high kill game if they want to challenge Skylight right now. But 9 to 16 altogether, there's a big difference in all the teams for themselves. So if a team needs to just get to the 9th or maybe in the top 8, they'll need 2-3 good games, something like that.
I agree with that, because I mean, we are back to square one. If you remember, after day 1, as we were having that conversation, all right, there's the top 8 and then there's the bottom 8.
Exactly.
Right now it's the there's Esports, then there's 8 teams behind them, and then we have the rest of the lot.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, the difference between these points, it is slowly and steadily, as you guys were talking about it, is stacking up, and these teams better start dominating, because after all, if teams like Seal, I mean, they got no skill whatsoever, but they were second based on those placement points. They're at 99 placement points right now. Of course, moving on along, chip and slowly and steadily, and getting that difference created for themselves. As Johnny just mentioned, it is a humongous difference that these guys are creating for themselves.
I mean, if we take an average of, before the day started, Seal Esports had an average of, 14.9 points per match. They got 14 from this one as well.
Just, exactly.
Yeah, so they are keeping that bar. They are maintaining that pace. And that is the most important thing. We talk about consistency. I mean, that is the definition right there.
Absolutely. I mean, again, Ocean, talking about consistency. Yesterday, we saw Extreme Blood Legion bring in a bit more of a consistent gameplay, of course. But right off the bat today was not a decent start for them. But on the other side, you talk about Venom Legends. I mean, they are on to a rocking start.
Yeah.
And again, the momentum from yesterday.
I mean, again, acceleration.
All right, well, with the word acceleration being used, I think it's time to move on along, pedal to the metal. Let's move on and have a look at the second game that is going to be coming right up. Let's find out what map it is going to be. Well, just like yesterday, it is going to be Miramar.
All right, well, talking about Miramar, again, the thing that comes down is, rotations and sniper shots, and if you're using buggy, you gotta use it right, otherwise buggy gets stuck somewhere and then you might just have to go down. Plus in Miramar, city zones and all, they might just play against you, but if you're talking about a zone like create a field, something like that, players love to play those circles. Plus if you're at a higher ground in the final circle, you would love to have those areas for yourself.
Exactly. Talking about areas, Ocean, my friend, let me tell you a story. So this happened quite a while ago. It was so long ago that I don't even remember which tournament it was, which day it was particularly.
All right.
We had a circle in the Oasis. That's what I want.
Yes, I remember that.
PMCO.
Yes, I think it was PMCO. We had one and only circle that was unexpected coming into the OSS, and that was again a phenomenal turnover. But again,
was it Pakistan? Was it South Asia wildcard? But it was a PMCO. I remember.
I think it was South Asia, but
I think so too.
But boy, oh boy, I mean, again,
it was a while ago.
It was a while ago, absolutely. But again, I mean, you move on the conversation towards these teams. Well, they are rocking, dominating. So many of them, as we were discussing yesterday, from the bottom half of the leaderboard, are showcasing that we are here to prove our worth as well, and are of course wanting to slowly and steadily, get back in the form amongst all of this chaos. What teams are you going to choose when it comes to Miramar?
I mean, that's the thing, right? As Ocean says it every time. I mean, Miramar, it's going to be the fact that how close you are to the circle. If you are in the center, then you are going to have a comfortable time. But the reason I want the circle to be an Oasis is, as once we said, not once, we said it yesterday only, what happens when the circle is not in your favor?
Right.
What are you going to do then? That's what I want to see from these teams. And so far, the only ones that have been good to adapting to sort of curveball situations that are thrown at them is A1 Esports.
I would love a city circle, like in any city. Maybe make it El Pozo, probably make it Los Leones, make it Chumasan, like some sort of a city area where a lot of teams are in their own buildings.
Yes.
And if they have to rush, you remember we casted the game, in PMCO Pakistan, and there were like, if it was in the city area, teams, they know that there's a kill right next to them. They can go and take the kill, but once they go down in the open, they will be shot down from the other direction.
Exactly.
So in Miramar, teams in Miramar, the only big brain play that the circle does is go to the city side.
Absolutely, boys. I mean, that is just going to be a phenomenal turnover when we move on into this game. But right now, what we're going to do is go on a very, very short break. You guys stick around. We're going to be right back with the game. That's going to be second game of the day on Miramar.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. We wanna have it that's ready for what I'm pushing. Nothing but heaters is in the pick 'em off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide over. Try to stall, but your time will come. We gon' ride it together better than riding alone. Stuck us out of the zone, but before we head home, I'm right with my scope and then right know where to go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so best stay with the zone. Yeah, coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Clearly, I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman, cause I'm known for carrying tools. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call medics, I embrace pain and walk it on. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it all. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. While the zone's closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better focus. Artists with the shotty, I paint a picture that's haunted. Many of me missing money, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them money before they getting you. Revenge is coming, so one of us will take out your food. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in it, they chop. The survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharp as a dagger, my mama ain't raised a stacker. Coming in high and heavy to break them and make them scatter. Made a platter that's ready for what I'm pushing. Nothing but heaters, listen to pick them off from a distance. Man, listen, yeah, got the drop on them. Yeah, roll up with the squad on them. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide over. Yeah, try to stall, but your time will come. Yeah, we got the drop on them. Yeah, roll up with the squad on them, and we going hard. You survive the night, we ride, you try to hide.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as you are watching the PUBG Mobile Pro League, the South Asian region. My name is Fixus, I'm joined along with Necro. However, our fellow casters, Blay and XP, are all jacked up, and certainly that's not the case with us. But what we do have in common is our love for the game. As we head along to Miramar, we did have quite a unique start, as T2 Game did brag the chicken dinner. But heading on into the deserty lands, who do you think is going to get this one home?
To be honest, I really think this time it might be Zeus.
Zeus, alright. I mean, they have been playing really well, no doubts on that. But I have still got those same complaints, you know, stepping overboard every single time has been the case over here. But they're still consistent, one of those teams in those top 3, and certainly are trying to catch up on Seal, but that's going to be quite a tedious task to do. But you know, heading on towards Miramar, you've got that same map going along, it's hot, it's piping, and the best part is how you're going to rotate and where the circle is, how you're going to take those hilly areas for yourself. And the Nepali teams are certainly, you know, finding their rhythm. But what's wrong with the Bangladeshi teams here?
Well, to be honest, A1 isn't really able to show up, you know, in the past as well. We had a lot of expectations going in yesterday as well. And A1 certainly was lost somewhere down line. But one thing I really want to point out over here is that Seal is so consistent. Of course, coming in from Mongolia, these guys are on another level. Like, I cannot imagine a team being so consistent.
Yeah, that certainly has been the case with Seal, you know. They've been so really good with every single thing, you know, every small aspects of PUBG Mobile. Be it how they rotate, be it how they pick their fights. I mean, look at Zaki. He was last solo survivor there and still managed to get those 2 kills and the 2nd position. But here we are as the Big Bird is in the sky.
heading all the way from Torre Amuda all the way towards Los Higos, sort of dissecting the map into two halves.
Exactly. I mean, even yesterday we saw 7C, taking a different route because Zeus usually like to go to LSR. And one thing we definitely know that Zeus is not going to be splitting up anytime soon because they are not going to let LSR go that easily. So 7C, of course, preferring that Torre Emuda area nowadays, and which does make sense. They don't really want to, risk their players' life early off. But Zeus, of course, one of these teams which is more kind of like a YOLO guys, They more kind of like to go YOLO, but also at the same time, they have incredible amount of skills. So the way these guys play actually do fascinate me a lot. You know me.
Yeah.
I like aggression, and Zeus delivers that.
They certainly do, but in terms of getting points, you need to have the perfect balance between aggression and making those smart moves. But 7C certainly have seemed to have done that because the first day we landed off in Miramar, and it was El Azhar where we had seen the fight break out between these two teams, where Zeus, of course, did come out on top. But as we look at all these teams taking their plunge, so DRS always tend to go down south, so that has always been their thing. Now, a lot of teams are heading towards Los Leones. Maybe that's where we see that first blood coming in.
And even one thing I really want to point out here, take a look at A1 Esports, TDK, and StalwartFlex. They are all in Los Leones, and that might be a massive collision if these teams decide to fight against each other. And I can already imagine the damaging factor between this fight. But take a look at Carnage as well. Now, Skylight Gaming, of course, this time kind of separated out. A little bit separated out, not that much. But still, if any one of those players get knocked out initially from the players of Carnage, then there might be a little, troublesome. But for now, seems like Seal. And there's going to be one more team, which is going to be High Voltage in those nearby vicinities. And it doesn't really seem like Seal is quite aware of High Voltage's presence nearby, but High Voltage certainly Assassin. I really feel like this man does have an idea that some players are in those nearby vicinities, but which team are they? They probably don't know.
I mean, they might just know because, Team Seal, High Voltage, they've been locking horns for quite some time. And if they manage to get this big, I mean, this is going to be huge. And Seal has been getting those back-to-back chickens in Miramar on the course of those 2 days that we've casted. And, well, they certainly have sort of figured out as to how to go against these two teams. But here we have the players, Ozzy and Cooney, both behind the fences, waiting for the right opportunistic moment to strike. But seems like Seal have done a very decent job in backing off.
Exactly, they've did a fantastic job in that. But again, one thing I really want to point out here that TDK, of course, got the previous map Chicken Dinner.
Yeah.
And I really feel like over here inside this as well, TDK is looking pretty fine. But again, they dropped inside Los Leones. And there are two more teams, StalwartFlex and A1. So A1, of course, not really able to find their sweet little spot where TDK, I really feel like, at least for now, they're quite comfortable. But their challenging partner is going to be DRS. I really feel like they're doing a fantastic job as well. And we have seen these guys' nades utility usage, The way these guys use the precision these guys show is just relentless.
I mean, the movement from the boys from High Voltage, I like it. This is not what they do on the regular days. This time sort of trying to bring the fight right on towards the face of the players of Seal over here. So this is really surprising. Even Seal, once they get that knock, they would be like, we had not seen this coming. So it's going to be really interesting as to how High Voltage are going to execute this particular fight. But taking a look at the circle that we have over here, so Carnage is going to enjoy this sweet time staying in the center of the circle. That is in Picado. But Assassin, he certainly has spotted him out, just waiting for the right moment to strike.
And I really feel like he just missed his opportunity there. He could have actually taken a shot, maybe, hit him like a little bit.
It's many at the end of the day. You need to have 2 headshots lined up for a knock.
Yeah, that's true, but at least he could have like damaged a little bit. But seems like Cooney is going to be taking a charge and going to be landing a little bit of shots onto Wally, as Wally is finally going to be backing off, which is a pretty brilliant decision, of course. Do not want to challenge any fights and do not really want to use your meds as well in this early of a game. So probably going to be backing off. And now, take a look at the middle of the circle. There's so many teams rotating inside. Skylight Gaming, of course, already initially were in there. Carnage in there. Now TDK is making a move as well. And I'm pretty sure when StalwartFlex and A1 Esports are done with their fight, or maybe just stare down competition, they're probably going to be making a move inside as well.
They certainly will be. But you know what I really like is Blood Legion. The way they are rotating, that's pretty good. Because they do not really have to worry about any teams on their tails, right? All they can focus is right on those three directions. And once they, reach that point where the circle might favor them, they're good to go. Because they've been struggling lately. I've been having a word with the players. And they did say the pressure is really surmounting on them. And sometimes it's too much to handle. But they also did reassure to all their fans that they are going to make a strong comeback, and that is exactly what we have been rooting on for so long.
I mean, that is a massive statement in itself. If they have already said that they're going to be making a massive comeback, then today might be essential for them. It might be important.
Yeah.
This is certainly going to be so important that if they're not really able to show up, then their fans might be disappointed a lot much more in them.
It's still the first Super Weekend, so I would still, give them that time till the second Super Weekend perhaps, and before that they'd actually need to qualify. So that is also a thing, but as we move along further, we still are looking at the circle, which is pretty much a default one, the kind of ones you've played a lot of times once you head into Miramar. But here we have Hungry Box finally making an entry inside the roster, and I've been having a talk with this lad as well, and they've apparently sort of trying to figure out what rotation works out the best. This is the problem when you have those star-studded lineups. Everyone wants a piece of the cake, so sometimes really difficult, sometimes not really working out, as Gyozin just managed to knock himself down.
Well, that is quite unfortunate turn of events for him. And Gyozin falling down from a mountain, knocking himself out with fall damage, and certainly that is going to be unfortunate. But again, we take a look at Mafia Ninja. Seems like he's going to be having a sweet little time riding that thing. Yeah, but it doesn't really seem like he's going in the skies though. He's still, chilling out downstairs. He doesn't really want to take the flight. But the first knockdown inside the game has came in, and it's going to be Wally opening things up.
Yep, against Leon. So Skylight Gaming in a bit of a pickle right from the very start, having one of their players already knocked out. I believe Leon will find himself in some good cover, but Mafia Ninja certainly needs to take those, pilot classes, because apparently even before his glider could take off, he's crashed it.
Take a look at this man. He's just running on his feet. Well, that's going to be costing him a lot of time. But again, for now, seems like a fight is breaking down between Seal and Skylight Gaming, of course. Nades are locked in, as Leon is already the casualty inside the squad of Seal. Inside the squad of Skylight Gaming, of course. Now, Leon, the res will be there, but Zaki, is he going to let the res happen? Take a look at Wally from the back lines. Now, this is going to be a massive factor. If he spots both of them out, I'm pretty sure Zaki has already given him the call-outs. All he needs to do is just peek onto that mountain lines, and seems like, yep, this is why he whipped out the Mini 14 as well. Now, from the back lines, Wally, I feel like he's doing a lot of work.
But I guess, Skylight Gaming, they're quite oblivious about his position. But Demon, that was an amazing knock over there. No, that did come out from Chari. However, felt like Demon was the one behind the gun. But Wally is trying to connect those shots, finally compromising his position over here, has made his presence felt as we head on to a different fight where we have the boys from T2K going after A1 Esports as blah blah blah. The MVP of the last match is just charging in, and any single moment he might want to find that knock, but that's not the case over here. Still, jiggling and juggling around to try to find that one body and just take him down.
And Jane is there to back him up, as blah 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 is going to be lobbing a nade inside the upper floor, and that nade is so beautiful. Sinister already going down in the second nade, following it up. Already got one kill in their hands, and T2K, what an incredible utility usage from these lads. Now, A1 Esports are, of course, handicapped. Losing out on a player like Sinister this early off a game is going to be such a hurtful start for them, as RX Jax, of course, now kind of, I really feel like he's panicking with her, and even Dante, he has less HP, but 9 boys there in the back lines, but I don't really feel like the way he's flanking around, he's going to be able to do much. He needs to find himself a new angle, but PN Crew seems like they want to join the party. They're like, how are you guys partying without us? We are the uninvited guests.
Yeah, and they want to get a piece of the cake over there. But T2K, well, they've applied quite a bit of pressure on the boys from A1, reducing the numbers. But Skylight Gaming, this is not we are really accustomed to, you know. Skylight Gaming finally bringing the fight right onto the face of the players of Seal, and all they need is those flurry of grenades going in, and Baron from the backlines. Such amazing cover fire being given, and seems like the two players have finally got the res back on, but it's Skylight Gaming still bringing the fight right in front of Seal.
So for now, just a straight-on competition as Killa and Zaki again waiting it out. Of course, Seal are in a massive water trouble. They are not looking quite good in the way these guys are already, as PN Crew from the backlines making it work, already getting a knockdown on the players of Skylight Gaming, and here comes the contestation from the squad of Seal, but it doesn't really seem like was able to get any damage done, as Zaki might get capitalized as well, and of course he does. Leon doing a perfect job in overall aggressing inside, and I really feel like Seal actually kind of messed up. They actually did not connect all their shots, and this is what punished them. But take a look at what PN Crew is doing, third-partying this entire fight, and they might actually rack up all the kills that are inside initially, and Skylight Gaming, of course, in a massive water trouble, as Killer YT making it work with that Uzi. Of course, so hurtful in those close ranges, and that's going to be Skylight Gaming getting eliminated in the first spot. And now, that was the first team to get eliminated. Now, of course, Seal might follow it up. PN Crew, do they have any clue where Seal is? Of course, I'm pretty sure they do, but the fight between A1 and T2K is still going on, and it's been a quite long time.
Yeah, it sort of has been a stalemate altogether, where A1 Esports are looking for ways to retreat. They've got those 3 players, but they still need that one knock. And Utsaga is definitely one of those soft targets that you need to eye out for. He's isolated from his team. All you need to do is push and get that, you know, numbers equalized, and then maybe kind of continue the fight. But by the looks of it, again, playing that waiting game, finding the nooks and crannies, you know, every single angle. But at the same time, you know, going back to the previous fight in hand, PN Crew did go in for quite some bashing onto it, the players of Skylight Gaming, giving enough room for the boys of Seal to get those res back up.
But look at the airdrop. It's right behind the players of PN Crew, and it's like a cherry on top of the cake if you're going to be getting that airdrop right next to you. Seal trying not to make any sound, but I really feel like Zaki might be giving his sound away by the way he's moving, but doesn't really seem like they are going to be able to find any clue where Seal is. So PN Crew might be taking a little passive step inside the fight, as the circle shift is going to be completely down south, and that is going to be quite damaging to a lot of teams. If they want to make a move inside the circle, they will have to rotate all around in the open. And this nade might be damaging. This nade might be doing it. No. They're quite lucky.
Not devastating as it looked like, to be honest, because we still have the boys from Seal sitting with all 3 players alive, just Wally being taken off right from the start. So that was the story over there. But Baron, look at him. He's retreated back to his position, trying to provide that important cover fire that you need. But PN Crew, well, they're still not aggressing, you know. They do not know the exact positions, as we are back to the fight that we are watching for quite some time. It's still A1 going against T2K.
Well, I mean, I don't really know what to say exactly, because it's been such a long time. These teams are just fighting against each other, not really able to find an opening anymore. T2K have all their players alive inside this situation. Of course, it's 4-on-3, but take a look at what RH Jackson and 9bar are doing. They're moving inside the flank line, but Dante, of course, in a position where he's not really being expected, but seems like Redditor is going to be spotting it out. And of course, Dante in a massive water trouble, he has been taken down, and Redditor, of course, with those lightning fast reaction, is going to be enough to punish Dante in his initial position. But take a look at 9boy, of course. These guys are moving a lot, and of course that is going to be creating so much breathing space for them as well initially. But TDK seems like they have a pretty good job. They've been doing a pretty fantastic job in overall capitalizing the entire squad of A1 Esports, and that's going to be A1 Esports getting eliminated in the 15th position. Another fight breaking down between the players of PN Crew. Baron might be in massive water trouble with Molotov, but doesn't really seem like that's going to be hurting him anymore, as Baron is moving quite efficiently in those small little compound that he has been provided. Take a look at Killer YT. He was burning by his own Molotov.
The house has been incinerated, and any single moment the players of PN Crew are just going to charge in and take down Baron himself. But here he has, popping up the last first aid that he did have. But right now, the push is finally on, and they're pushing in tandem. That's a good thing. And Well, Baron, how long is he going to stay alive? And he did try to get a knock or two, but that's just about it. Was sort of caught off in a corner and could barely move. And with that, Seal Esports finally off to an early exit. We don't see that quite often.
I mean, finally we see the presence of PN but talking about presence being shown, Venom Legends getting the first knock on the players of R3D, but Joker from the backlines is going to be doing work. And that's going to be quite detrimental start for the players of Venom Legends, of course. Now, Frypan has went down, but take a look at Rafa's position. Brilliant positioning coming out from this lad. Of course, on the right line, spotting Joker out. Joker's position has been compromised, but Joker doesn't really want to peek right into his crosshair, so he is going to be quite stepping onto that passive step as the zone is going to be moving in. He will have to make the move, or the zone is going to be doing quite a lot of damage, and that might be quite hurtful as well.
It certainly will. But you know, right now, taking a look at the circle, StalwartFlex, they are enjoying themselves right in the epicenter. And this is where you want to be. The perfect place. You've got that hilly advantage. You've got those ridges also to play around with. You've got all the, information, the crucial information that you need for your fights to, start going in and engage. But Zeus, well, it's just the last player surviving. And how long he does that? That's going to be a big question, as P and crew have been caught off guard while they were traversing around the map, and it's Carnage dishing out all the damage over there.
Well, of course, the Swag Mirado is going to be the vehicle, so stepping outside of that is going to be a massive factor. And Pre and Crew somewhere down line realizing onto that factor. But take a look at this push coming in from the players of Deadeyes, pushing onto Khan. And of course, we have seen F4 Khan do a massive work in those close range initially. Of course, that Uzi making it work, and Khan dropping one man down of Deadeyes. Shifu Sir is going to be the casualty here. But certainly, Khan might be in a massive water trouble. Now, for now, he is looking quite good. And that nade might be detrimental. Illusion was right next to the window, but barely backing off at the last second. Quite lucky there, not gonna lie.
He certainly was, but he is cooking up another grenade, and he might have heard that first aid. But no, Khan does back off, as he's just a lonesome player of F4 right in this current vicinity. And any single moment, Deadeyes might just get the fight right at his face. The nade being dropped over there, and there you go. Just blasting it off, and F4 taking an early exit.
Wow, Deadeyes, what incredible utility usage. But I gotta give props. Yeah, but I gotta give props to Khan, the way he was repositioning himself after that each and every single knockdown that he was getting. But take a look at Saul in a massive water trouble. The entire squad of Venom Legends is right in front of him. What is he supposed to do? The Molotov has been thrown as well. He's going to be taking a lot of damage from that, but no. The utility precision is certainly not on point, as Zol is barely surviving just onto that little corner of the hut. And wow, he's going to be thanking his god at this point, because the way this man has survived from that nuke and Carnage is quite impressive. And now again, a lot of smoke's being thrown to block the enemy vision off, as Rafat is on a move. He wants that kill, and of course that is going to be enough, as Zol has been taken down, and that's going to be Zeus getting eliminated in those early phases on the position of 12.
So much utility is exhausted for one helpless player, and Venom Legends certainly need to find their rhythm. They did get the squad wiped though, but a lot of utilities being wasted is the word for it. And Venom Legends now, they are in a position where they've got those smokes going in, and have the ridge covers for them to work things around. But P and Crew, this has been one of those squads that has been causing a lot of nuisance throughout the entire circle. Every single party, they're watching, they are going in and playing as a small spot. And this was also the case against Venom Legends this time. Kind of trying to close in, but Hungry Box, the moment he's come in, has managed to secure 3 kills. But we've got Rafat getting a beautiful knock onto it, Sandesh, and just trying to fend them off a bit.
Exactly. Now, the knock in the opening will be found. P and Crew doesn't really seem like they are quite scared of it or afraid of it, so of course the res will be there. But take this fact under consideration. 11 teams alive and 37 players in total, and even the zone is quite small. And as the zone is going to be shrinking in, a lot of fights are going to be happening. Take a look at the map. There's each and every single player on all these spots, and none of the spot isn't like it's not being contested by any of the teams. And for now, P and Crew seems like there are a lot of teams in front of them. Of course, Venom Legends initially taking that spot right in front of their eyes, as their eyes will be locked onto them, even the sights. But it doesn't really seem like any knockdowns are coming in through, as Sandesh going to be finding an opening on Carnage Probeen, and that was an incredible Carnage shot coming in there.
Crisp, precise, perfect is how I would love to define this player's shots and his caliber with that bolt action. But you know, PM Crew still trying to, you know, step over the hurdle that they have in front of them. That's Venom Legends. Now they're finally deciding to push in. Legend being that distraction over there, getting that beautiful knock onto it. Steal shot as Sandesh coming in from the flank angles. He's gonna push in as well, but it's all Rafid. And can he do that? He's managed to get that one knock, but can he get a few more? That's the big question over here. He's trying to secure those kills for himself, but Rafid still by his lonesome up until the point Legend comes in and wipes him out, and with that, Venom Legends deleted from the server.
Exactly, incredible placement coming from these lads as well. Now TDK, of course, on the move. They do not really want to get compromised, but the buggy might get on fire, and of course that will be happening. The buggy blasting off, and that's going to be the end to life of Utsarga. Unfortunate ending there for that man. Now TDK, they are quite in a troublesome spot. They don't really have that good of a cover, but certainly I really feel like Deadeyes somewhere in the back lines might be, you know, contesting them anytime soon, as on top has been taken down, and even StalwartFlex. Now they have a brilliant positioning inside the game. Of course, the high ground as well, have a lot of reg, and even have a little bit of hut as the cover, and that is going to be a massive factor inside the entire contestation of the end circle. And I really feel like StalwartFlex might actually take this chicken dinner in their home if they keep on playing the way these guys are playing right now. Of course, on top, the man who was trying to lurk around has been caught off guard and has been taken down, so the lurk is completely dead from the players of Deadeyes. Now, another fight is panning out between the players of High Voltage and 7C and even TDK. There's so many fights happening, and it's more kind of like each and every single fight is a third party.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, right now Assassin has been taken down, but the revival will definitely come in. But any single moment, the players from Blood Legion might just charge in. But look at High Voltage. They've got different plans in mind as they are aggressing on towards the players of 7C. Now, Kuni, he needs to be a bit careful because they do understand the fact that they've got one of their players knocked out. Unless he's back up on his feet, that's not where they can completely 100% commit to the fight.
Yeah, exactly. And now, again, taking a look at the players of Carnage, they have made a quite open rotations, not gonna lie. That's kind of a risky move coming in from these lads, but DRS is still inside the game, and as long as they are, the scary factor inside the game is going to be there. We have seen these lads do phenomenal in those end circles, and we certainly do not want to see that. Now, Deadeyes, of course, making it out till so far, doing a phenomenal job in the survival factor. And now this is where they need to get a lot of kills. StalwartFlex, of course, being that initial rival that they have, being the main rival, or as the main boss, they need to take down. And this is going to be quite tough, because if they want to move forward and get inside the zone, they will have to take down StalwartFlex, because they are the one creating the barrier for them. And now TDK in a massive water trouble, blah, 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 already taken down. The finish might be there anytime soon. Johnny trying to fire some blind shot, but doesn't really seem like any of them are going to be connected anytime soon, as Deadeyes finally spotting the players of StalwartFlex, but not really able to find the opening. This is what they're trying to do since such a long time, but the opening is certainly missing.
It certainly is, but here we have StalwartFlex having the best position inside the circle, and Illusion getting knocked out. Blade will of course get that another knock onto its hungry box. However, now Deadeyes, they are in a whole world of trouble as PM Crew again trying to be a spoiled spot over there, joining the party, but they have been wiped out as well. StalwartFlex still maintaining that high ground advantage for themselves, getting so many kills, but this is where they need to move. They are no more having the blessings of the zone. Now Shifu is still surviving with that last first aid he has. So this is one of those last ditch efforts where he needs to get inside the zone. Can he? Yes, he does, but can he survive?
Yeah.
No.
That's going to be AJ putting an end to his life, and that's quite unfortunate opening. And now High Voltage taking down a player of Blood Legion, as it's going to be Leo meeting his makers. And now certainly Ozzy going to be the man who is actually quite a meanie. He was trying to make the rotation inside the circle, but caught him off guard. And High Voltage are doing a pretty dominating job overall, contesting those end circle, and they're doing a pretty phenomenal job as well, as StalwartFlex are still doing quite good. They have all their players alive, but as I'm talking, Crypto went down, and TDK Raiders are also getting a knock on the players of Blood Legion, but another fight is panning out between the players of High Voltage and StalwartFlex, as the two openings has already been found from the players of High Voltage, and now the domination is just continuing, as Blade being the last man surviving, and Ozzy probably trying to fire a lot of shots, and that's going to be Blade going down as well. Ozzy doing a fantastic job in capitalizing from those backlines, and what a play.
What a play it is. And here we have the top 3 teams, different teams. However, Carnage being one of the names that we are familiar with, at least in the map of Miramar. They have been so consistent, they have been so good. But High Voltage, considering the high ground advantage that they have and the distance between these two teams, so they gotta just chill, let the fight break out as the nade comes in from Mafia Ninja, just tickling down Manish a bit, and that's just pretty much it. Now, we're still looking at a slow ending over here, with so many players already being taken down in the 5th circle.
Exactly. 3 teams live, 10 players only making it out alive till this end circle. DRS and Carnage being one of them, and even High Voltage doing a phenomenal job. Now, of course, High Voltage, I really feel like the way these guys are playing might have a massive factor inside the game, might have a massive chances of winning as well, because they need to just make it down the mountain.
Everyone
but certainly, I mean, when they are making it down the mountain, there might be a lot of openings being found, and of course there might not be a lot of cover to, hide behind it. So that is going to be a massive factor. But if High Voltage actually do manage to make it out alive from that hilltop, certainly, then I really feel like this might be High Voltage's game, because all they need to do is just hold down that circle. A lot of shots being fired. Of course, Carnage and DRS being in those nearby neighboring compounds, as nades are going to be lobbed in from the side of Snipe YT, but doesn't really seem like any of those are going to be connecting, as Mafia Ninja finally taking an aggressive step near the compound. Going to be lobbing some smoke grenades to make the rotation inside the circle, and this might be into a Jiggle's life, and of course it will be Assassin taking him down, as Jiggle is still crawling down on his knees, and the finish is certainly not there, but he's trying to do some blind fire damage, as Jiggle has been taken down by AJ, and that's going to be a robber. That's a thief right there.
That's a freebie for DRS, but everyone needs to get inside the circle, and High Voltage, they're taking their own sweet time. Odsy getting another beautiful knock on towards Mafia Ninja. It's all down towards AJ and Mr. Boro. I believe he's been knocked out as well. AJ leaving his teammate behind and taking that flank with his buggy, but he's been spotted out, and Snipe barely surviving with that sliver of HP. How long is he going to make it though? Mr. Boro just continuously spraying down with his AK. Does get the final kill confirmed, as we have the last 2 teams. That's High Voltage going against DRS.
And wow, AJ, of course, the last man surviving for how long? Though his HP is not really the way he wants it to. But finally, the medkit has been popped, and probably the revive will be there on the Mafia Ninja as well. But High Voltage might be on the hunt mode right now. They're, of course, making a lot of move, as Kuni is going to be on the aggressive step, but finally going to be backing off. Doesn't really want to risk his life away, as DRS might be getting a lot of initial time to reset as well inside the fight. The frag nades will be popped in. Is that nade going to be doing damage? But no, is it going to be the answer, as AJ has been spotted taking damage onto his head, as his helmet is barely about to go down, and so as West, and this is going to be such a detrimental factor for the entire squad of DRS, and this is where the flank comes in from Kuni as well. Kuni doing a lot of damage, but certainly DRS are doing a fantastic job in overall holding down the ledge. This might be a massive clutch coming from these lads. A 2v4 almost happening right in front of our eyes. Ozzy being the last man surviving, and this was an entire throw coming in from the lads of High Voltage.
This is a disaster for High Voltage, and we have seen this in the past. Yesterday's game of Sanhok, it was Mr. Boro, the last solo player surviving. He clutched it, and DRS, oh my goodness, they are living the moment. As Aussie, he needs to start thinking right now. The numbers advantage that he had has finally been taken off, and Mafia Ninja and AJ, they completely are ready for the fight, and they are waiting the circle, and they also have the blessings of it. So they had to wait for Odsy to make that move, and suddenly DRS having the upper edge in this fight.
Exactly, circle is going to be favoring the players of DRS, and Ozzy will have to make a move. Mafia Ninja certainly not going to be peeking out, and doesn't really want to give his head away that easily as well. They want to make sure Ozzy is moving out all in the open. The spray is there, and that's going to be DRS taking the chicken dinner. What an incredible and brilliant play from these lads.
How on earth could High Voltage mess that one up? All they had to do was push it at him, and you deserve it. You deserve it.
Yeah,
Once you start pulling off wins like this, clutches after clutches. This time they had an extra man, and last time they did it solo, so might as well do it with their partner, and that has been the tail along for the players of DRS, getting one more game in.
I mean, props to AJ. He got that res onto Mafia Ninja, and this is where the entire cards actually flipped, and that's where DRS actually got the power and the confidence to clutch that game out. AJ, what an incredible player.
I mean, for a moment, I really thought that he abandoned his teammate, but that was not the case. And went for him, got that revive and managed to get that chicken dinner. What an impeccable play. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we will be heading out for a short little break because coming right after are our beautiful analyst and our host to break down all the fights.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3 is where we're at. This is the Super Weekend Awesomeness that's continuing along on day number 3. And boy, oh boy, what a wonderful turnover event it has been. Alongside which, of course, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Vook up your fun. Alongside that, once again, a huge thanks to Oppo for sponsoring the PMPL events. I'm your host, Plotto. Let's move on to the analysts and find out what do they think about this game, which was supposed to be a high voltage game, dude.
Yeah, that last fight was so intense. I think I almost cut my lip right there. But I mean, it was an amazing moment, and we do have the MVP in front of us. That is
perfect.
Obviously from High Voltage because they were having a fun time.
Yeah. I mean, that's Aussie out here. You can see 4 kills, 803 damage, 3 assists as well. But I would say somehow AJ will be in the top fraggers list as well because he got 6 kills. Obviously, maybe more till the end of the game. So we were witnessing that 215 healing done by this individual lad. But hey.
Yeah, we have to talk about it. The massive blunder that was the final fight.
Yep. Or you could look at it in a completely different direction altogether where DRS, I mean, they were just in control even though they were 2-man down. It was a 4v2 situation that they converted in their favor.
At one moment, it was one man remaining from DRS. He gave up a revive to the other lad, and then those two players, they held their area, they held that ridge.
I mean, we were talking about it. Everyone was surprised. Like, what is going on? Why do you keep jumping in a 1v2 situation when you have your teammates right behind? Just someone needed to stop. Someone needed to stop, like, pushing the analog stick forward and just wait for their teammate to come along with them. 7
kills from AJ, 370 damage? Wow!
Yeah.
Talk about Blade as well. 3 kills, extreme 3 kills, 764, 530, but the kill number, the kill count, the kill points that AJ has.
So recently I found out, I mean, that the slogan for DRS, their motto is one spirit, one dream. And well, that is exactly how those two lads that were remaining in that one fight played it out. And they were together. Anyone came in, both of them would shoot that one person,
but you know
move on
what?
to the next one.
The real soldier when it comes to this team has to be AJ. AJ is the one who made that push across where the final fight took place. And had he not made that, High Voltage were in control, mate.
Yeah.
Exactly. And also talking about another thing, just like you said, right, their mascot as well, the Ghost of the Mountain, Snow Leopard, and they held that mountain for themselves, giving them 11 kill points, 15 placement points, 26 total points for them.
You know, it would have been lovely had we had
Weekendy
with us. Yes, since there's snow there, but may that map rest in peace.
Well, it is. High Voltage has 12 placement points, 9 kill points, 21 for them. StalwartFlex, talk about this team as well. So you can see the domination, right? You can see right now Venom Legends is on the 8th and StalwartFlex on the 3rd, and then it's like Nepali flag just rising up in this one, top. Like, that's good.
That is really good. Move on to the second page. Of course, you have XP Blood Legion right off the bat right there with no kills, but placement points certainly working in their favor. But Z3us Esports,
there are 2 kills.
In
2
8
kills
teams.
in total, 9 to 16, only 2 kills.
Yep, that's it. That is it. That's all they were allowed from the lobby.
Ouch.
From the Nepali lobby, one could call it, because the first page was just like dominated by them, mate.
Exactly. That is, I think that is one of the most important points, and one of the most outstanding things about this game. I mean, it was the squads from Nepal that were showing heavy domination in this match, and well, I mean, most of the kills just being picked up by the leaders.
Let's talk about one more thing I saw. In the previous game, A1 Esports was in 13 to 16. In this game as well, they are on 16. So 2 back-to-back not so good games kind of also just, matter in one thing, and that is how are they going to come back? Because Seal Esports, yeah, this was a bad game for them. I get it, but the previous game was good. They were at the second position.
Exactly. I mean, the placement points might not be that much working in their favor as of now, but hopefully they will be able to turn those tides around. But move on along towards this game, Saga. You're looking at the zones, the rotations, and eventually, I mean, annihilation coming in from so many of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as the match started, I felt my heart shatter. I mean, did not get that northern circle that we wanted. But then again, I mean, Ocean was pretty happy since it looked like, all right, there is a possibility that we might get that urban warfare situation.
Yeah.
That did not happen. But the teams, I mean, they are used to those open rotations in this match. So almost like we saw most of the teams make it to those final situations, but then it came down to hold your ground and play around those ridges, and that is where most of the mistakes were made.
Look at where DRS is right now, look at where High Voltage is right now, right? And Stalwart as well, because these were the top 3 teams and they held their area inside the circle, even when the circle was shifting, you know, towards the sides of High Voltage, like that you can see that hill area, the place where they had to hold it. Still they did it good. I don't know, because talking about this one, I mean, this would have been their game. The circle was in their favor. There was no team against them to take up the fight. Still, like 4 versus 2. I mean, I'm happy
Cannot
that
comprehend.
I'm still happy that a Nepal team got it, but it would have been like their game. But DRS were the real soldiers, being the real soldiers in this one.
Exactly, just playing to the advantage that was given to them. It was just that 1v2 situation that were thrown at them. It wasn't a 1v2, it was a 4 versus 2, but it's just individual players running into the gunfire.
Absolutely. With that, we were just talking about A1. That was the team that, of course, got eliminated on the 15th position. There were so many wonderful moments that took place throughout the entire game on Miramar. Let's move on with the open moments.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, overall, I would say this was a fun Miramar match to watch because you had action throughout. I mean, the first few minutes are a bit dull in this map, but then you move forward and this one actually picked up the pace quite earlier on. I mean, we had full-on team fights breaking out.
I mean, this used to be the case of Weekend, right? The first few moments are slow, but then the fights happen. And obviously, the fights against the circle also happens in this in that map. But this one, it plays with your brain if you're talking about the fights, because you don't know if you will be caught down in the open or if you'll catch someone in the open. Once you hold your ground, you get to understand the fights. Plus, the rushes. If you're rushing somewhere, you'll have to rush with all your heart out because you need those kills. Your teammates need those kills.
One more common thing between Weekend and Miramar is how difficult the rotations can be because of how people are holding their positions. In Miramar, it is because of the high ground. In Weekend, it used to be because of people holding compounds that were there close to the center of the circles and then just playing around them. But in this one, a high ground matters for, well, a lot of advantage because you can get a lot of information about teams' rotations.
Look at this, look at this. So, talking about this fight, I don't know how you saw, right? The players were coming together. Had there been even 3 players, because Aussie was obviously on he went on a flank angle later on.
Yeah.
And once he was going for a flank angle, he was away from the circle itself.
Yeah, exactly. Leave 3. I mean, 2 players could have done that job because the problem was here's the ridge, and you had the players on DRS on one side and everyone else just coming in one by one. Had 2 of them come in together, that would have done enough damage for the third guy to actually finish both the players off.
Honestly, guys, I don't think they need that class 101, right? Because they know they have showcased that wonderful plays so many times. It's just kudos to DRS to be able to, clutch that victory for themselves. And with that, you move on towards this high-octane game. I mean, Ocean, you were mentioning so many teams, dude, with 0 kills and barely any damage.
We talked about this in the last game as well, because you could see that, right? But talk about the top 3 teams right now. Carnage, 1300 plus damage. Talk about High Voltage. Had High Voltage got a chicken, then they would have gotten 11 kills for them. So it would have been the proper affair.
But still, how much we criticize that final fight, we have to commend High Voltage for the way they played the game before that.
Yeah, true.
One mistake does not bring them down for the good performance that they've had in this game, the good performance they've had before this game, and sort of the momentum that they're riding right now.
But along with that, another team, of course, to talk about would be StalwartFlex. Now, that team got away with 9 kills coming in from the Pakistan region. Of course, that is going to result in them also stepping up onto that overall leaderboard. So let's move on along and have a look at the overall standings itself and find out how far back has A1 been pushed. Youch.
Okay, Seal Esports, 164 points for them. Almost reaching out the 100 placement point marker right now, and DRS is out here onto the second, as we could see, 136. So DRS is starting up their wave. slowly and steadily. A1 Esports right now, well, they did go a bit down. Z3us Esports as well. High Voltage is on third right now. So talking about this one, right? We were talking about it that Skylight Esports will take the three-digit marker onto the placement point, but that is still not happening. That means the other teams are doing something out of the box.
Yeah, talk about things happening out of the box. I mean, the fight is really, really close. And I mean, it is, look at that, DRS Gaming 73 kills coming in for that team. That is an impressive number right there, ladies and gentlemen. But along with that, I mean, High Voltage just right behind them, and the difference is not that much. It's just 16 points between these two teams, so the competition is definitely tough. And as you mentioned, Blodder, StalwartFlex from Pakistan, they are not too far behind either. They are sitting on 109 points on the 7th
Exactly, and that's what consistency brings to the table. Now, as we move on along towards the second page, again, another team that we do want to see come online. Has to come online. Ocean has to be Deadeyes Guys, yeah?
Yeah. They need to step up, right? They are 7 points behind from Team F. Obviously, if they step up right now, there are still a few games remaining. They might as well just, contest till the position of maybe 7C or something. Like one good game can just push them apart from 7C. Obviously, that can happen. But talking about 7C, XP Blood Legion, R3D, F4, these teams also have to play their games, right? So if they have to, they gotta go for the good games.
Especially, I mean, all right. So Deadeyes, F4, XP Blood Legion, they've had a slow start, and well, the momentum was not in their favor this week.
Yeah.
But what about R3D? What happened to them? They were off to the races when this week started, and then all of a sudden, yesterday, they stopped performing.
Well, that is true, mate. But again, I mean, that is the kind of gameplay that all these teams have showcased us up until now when it comes to 2 games that have already been done. But alongside that, another thing that is set up for you guys sitting back at home is going to be the rewards. It's going to be the incredible rewards that are set up now. Those of you who do not know, you can very well be watching the game through the Esports Center in-game itself. As you do so, you will be earning points. You can then multiply those points with guessing weekly winners. But at the end, you, of course, get the opportunity to get so many of these wonderful gifts. And alongside that, the perfect outfit for PMPL South Asia.
Yeah, the perfect outfit. I mean, it is quite perfect. I mean, looks awesome, has the logo as well. But wait, there's more.
There's a lot more indeed in store. Because again, I mean, that's of course just the virtual gifts and items that are set up for you. But as you move on along towards the hardcore prize, the super giveaway that's been set up for you all sitting back at home, it is going to be the airports on the line for you that you could very well be a part of. You could, of course, get the in-game items alongside gift cards in your local currency. But to step into all of this awesomeness, you're going to have to do a couple of things. The most important is to, of course, follow your team and showcase that love for your team and share that support across the board with the hashtag of PMPL SA with your unique UID code followed by the region that you are following from. Now, at the end, few of you lucky ones could very well be holding AirPods Pro and playing the game with that much more finesse, hopefully.
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
I mean, yes.
Yes,
I mean,
we'd love to get it.
Yeah.
No question about it, right? But yeah, move on along. This is just the rewards that we just spoke about. Now, more 2 games on. Let's have a look at the third game. Where exactly are we stepping into? What map is going to be back to Erangel?
Yeah, talking about this Erangel, obviously it's going to be different as compared to the previous one in terms of circle, if you want to talk about it, in terms of players' mentalities, because now this is going to be the second last Erangel for this Super Weekend, right? So teams would want to go for something different, something unique probably. As we saw XP Blood Legion, again changing their drop location in the first Erangel, they went to Milta as compared to Novo Repnoy that there was, so maybe things might change again.
Well, maybe things might change, but one thing that has been a pattern since yesterday is Sanhok has been the domination of the Nepali teams.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you yourself said in the last game as well, I mean, Miramar was totally dominated by those Nepali teams. I think that is going to happen this time as well.
Totally. But when we talk about the map chance right now, you can see, teams obviously just standing on top of every other team of the competition. PN Crews out there as well, as they've had 5 kills each in the average, as we just talked about. But Team Z3us, so they like to play really good, I would say, because Team Z3us is one of the most consistent teams, if I'll talk about, this map, because in the previous game as well, in the first game of Erangel, they were looking out there in top 3. Zol was... he was dominant force to be reckoned with, and yesterday as well there has been things. So teams, Zeus might as well just outshine in this one.
Well, they might make it, but I think high voltage, they are doing really well for themselves. The momentum looks good.
Yeah.
The team almost had a chicken dinner, so they are not going to deter from their path. They're going to stick to it, and they're going to try and have a good finish in this.
And alongside that, of course, hopefully A1 Esports is able to showcase a bit more than that. Alongside that, of course, A1, we've seen gameplays from them, but Deadeyes need to be coming online sooner than later, because now is the moment for them to, you know, showcase that wonderful support that they've got from the entirety of their fans. With that, any predictions?
High voltage.
High voltage. Ocean, what do you want to?
Zeus.
Zeus. All right, mates. With that, let's move on to our casters. Get set up with this third game of the wonderful first ever Super Weekend in the PMPL South Asia region. It is going to be, of course, XP and Play taking you through the third game on Erangel.
Thank you very much for that, Blotter. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the third game of the day, of the final day, of the third day of the Super Weekend. It is going to be, once more, Erangel we find ourselves on. However, before we jump into Erangel, before we start talking about what we have ahead of us, what the hell happened in that final fight on Miramar? Like, I was watching that game with you, and I was holding my head in my hands.
All right, you know, in your markets, in the financial world, you have something called mutual funds. So whenever you have an advertisement play, bear with me, I have a point. So, you know, they say that mutual fund that's subject to market risk, they run through it. So it's like an insurance policy. So high voltage, they sent 2 members forward to deal with the remnants of DRS. However, 2 of them held themselves back behind cover as an insurance policy, but sometimes it doesn't work out. Had they all pushed at the same time, it would have been a different story, but kudos to DRS. It just goes to show you may be down, but you are never out.
You're never out indeed. DRS Gaming now getting 3 chicken dinners. They are potentially looking for the 4th, tying things up. Today has been a quiet day for Mongolian Overlord. Seal alongside Zeus, not really having the impact we've seen from them, at least in the first 2 days of the Super Weekend. But everything could change here. It is going to be Erangel. It's a map that these teams really are very comfortable on. And this time around, the playing path, you can see for yourselves, going to be starting smack on top of Severny. So if I'm R3D, I'm very happy with that. And it's going to be ending towards my favorite town. It's going to be heading towards Primorsk.
However, the thing is, lately Primorsk has been the hub of all the action. I'm pretty sure you would rather be in Kameshki or Zarki play. But anyway, coming and having a look at how the teams are going to be dropping off. Of course, Kameshki is a lot of place with play would want to be, because R3D Esports are going to be heading in that direction. Of course, that is the one spot these boys are most comfortable in. Now, my eyes again are going to go around the Georgia Paul region, because, well, Seal Esports are going to be expected to drop down over there. However, are Zeus still going to be chasing them?
That is the question, right? It's interesting how these 2 Mongolian teams...
They are.
I mean, these 2 Mongolian teams, I don't know why they have it out for each other. Usually we see teams from the, from the same region, from the same country, kind of, I wouldn't say help each other out, but kind of be like, all right, until the final circle or later in the game, we're just going to let you be. Seal and Zeus, they kind of have it out for each other. Interesting how Venom Legends are dropping towards Primorsk. They usually like dropping to the Milta Power area. We have seen them drop towards Primorsk as well. It's not like they're stuck to Milta Power. And looking at the plane path, they're like, yeah, we're going to go for this. But one thing is certain in life. I'll tell you what it is. It's death, taxes, and StalwartFlex heading to the military base. And this time around, it is 100% the right call. It is going to be a military circle, at least for now.
At least for now, and of course, I love that. I love that. 3 things are going to be certain in life: death, taxes, and stalwart. I just love it. Note this down. Anyway, yes, they are going to be heading down to the Sosnovka military base. Of course, the thing is, now since the circle is as it is on our screens, we could expect a few more teams to come and try and play a little spoil sport as far as all that loot goes. However, as my eyes are just going to be scanning the entirety of the map, of course, Georgia Paul is going to be hotly contested by Seal Esports and Zeus Esports. And as you did mention, I think it's a good call as far as Venom Esports go, because again, they have the lay of the land down below, and they're going to have a lot of loot. What is going to be a little surprising, or a little crucial in fact, are the boys from High Voltage. Now High Voltage again. When you lose 4v2, it is going to be a little bit of a detrimental effect on your psyche. If they don't let that happen, I would actually agree with Johnny, because he did pick High Voltage to win this game, and you never know. But let's see if the nerves are settled.
Well, let's see if the nerves do get settled or have settled already, because, again, there is no time to really, you know, kind of marinate in your misery, right? Sure, you had the chicken dinner opportunity, it slipped away from your hands, but hey, there's another opportunity right now, right here on this map. You can see the early rotations already taking place.
Talking about opportunities, have a look at Team F4 now. They are going to be crossing the bridge. I'm pretty sure Nova Repnoi is going to be their grand destination. However, the question is, are they going to be a little wary of whether Blood Legion have dropped in or not? So we're going to see whether they're going to go nice and easy or they're going to be sneaking their way in. Now, T2K, of course, is nearby, but hold on a second because action is breaking out between Blood Legion and Deadeyes Guys.
Dominic leading the charge. I do remember his Hail Mary drive through Rozok in the first game. Didn't quite pan out, and looks like Deadeyes Guys, who are, again, the biggest shock for me in this tournament so far has been how absolutely rough it's looked for these guys, right? They're last place right now. They're only on 40 points. And Blood Legion, who had a rough start, they've actually managed to kind of, I wouldn't say claw themselves out from the bottom. They're still in 49 points, but yeah, Deadeyes Guys, it has been a shocker for me.
You know, as far as Blood Legion goes, I mean, they didn't get that chicken dinner. They were so close yesterday, although it was DRS who finally won all the glory. They did have one good game, which goes to show, since remember, this is still the first Super Weekend. Now, if they get a chance to make it back next weekend, all they need is a couple of good games and they can perpetually just catapult themselves up on the leaderboard. Because remember, wait a second, that was kind of picturesque the way Leo and Rayan just came in, but on top could be in a position to lay down some hurt. The question is Leo even aware that the enemy is nearby? I think he is because, well, Gyro has been taken down by on top.
Gyro has indeed been taken down, and this is it's a bit of a prolonged battle taking place here. Blood Legion, they need to get that res onto Gyro. Shifu getting dropped as well, and Deadeyes Guys not looking good. Shifu will be finished off, and that is going to be the first casualty here for the side of Deadeyes Guys. They're still together. Illusion away. He can provide some good information. In fact, he could even be a surprise, a jack in the box with a few bullets as well. If Blood Legion do opt to push Deadeyes Guys, the problem is if they push from outside, sure, he's going to have a line inside of them. If they're pushing from inside, it's not going to be easy. We can also see on in the kill feed that Venom Legends are being abused at the moment by Skylight Gaming.
Well, they are being abused, and it looks like Steel Shot is going to be put in the ground. But I did kind of see one thing that was kind of interesting. Wait a second, what just happened there?
Why are they fighting out like on the beaches like this early?
They're trying to recreate Normandy right now because you have the tanks, you have everything over there. The only thing is, where are the machine gun nests?
Well,
and I think the question is, what are they doing out there?
Yeah, what are they doing out there? I'm just very surprised. Like, okay. While we do have Blood Legion making a run for it here, they're not looking. Oh, but Dominic's getting shot at though. He is getting shot at, and it is High Voltage coming in and joining into the fray. And Blood Legion's like, oh crap. We're kind of trapped here. Can we take a look? Okay, there's a bit of lull in the action here. Very quickly, can we have a look at the map, please? There's something which I'm sure is gonna make you a bit excited here, XP. All right, production map. Come on, give me the map. Give me the map.
If I have the same thought in my mind. But anyway, till the map is going to be on our screens, I quickly want to say one thing. Now, High Voltage are going to be hungry. There you go. I'm going to hold on. Exactly. That is what I was thinking as well. I like the fact that we like working together because we are pretty much the same guys. Now, have a look at how Venom Legends have already skedaddled down south by way of the water. And following them are the boys from Skylight Gaming. But behind them, we have Z3us Esports. Now, I think it is because Z3us Esports showed up that everyone was like, you know what? We'll see you later.
For me, it just kind of reminds me of how the Suez Canal is blocked right now, so everyone's having to go around around the Cape of Good Hope, all down the way south in Africa. It's kind of like that.
Also, since we have the map open, I just wanted to point one thing out. Look at 7C's position. Wait a second, I'm going to come back to that, as Seal are going to be opening up on Skylight Gaming.
Seal not allowing Skylight Gaming to make an escape, and Zake, that was a team nade. Uh-oh, it's not looking good at all for Seal. 2 players down. Killer and Zake, though, holding the line. Demon. Oh, the nade, no, it's going to be a little short of where he wants it to land. Killer pushing on in, so the res is going to be coming in for Baron. And I like that. I like how Scarlet Gaming are almost about to get on their boat, and suddenly they realize that Seal is nearby, and Seal immediately pushing and not allowing them to escape. And it's a good thing Scarlet Gaming waited, right? Imagine if they were in the boats, and Seal came in from behind and shot them down.
Talking about boats, in the corner of my court, this Wally is going to be in a boat. He's going to rotate all the way around them and possibly lay down some lead. Have a look at that. He's already moved in a position that he can kind of get them from the side. However, the question is, do they have the presence of mind? I think they do. Leon is doing the right thing. He's making sure the flank behind them is secure.
They're trapped, though. They are looking like they are completely trapped. Speaking of Leon, you didn't mention him. He has that buggy to work with, but yes, Wally is such a good angle. They can't escape from behind a warehouse. So right now they're trapped. They have to either take the fight. Yeah, there's no either. They have to take this fight. There is no escape. Seal are not going to let them escape here. The vehicles have been blown up. There's the one buggy they have. There are 4 of them and 1 buggy. That's not enough number of seats either.
Now, see, Seal can back off. I totally agree with you. However, they do have those boats, but you got to realize one thing. They are so fragile. A few bullets are going to make them a little bit smoky, but I think they have other ideas as they're now going in for the kill.
You really think Seal's going to back off?
I mean,
Seal.
The moment I said that, I was like, wait a second, did I just say that?
Yeah, Seal's not going to back off. And the fact that Leon's been taken down, oh, the nade could be good. He cooks it well, but doesn't deal enough damage. No, the problem is... Oh, another one's down. Demon's down as well. Joker's down as well. It's over. It's all in Chari. He's got to try and keep the Gods of Death at bay. Baron even goes prone. It's actually going to be Killer. He's going to get the kill at the end over there. I know it's going to be Baron who gets the finishes off the kill. And it was just... It looked like it was done from the get-go. The moment we saw Skylight Gaming trapped there, and I got to give credit to Seal, the way they approached it. They didn't just push on in bullheadedly. They took the time, they flanked in, they picked up the first player, got the second player. It's at 4v2. What do? They push in together.
There you go. Ooh, shots fired. But now we are going to talk about A1 Esports. They have had a should I dare I say a lackluster game today as far as kills go, but looks like they might just lay down a few shots on Crypto. It's not going to be enough as he is going to make it on the other side of the hill. But again, I like that they are getting a bit aggressive now because this area, just west or rather northwest of the military base, is a hotly contested area, especially the bridge since the bridge is so close by. However, StalwartFlex were not expecting this and they have maybe left it a bit too late to go to the military compound because, well, another team could be joining them.
If you can take a look at the map again real quickly, we have 3 teams who are crossing that channel simultaneously. And it is High Voltage, 7C, and DRS. And all these 3 teams are actually going to be crossing over to the southern island.
If you remember, we saw something similar to this yesterday when pretty much teammates from opposing teams actually were kind of swimming next to one another. However, before we go on to that, I like the fact that A1 Esports are putting up the aggression and have a look. They all are going to make it at the same time. Let's add a 4th team as well because it's not just High Voltage, it's not just 7C, it's not just DRS. P and Crew want to join in on the fun as well. And, well, judging by what's happening around, Zeus are getting ready to cross the bridge.
Yeah, indeed. High Voltage, 7C, DRS managing cross and over. And unfortunately for P and Crew, like, we know where they're like dropping towards. They're like, yeah, we'll go on and late. Now, there is still a possibility the circle could potentially end up in the northern island. There is still that possibility.
You are a dreamer, aren't you?
I like to dream. But if it doesn't play out that way, they're in for a nightmare because those beaches are going to be filled with players looking to shoot them down. Zeus are going to be crossing over from the western bridges. No one really camping the bridge, so they're going to be able to cross on over pretty comfortably. Carnage Esports, I'm surprised they even found a boat there.
Well, I mean, it is the ferry pier, so if you don't find an extra boat at the ferry pier, maybe you want to rename it. But now Baron and the boys from Seal Esports, have a look at that. They are going to go all the way to the south and are going to try and basically surprise any team that is going to be on the southern side of the military base. It does work, but Venom Legends, I kind of thought that they were going to be waiting for them, which is the right call. They're going to move in further inland and make sure that they hold themselves up in one of those buildings because remember, they have lost a couple of players.
They have, and they want to play this one a little safe. Turula from 7C. He just goes prone. Yeah, I think it is little spider sense tingling. It's like someone seems to be in the vicinity. And they've all seen each other cross, right? They know they've crossed on over. No one really took any shots at each other. So they're going to be wary of the fact that someone might be there. Seal have managed to land on the southern beach. As Turula, he's going to let loose a couple of bullets. A few bullets does find Aussie, but he doesn't quite get the knock.
I love the fact that Seal did take that little southern scenic route, but the thing is, Carnage Esports are hot on their heels as well. Now, the thing is, there's an airdrop which has landed right next to Seal Esports, which is, you know, they're going to go for that drop. They're going to go and loot it. Little do they know, they've just, whoa, for a second, the way that camera just cut angles right now, I thought somebody was getting run over, but if we were in the same team, it doesn't really matter. And, well, we have a little drastic shift as far as the zone is concerned, but before that, 7C are picking on a fight with high voltage.
I just want to point out to the Carnage, they were actually heading all the way down south towards Seal, and immediately they pivot back because they see the new circle. How lucky, how good can the timing be for Carnage Esports? And the circle is still on the bridge. This could be violent.
This could be violent, but then it is going to be pivotal. In fact, it's going to be really important for Z3us Esports to make sure that they have a little bit of presence on either side of the bridge in case they want to capitalize on it. And I like the fact that PN Crew, they played it a bit safe, they played it slower. They were like, wait a second, should we actually jump into the channel as well? Or are we going to go driving? I guess we might see some bridge action now. Question is Zeus going to be expecting someone to come from behind? Because they might think that they have their backs up against the wall.
Indeed, that could be the mistake which could unravel all their plans, but that is just us, just hypothesizing how things might be playing on out. 55 still alive. They've lost a few members so far, and one of the teams who we lost early on was Skylight Gaming. They got annihilated by Seal Esports. Again, Erangel, a map with these Mongolians are so very comfortable on, and that is something that's got to be in the back of the minds of a lot of these teams. 7C exchanging a few bullets with high voltage. The problem with 7C here, though, XP, is the fact that even though they're very close by, they are not in the play zone. They need to either push on up, take this fight against high voltage, which is inadvisable in my opinion, or they rotate a little bit further away and try to enter the play zone from somewhere else, which is exactly what they seem to be doing. Void, he goes for the U-turn. Unfortunately, he doesn't escape fast enough, and Void will be taken down and put into the ground 6 feet under by Jiggle, and Carnage Esports announcing their presence.
Announcing the present indeed, and wait a second, it's going to be a little bit chaotic as Jane finds himself in a similar situation.
Snakes in the grass, and they are so very venomous indeed. Baron's going to finish off Zane, and look at Jane, look at T2K immediately turning tail and driving away, and they're going to have to try to relocate. That's going to be a problem for a lot of these teams. The number of teams coming in from just south of the military base, the multitude of them, what they don't know is Carnage and Seal have kind of called it their home.
Also, now we did kind of see Seal pick on a fight with T2K. Of course, Jane was lost in that skirmish just moments before Team F4 had the same idea, and that is all because of the airdrops which have fallen over there, and people are like, you know what, maybe no one's gone for them. Well, they literally got a big surprise in their face.
Carnage are going to find a free airdrop. There's no one where Carnage is, as finally, high voltage, they will find a team to bully a bit. Uzum should be careful, but Seal sneaking in from behind. They're going to get a drop onto him. It's a four-way fight breaking out here. Blood Legion and high voltage is duking it out. Blood Legion are getting bloodied. An assassin finishing off Dominic, and with that, that is going to be Blood Legion swept away. They bleed out into the ground, and all that remains are the corpses littering the southern island. And high voltage, they're going to be happy with that. They got a good wipe, they got a number of kills as well, 4 kills, keeping all alive as well, and they are going to be pretty happy for the moment. And looking at the next circle, oh boy, oh boy.
Although high voltage had a little skirmish over there, I'm going to point one thing out. It gave 7C enough time to kind of just circumnavigate around them and hit the zone first, because it is going to be a race for those compounds, and it looks like Turu Love and his teammate are going to be first. Expect them to jump out of their vehicles and just lay down lead. We are going to see some drive-bys right about now.
What I want to see right now is what's happening up north. There are 3 teams. Okay, Seal though, 5 kills. They have Killer on his knee, so he's got to smoke. StalwartFlex, they're very close by. They have the high ground, and Seal are now trapped between 2 teams. Sure, they have Red Virus in their sights, but from behind it is going to be StalwartFlex who are going to be laying down the lead. Zeus, in the meantime, taking the fight to PN Crew. That's way up north of the bridge. We can get back to it later on. But for Seal, yes, they're looking good right now.
That was so beautiful.
They're so good at taking these fights. StalwartFlex, they opt not to take the fight. They opt not to take the fight. Instead, they drive straight towards DRS, who have 4 chicken dinners to their name, looking to make it 5, and this is not looking pretty at all.
You know, I am not complaining. I'm loving this aggression that StalwartFlex are showcasing today, and they have been doing good. They haven't won the chicken dinner, but they have racked up quite a few kills, have they?
They have, and up north, by the way, it is a bloody battle. Zeus have completely dismantle PN Crew. They will fall. They just get 1 kill to the name. And Deadeyes Guys, 2 players survive, but they only survive because they jump into the water. So you can see that the Deadeyes Guys, if you look at the map later on, they are in the water, swimming through the certain circle. And Zeus, they're still holding the north side of the bridge. Now, they didn't do what you expected them to do, where they would split in two in a team of 2 pairs. Instead, they opt to play all together. They're going to be crossing the bridge.
Again, it's all thanks to P and crew suddenly showing up, because they did think that they had the backs against the wall. Well, they definitely dealt with it, as now we're going to see StalwartFlex still picking a fight with DRX. However, we do have a couple of teams moving in. R3D could be in a dangerous position. Ooh, that was close. He was almost knocked out. And again, remember, the doors are made of wood.
The doors are made of wood. Bullets will definitely go through them. Z3us Esports on 7 kills, all 4 alive. Taking a look at the circle, as Zeus have crossed on over, and they're going to be making camp at the end of the bridge. They're going to be crossing over towards the island because they have no eyes. They don't really have any information as to what is going on over there. Uzum is trying to blow up his UAZ to provide a bit of non-explosive cover. And for the time being, StalwartFlex are in a decent place for the time being, but Seal are moving in, F4 are moving in, and right in front of them are DRS. It's going to be 4 teams in the southern part of the circle. If you look at the other parts of the play zone, it's kind of safe for most of these guys.
Oh, I thought he almost missed him, but it looks like Killer is going to meet his maker, as he is going to be put out of his misery. But have a look at Zeus's position. Now they have the option to either A, stay up on the bridge. Mind you, they can even drop down, and there's a lot of cover as Wally is going to be sneaking in on Uzum's position.
They want that. They want the revenge, XP. They want to get those kills. They want to punish StalwartFlex for taking down Killer. Now the res is coming in. It will come on in for StalwartFlex. Again, for StalwartFlex, they have 3 players alive and kicking. It's been a pretty good game for them so far. They have 5 kills to the name, but they have to face off against these guys, Wally and his men. And Wally already 400 points of damage, although he just has 1 kill to show for it. And he's slowly creeping on in. Uzum's gonna get into the buggy. He's gonna get into the buggy.
The fact that he kind of had cover from that UAZ is what allowed him to get away. But of course, Wally doesn't want to give his position away as well just yet. Because remember, you might not see them on your screen, but there is still a team behind them. And of course, Stalwart Esports are going to be surrounding them.
That was a bait. That was a bait play coming up from Stalwart Esports. They fooled Seal Esports into thinking that they had actually evacuated the premises, but they didn't. They get the knock. Wally trying to reply back is pushing into its blade. Backup should be arriving in the form of Johnny, but Johnny's far away. Blade, it's all on himself. He's got to heal himself. He's got to somehow make sure none of the bullets land, and he's going to use his first aid kit, and he's going to actually make his escape. Baron barely alive on sliver of health, and 7C, they are smack in the center. I don't even know how they find themselves here, but they're looking good. Zeus nearby, and Deadeyes Guys, amongst all the commotion, have managed to reach the beach.
The best thing that works for 7C is the fact that they have the only bunker in the vicinity, and those sandbags are going to provide some much needed cover, as DRS is going to be laying down their sights on Seal Gaming, who currently just have gone by, and Baron once again ran himself over. We've seen that in the past as well. I think he needs to stick to the skies.
Well, it looks like that's it for Seal. I think Seal just got knocked out. There were too many teams to contend with, and it was Wolverine who lays down the pain and, well, deals the final blow. StalwartFlex as well getting eliminated. Both Seal and StalwartFlex will fall by the wayside. Seal getting 8 kills, though, as we see nades raining in back and forth. A1 and R3D. It is a battle, a war of attrition. And look at the number of nades these two teams have. The next one from 9boy is perfection. Anubis will drop. Dragon and Red Gear trying to keep them pinned down, trying to prevent 9boy from pushing in, but 9boy, he's got balls of steel. He's still pushing up. He's still going to be pushing on up, but Joker is lying in wait, and they're going to mow them down with their guns. Sinister has everything to do. He's barely alive. A1 alive by a single thread. Another nade sails in, and it is so brutal, but not good enough to get the kill.
A little bit of a mistake over here. 6ix9ine kind of gave his position away because he took that buggy right on his teammate, and that preemptive strike through the grass was primarily because they expected a vehicle to be coming at them. So, again, these little things are something that you have to keep in mind.
Some blue closing on in. It's just going to stop right at the edge. Anubis gets finished off. In the meantime, he's crawling around, crawling to safety. Edgar, last man, he's spotted out. He's gone prone, but he will be spotted on the horizon. Praveen from inside the house. Look at the circle. Look at the final play zone. 7C smack in the center. And like you said, they have the little hut to work with. The only team with any cover. Deadeyes Guys on top is still in the water. Zeus, they still have 2 players alive. They're outside of the play zone, but they're going to make a run for it. Carnage Esports are in a fantastic position to potentially get a chicken dinner because they have all 4 alive.
Z3us Esports at this point are just biding the time. They are keeping an eye out on 7C's position. They are waiting for another team to just storm that compound, storm that bunker from the other end. That is when they are going to be sneaking in. They won't make a move before that, but as soon as someone hits that bunker, that is when Z3us Esports is coming in. And as we have Abel spotting out A1 Esports in the distance, is he going to get lucky? Yes, he is.
Oh no, he gets hit by Turulov. Turulov joins the party, and that's going to be Sinister left alone. He is just going to drive straight into the water, joining on top, but does he survive? No, he doesn't. Sinister will be taken down. He goes down in the blaze of glory.
I love this. I love this. They waited for another team to come in. They knew that 7Cs are going to be having all their attention drawn towards that side. Did you look at that? That was clinical, the way they moved in behind the next piece of cover.
Z3us Esports, now that their countrymen in the form of Seal Esports have been eliminated, Z3us are like, alright, time for us to shine here. Although they're down to just the 2 members, DRS have been obliterated. That nade from Manish completely demolishing each and every member. And with that, well, we are down to the final 4 teams. 7C. 1 member alive, it is Fear. Abel in the water. He spotted on top. He knows where on top is. Oh! The boat explosion almost finding both of them. And look at Abel. He wants a kill. He wants to finish off on top. And on top just swimming around. It's like, yeah, no, you're not going to find me. So for the time being, a temporary truce being called between Z3us and on top. That is from Deadeyes Guys. And now, the real battle here, it's going to be between Carnage. On top's been finished off. 3 teams remaining, and 1 player still alive for the side of Z3us, but now Carnage versus 7C. It is a 4v3.
Abel is lucky that that boat has been blown to smithereens because I don't think anyone's aware of his position. It is the perfect cover, the perfect angle against a team like CNE, and oh my goodness, Carnage are out for blood. 11 kills already, all 4 members intact.
And the circle actually is still in the water, and Abel's been spotted out. He's been spotted out. Carnage, Snipe will finish him off. The 4v3 now, 7C. They haven't beleaguered, they have struggled, but this is a golden opportunity to finally get the first chicken dinner.
Shouldn't have been splashing around in the water that much.
Shouldn't, couldn't, wouldn't, I don't know. We have a new drop though, and I like what Carnage are doing here, right? I know they're splitting up in pairs, but that's, basically trying to circle 7C, keeping them pinned down, keeping them trapped. And bear in mind, Carnage are in the circle, they're in the play zone, but they have been dropped in this rotation. And Fear, he's going to try and blow up that UAZ. Praveen's there from above as well, and that is going to be Praveen. I take his name, and it's going to find Rig. It's a 2v4. It is a 2v4. As long as Snipe stays alive, the vehicle will be blown on up, and Praveen is doing a fantastic job keeping True Love and Fear at bay. If they can hold on to this fortification towards this rock, towards the beach, 7C have to cross open terrain.
You got to remember one thing. Since they have the man advantage, I love what Praveen did. He is giving the best cover. That is what someone like him needs to do, but then he gets knocked out. This is what I was going to get to. If he gets knocked out, they have committed 3 members out there. That means now their flank has been decimated. It's been wiped out, and now this is when 7C from their fortified position can put the pressure on. Fair is down. True Love is the last man standing, but does Carnage know that?
I don't know why he peeked out that wide to the right hand side. He knew there were at least 2 players there towards the beach, and I don't know what Jiggle's doing out in the open. Return fire, Manish 3v1 for the time being. Praveen's still alive, mind you, but Fear crawling behind the rock. He's trying to convey a little bit of information, but there's nothing True Love can do. He has to take the fight, and he can't win it. And Carnage, they leave Carnage in their wake. They get the chicken dinner, and boy oh boy, that was a dominant win.
That was a dominant win, and let me tell you one thing. Remember 7C's position? They were waiting for Venom Legends' little engagement, and they came along. It's all about their placement. The moment the zone shifted, they went straight for the beach, although Z3us was still atop the bridge. And it's all about the positioning. It's all about having that presence of mind. And boy, oh boy, did they hunker down in that bunker.
They hunkered down real hard indeed, and a great win, even for 7C, even though they don't get a chicken dinner in the end. A little bit of mistake I feel from Fear there, like peering out towards the right hand side when he knew for a fact there were a couple of players there.
Overextending a bit too much.
A bit too much over there, but you make the small little mistakes and it will come and hurt you in the end. But congratulations to Carnage Esports, they get a chicken dinner. And as we enter the final 2 games of the first Super Weekend, A1 Esports still don't have one.
They haven't shown up, but if you are still interested in a lot more Carnage on your screens in a few moments, we're going to take a quick little breather, but don't go anywhere because we'll be right back after this break.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We just got done with another game in the Super Weekend awesomeness. This is day number 3 of the Super Weekend, alongside which, of course, there is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Woke up your fun. It has been wonderful. It has been beautiful turn of events indeed when it comes to the entirety of PMPL South Asia. With that, I'm your host, Bloro. Let's move on the conversation towards our analyst and find out what do you guys got to say when it comes to this game.
I mean, an incredible performance from Carnage Esports, just making sure that the situation they were put in, which was advantageous to them, was not taken away. And yes, Snipe YT, I mean, there were a few, I have to say, I mean, the man is aggressive, man.
Exactly. 6 kills coming from him, 733 damage, 2442 survival time and healing 114. So talk about the circles, right? We saw a lot of hard shifts happening when the circle was going on to the military island. I told you it will be a military circle. This went down to a military island, but then it went to a northern shift with respect to the military island only, and that's where Team Zeus was on the bridge, but they could not make it totally inside the area. That's where they lost the fight. Talking about the other teams, Team Seal, they went inside the circle, but they could not hold their grounds.
Absolutely.
That was one team that I wanted to talk about, Team Seal. I mean, because earlier on in the game, they had a lot of kills.
They certainly did, and with that, of course, let's have a look at the top players coming in from this game, where, of course, as Johnny was just mentioning, I mean, yes, Seal certainly did start off that early aggression against Deadeyes Guys, but that rotation and then eventually the circle kind of pushed them into a curveball.
But talking about curveballs, I mean, this was a curveball that was set by the players of Carnage Esports, and, well, it hit pretty hard. Because now you have 2 players right here with 11 kills on just these 2 lads combined. And let's not forget, I mean, Snipe and Praveen, there were moments they were in trouble. So I want to, I mean, kudos to their teammate as well, saving Snipe from a situation where he was knocked out in the open. Then Praveen tried to run down the slope, he got knocked down, and their teammates kept them alive.
Exactly.
And that's an important thing.
That certainly matters, right?
Yes, true. And, well, of course, with that, let's have a look at the match ranking, where Carnage Esports taking a perfect chicken dinner for themselves with 15 kills. The amount of aggression coming in from this team. The only team as of now with 2-digit kill department.
Exactly. I mean, this time, I mean, today has been quite an interesting day, because now we have had multiple matches where there's like a lot of kills coming in for teams in the top 3.
So DE, you know, letting on top play in the roster right now, I would say this kind of just starts up their day, because right now in this game they played for the placement points. They did not go for the kill points, obviously, and obviously they were inside the water area, so they could not go for the kill points. So I would say they needed a placement point game. Now they might just go aggressive. Plus 2 games remaining, it's needed. They would not want to be the team that ends at 16th position, right?
That is true. That is certainly going to be true. But again, I mean, if we bring the conversation towards Venom Legends or XP Proud Legion for that matter, it has been a very
having
tricky
a fun
affair.
time,
No, not at all. Not at all indeed. On the other side, of course, you talk about Skylight. Again, that was one of those teams that was taken away. Well, again, it was this team that just dominated against them, and that was, of course, Skylight Sports. But when you convert all of that together, it was the zones that kept on moving and churning along from one to the other, as Ocean was just mentioning.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, the military base is 100% inside the circle. That means the circle had to go down, and the circle did go down in this one. But now comes down one thing, and that is, you can see A1 Esports, right? They had a good area inside the circle. Team Seal just went from the water area. Carnage, they went from the back sides, but once they knew that the circle is out there, you can see how immediately they just turned themselves to be inside the circle. They knew at this shoreline no one would be there, and they held their ground perfectly.
And in a situation like these, one of the biggest challenges that you can face is how do you cross over to the other side. And that is why we saw some individuals in the water. The players from Team Zeus also tried to take that approach when we saw Ably trying to charge in. Zeol was left behind, but that was the problem. Your teammate is left behind you. You charge in, you have been spotted out because they saw him go in.
Exactly, and boy oh boy, I mean, there are so many of these moments that took place throughout this entire game. That, of course, was, well, brought down to the knees, as you just saw. But let's move on to the Oppo moments directly.
Alright, well, talking about this one, you could see, right, how aggressive the game was right from the start.
Exactly, I mean, that is one thing that I want to say as well. I mean, right off the bat, a lot of aggression, a lot of team fights breaking out, and all of that happens when the circle is going to take a weird start. I mean, this time as well, right off the bat, military island circle, and as soon as you land, you start thinking, alright, we gotta move fast.
That's needed in these kind of circles, because you know the only way to move is either from the bridge or from the water lines. And hey, if you are caught down in the water areas, it might be a crucial affair for you. If you're on the bridge side, you have only one direction to go and not the other one. So those things kind of just matter. This was the final fight, and you could see, you know, Fear went down. There was one player remaining. There was True Love. He tried to, you know, just sneak out his way, but that did not happen. I mean, you move out, your head is there, and that's where the headshots arrive, and
Exactly, and they
GGs.
converted that into their favor just perfectly. And with that, when you look at the damage histograph coming in right here, of course, we see Carnage Esports right on top with 15 kills coming into their favor, whereas all the entirety of the lobby, well, a decent turn of wins, but not so good for Venom once again.
I mean, no one could escape the Carnage.
Talk about Seal right now, 1861 damage, and they had 8 kills. And yeah, you said it right, no one can escape the Carnage, that's for sure. But if we just talk about the damage, I mean, there were 2-3 teams that had everything good for themselves, but then there were other teams. I mean, talking about DE, talk about DRS, they had 0 kills, but they managed to get good placements for themselves.
And sort of a weird turn of events from the side of R3D Esports. I mean, where you have 1,000 damage being converted to just 1 kill. I mean, as Ocean said, good fights and bad fights. That fight was pretty nasty.
It certainly was. Another fight that I do want to talk about is going to be the one that, of course, StalwartYT from Carnage just took down, where it was Zeus on the receiving end, and we're going to be getting into an interview with StalwartYT in just a few moments. But before we step into that interview, let's have a look at the overall rankings, where, of course, the journey, the story is going to bring it down to what has been this event been.
Wow, talk about Carnage, now they are in top 3. Yep. And that too, 1 point shying from DRS?
Yeah. Wow. 1 point away, just one point that I think they might be able to catch up. So by the end of the day, we should be able to see this team on the 3rd position. They have been consistent. One thing I would like to point out, they have been really consistent, because look at this. They just have 1 chicken dinner, which they just got. Before this, they did not have a chicken dinner, and they were still in the top 8. They were still in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, talking about all the placements out there, Seal Esports, they did reach the triple-digit marker for themselves. DE, Explore Legion, R3D, they are just out here, but they'll have to just start up their game right now, because again, 2 games remaining. One can change your day, one can change your weekend if you want to just, go on a good stage.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, you take it back to yesterday where we had 2 games remaining. It was XP Blood Legion that came online and showcased that, yep, we are here to fight. And again, that could very well be the case when it comes to Deadeyes as well as XP, as well as so many of these teams that are at that bottom 4 position.
Exactly.
But with that, anything more would you like to add?
I mean, I was just going to say, I mean, from this point of overall standings, like before we started the day, we have 3 segments where the teams were competing. Now there are 4.
Yes, that is true, mate. That is so very true. With that, it is time to step into the interview with, of course, Carnage Esports player StalwartYT coming on to our screens in any moment.
Hey, Snipe, what's up?
Everything good. After that, we continue.
Oh yeah, obviously. So I have a really minimal question for you, and the question is going to be PMCO's Carnage versus PMPL Carnage. So how do you see the difference? Because at that time, obviously, Carnage was one of the brilliant teams out there in the lobby. So how difficult or how easy or how mind-boggling are the gameplays of your opponents if you talk about PMCO and PMPL? What are the differences that you're seeing?
Differences are not much, but the competition is very difficult. But it takes us 1 to 2 days. The qualifiers made us in confidence in ourselves. After that, we know the meta of these teams.
Yeah.
We know the competition is hard, but we play in our own game and we'll shine.
Well, congratulations. I mean, that was just perfect play. You've got your chicken dinner. All the other teams, of course, are moving on along with 3 chicken dinners, 4 chicken dinners. Where comes in this team with just 1 chicken dinner? With that, let's move on to the second question coming in from Isopajani.
My question is also going to be a simple one. I mean, I just want to know how you guys look at the picture, because you have teams, as Blotter also mentioned, teams getting 3 chicken dinners, 4 chicken dinners. On the other hand, there's your team. That, I mean, you got your first chicken dinner in the Super Weekend, but you guys have been really consistent. So how does the game plan look like for your team?
We just go for that chicken dinner, but the zone shifted too hard. That's why. But now the zone ended on ourselves, near us, and we get that chicken dinner. We will go further in to get chicken dinner as well, if the zone give us more time.
Absolutely. Again, congratulations to you and your team. That was just perfect play, perfect dynamic control of the entirety. One more thing to talk about would, of course, be you rushing on along to support your player. As Johnny was mentioning in the analysis as well, just GG play coming in from your team. Congratulations once again, and hopefully you continue this throughout the next 2 games as well.
Thank you so much.
All the
keep
best.
supporting, keep loving. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. With that, we just heard it right here coming in from Snipe YT. Of course, keep supporting, keep loving the team, because that's what they are here to showcase you guys, the perfect aggression that this team will bring to the table every single time. But with that, do not forget to support the teams from your region. Hashtag PMPL SA, followed by the region that you're joining in from. With that, let's move on the conversation. Let's move on to the next game that's going to be coming on to our screens, and that will take us to the heat map of Sanhok.
Well, yeah, things do get heated up in Sanhok. I mean,
somehow, I mean, we would want to see the fast-paced fights, right, in Sanhok. But Sanhok, somehow, as compared to the previous Sanhoks that we might have seen, it starts off slow,
right,
and then it just, moves at a really good escalation point. So I would love to see how this Sanhok goes down, because this is going to be the last Sanhok, obviously, for the Super Weekend. So somehow, some teams would want to just, go for the domination. This is where, I don't know, A1 Esports might shine, because they have this thing for Sanhok.
Exactly. Either A1 Esports or Venom Legends, who, I mean, up until the last season, Season 2, were known for specializing on this map particularly. So they might try and use this opportunity to at least bring themselves in a better position.
Right, and that's going to be so very critical as well, because again, when you talk about the placement points coming in from those teams, as well as the total number of points coming in from the side of course Venom, it is looking a bit tough. But move on along towards, well, what does the stats say? Who is this map going to be favoring?
Wow, talk about the kills, right? If you talk about the average kills, it's not a lot in the numbers as compared to the other maps, but that also, comes down to one thing, and that is the fights that usually happens after the 6th circle or 7th circle in this kind of a map. So you will be getting lower average kill numbers, but that's where Carnage kind of just outshines as well, as you could see.
Exactly.
But another thing I'm very happy to see is on the 4th spot we've got Deadeyes right there, based on the stats, and that is that one team that all of us want to be able to see pick up that pace, mate.
You know what? I'm feeling like all these 3 teams that we just mentioned, I mean, the third one wasn't mentioned, but we were thinking about it, XB Blood Legion as well. True. XB Blood Legion, Venom Legends, and Deadeyes Guy. So these teams might just make it into the top 5 with decent number of kills in this game.
Well, that will be the hope, of course, no question about it. But with that, Ocean, will you have any select team that you would want to predict might just be able to take this chicken?
I mean, he's my best friend. Let's just go with this flat only out.
Alright, well, that is all there is when it comes to the perfect analysis coming in from these guys, as well as predictions. Now, you guys sitting back at home, you also can very well chime in. If you're joining in from, of course, the Esports Center, well, that's A-OK, and you're earning points, really good. But you can, of course, go onto YouTube and let us know what team are you supporting for, what team do you think is going to take this chicken dinner as of now. But enough banter from us. Let's move on to our casters. Let's get this game rolling across, and that's going to be none other than, of course, Necro and Paintfixers taking us through this.
Well, thank you so much, Lakshay. And well, it seems like the Gurkhali forefathers have definitely bestowed their powers on all the Nepali teams, as the domination is definitely coming in from that one region and heading into that fury map of Sanhok. Well, I've got to put you on the spot, Necro. Which team do you think is going to come out on top?
To be honest, I'm a believer.
All right.
And everybody knows at this point, I'm pretty sure. So I'm going to go with A1 Esports.
A1 Esports, a team that has been playing phenomenally well in the past couple of days, but has taken a slight dip as they've gone down a few places. But this certainly might be the match that they are looking out for, because they have been A1 in the map of Sanhok, and all they need to do is carry forward that rotation coming in all the way from Paradise Resort. But once we head into Sanhok, it certainly has been one of those maps where teams like Z3us even shines.
Exactly. Z3us, of course, a phenomenal team. No spotlight taken away from these lads. But the way these guys challenge fights sometimes, it really boggles my mind. The way these guys push in opens also, that also might catch them off guard sometimes, and that doesn't really work out all the time in their favor. But Z3us overall is a phenomenal team, and anything can happen. These guys are just on another level.
They certainly are on a whole different level. However, we have witnessed teams still taking quite a dip over them. I mean, despite the first game of Erangel that we witnessed, getting that second spot, in terms of kills, they've been falling short, but they have sort of amassed so much points for them that they really do not have to worry. But if they sort of keep being loose about things, maybe there's a slight chance that teams might just catch up. But here we go, heading into this beautiful rainforest that we have, as the teams are all geared up. And Necro, my friend, take this off.
Exactly. I mean, yesterday we did see, Blood Legion taking a massive plunge and, just dropping off somewhere else. We didn't really expect these lads to drop on the place where they actually dropped. And right now it does seem like they are going to be going for the same spot.
Yeah.
Docks is going to be where they're heading. And Carnage, of course, they like to go for those camp below there. And now, one thing I really want to point out over here is that Seal always like to go to the area of Tambang and Nakan. And Samhi is a place which is completely abandoned. And now taking a look at A1 Esports, of course, my predictions were that they are going to be winning this game. Of course, they prefer that Paradise Resort area.
Yeah.
Skylight Gaming, of course, we know they like to go for that boot camp area. So, I mean, pretty, casual drop spot. They're not going to be changing their initial thoughts inside the game. So, I really want to say how the circle is going to be panning out and how these teams are going to be making the rotations. Oh, this is a brilliant circle.
I mean, it's quite a default circle. We've also seen that in the past,
Yeah.
and sort of opens up a lot of possibilities. The circle can either shift towards the northern side. It's definitely going to favor A1 Esports. That's what Necro perhaps is wanting it to be. But we have seen, certain circles sort of tend to go down a bit towards the southern side, or maybe towards the eastern side. Yesterday, we did see those circles panning around the quarry region, where, of course, we did see DRS coming with that beautiful victory.
Exactly. That was an incredible clutch coming in from Mr. Bora there. How can you forget that? But now again, StalwartFlex seems like Uzum was taking his quite a lot of time, just staring down at the surrounding. Maybe he was just taking a look at the nature and, just admiring the beauty as Uzum has finally woken up and going to be focusing on the loot, of course. Going to be main factor inside the game. You need the loot. Carnage, the winners of the previous game, what a fantastic job by these lads. They had all their players alive until the end.
Taking a look at the pile of salt stacked up there, we haven't seen any salty players. Not a lot of fans, not a lot of
not a lot of disrespect.
Everyone is just serious and dead focused on the game. But moving the conversation along, we've got Zeus really having a very commanding position, and look at the cojones on the lads. Dropping off at quarry, they've got two of these players spit out on towards barn, so they're definitely gonna have that stacked up loot once they get moving to the center of the circle.
Well, I really want to focus on the players of F4O here, I mean, the way these guys are playing, not really able to show up fixes since a lot of time. And they need to do something inside this map. Like, they need to do something special. Now, PN Crew, of course, being in those nearby phrases, and 7C preferring that Pine spot. Now, one thing that can be really hurtful for F4 and that can be really damaging for the entire game over here is that Khan is really separated away.
Yeah.
And we have seen in the past 7C when they actually loot Painan, they actually go and prefer the compound where F4 Khan is.
Right.
And the separation might be their demise.
Might be. Team F4, you've got high hopes coming in from the lads, and they've been not there to deliver. However, StalwartFlex is definitely one of those teams that has been one of those shining stars that Pakistani fans are absolutely going to love and adore. But, moving forward, we've got the players of Seal. Now, this is a team that really tends to have that very minimal loot and then instantly get their vehicles, try to head directly inside the circle and maybe find a few kills here and there.
Well, I mean, finding the kills is going to be main factor, right? Of course, kill points and stuff like that, and even boost a lot of your confidence. And take a look at TDK as well.
Yeah.
Now, Reddit, sir, is in those nearby vicinities of A1 Esports, but one thing we definitely do know is that A1 Esports don't really stick around in the initial Paradise Resort spot. They go to a smaller compound nearby, and that is where they, sit down comfortably, take a look around there, each and every player, and once they feel like each and every single area is clear, and this is when they, try to rotate around more. But they don't really need to rotate. All they need to do is move down south a little bit more, get the initial spot in the middle of the circle, and then this is where their start might be fantastic.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and at the same moment, I would like to, talk a bit about Team High Voltage. This is one of the teams that sort of tends to go around the Camp Alpha region, and, once they are over there, it sort of becomes situational for them to get those chickens, because the moment circle shifts away from you, it's a tedious task to be, heading inside the zone, then fighting out against all the teams, but they have been doing a pretty neat job at that, in terms of the overall leaderboards. They're in there. Assassin is in a beautiful form. You know, the right time for the player to really shine. The way he's been performing, I'm really impressed. I'm just waiting for the remainder of the players. You know, once Odyssey starts up, and that's when these two players can absolutely wreak havoc in the lobby.
Well, that will be happening, but take a look at F4 now. These guys are making quite a lot of noise while these guys are making the rotations, of course, initially. And now the airdrop 1 is going to be on the board, and M249. Oh boy, oh. The demon of a weapon. As I like to call it, as the lawnmower.
I'm accustomed to it.
Well, now F4, as I was saying, of course, they did a brilliant choice by rotating inside the compound in those nearby frays.
Oh.
And finally seems like the first knock will be there. But again, I mean, F4, they're doing a pretty, just a basic game that they've been doing since a long time. But for now, I'm going to hold on to my word. The fight is panning out between StalwartFlex and XP Blood Legion. As Dominic has already went down, the nades will be locked in from Uzum to confirm that kill, but not really close enough. Somewhere down line, lacking the precision. But that Molotov can be harmful. That can be hurtful. But nope, again, not really close enough. But that nade is going to be doing it. Wow, what a nade coming in from Blade there. Dominic getting knocked off again. Of course, he was just revived on a sliver of HP, and that nade was enough to take him down.
It certainly was, as Blade will have to patch himself up, and Blood Legion again in a very picky spot, again caught off guard, and StalwartFlex are the ones who are going to be denying their entry inside the circle as another player falls short, and this is the cue. This is where they start making the move. Reviews sort of getting that first aid on, but Blade being blasted off by Leo. But how long are they going to survive? Because the trade-off is certainly there, as StalwartFlex finally making the push onto the players of Blood Legion, just waiting for the revival to come in. And this sort of delay is definitely be very detrimental, because the more you delay, there are high possible chances for another team to come in and maybe go in for a third party. But that being said, Blood Legion have finally backed off.
Well, I mean, I really feel bad for Leo there, They just left him out in dirt. And they were just like, all right, we're not going to be caring about you anymore. You're a gone case, so we're just going to be retreating and back off and maybe try to get ourselves a better positioning inside the circle, as, of course, Gyro and his teammate are going to be the one to, survive the situation out. StalwartFlex, a real good positioning coming in from these lads. The way these guys challenged the fight initially, those nade placements, those utilities. I mean, we did see, some misplaced utilities coming in from these lads, but it doesn't really matter. They managed to shook away the players of Blood Legion, and now a fight might be panning out between 7C and Carnage as well, of course being in those nearby phrases. But one thing also I want to point out over here is that take a look at Z3us, Skylight Gaming, Venom Esports, and R3D, and even Seal. All these teams are so compact in that little spot, and they're just inside the middle of the circle. And if the circle takes a hard shift somewhere else, then when these guys will make the rotations inside the middle of the circle in this next circle, this is where a lot of fights will be happening and the chaos will be starting.
Definitely. I mean, just in about like 3-4 minutes, I think that's where we see majority of the fights already happening. But sort of has been a slow start to Sanhok. We've seen that pace dropping off a bit. Teams being very, very choosy of their drop locations, then being very careful during the rotations. But the splash of colors are definitely there on the center spot, because everyone sort of has realized this circle is a center meta. You need to have it. You need to have the best of the positions, and that's what they're prioritizing right now. Now, F4 is in a very, very precarious position, because you've got so many teams surrounding them.
F4, yeah, they might be in massive water trouble. Of course, they haven't seen those back lines as well, and Carnage following it up, and then StalwartFlex on the right lines, Z3us in the front lines. It's like a sandwich situation going inside for F4. And, I mean, they can hold off the initial place they are at right now. Just make sure you're not too exposed to a lot of squads from your back. But talking about exposure, this airdrop is going to be quite exposed to a lot of teams, but the gun isn't. The gun is a gun which a lot of players don't really prefer to use, and they would rather prefer the M4 and 6X.
Well, to be honest, hey, we know it's a nog. The players don't. They might be asking for maybe an MK14 or maybe a Groza.
And they will be gifted with the level 3 helmets and armor.
You know, that's always an addition. But here we have F4 finally breaking loose as they have managed to find out Jiggle and have wiped him out.
Wow.
So not a kind of a start that Carnage would have had thought for themselves. I mean, considering how they are inside the compounds, getting that kill confirmed, where on earth was Jiggle actually been?
Well, that's a massive casualty as, I mean, Jiggle, of course, being the IGL of the team, he needs to stay alive. He needs to stay alive to make those, you know, initial strategy work because he's going to be the main person who is going to be, you know, putting those strategies on the board and the rest of the team will be following him. If he's going to be falling down this early off, then the rest of the team is going to be in a massive water trouble. Jiggle being the first man to get eliminated. And now, of course, the fight and the stare-down competition between F4 and Carnage still going on.
Yeah.
It's more kind of like they are just, you know, they have spotted each other, but the trigger discipline is there. Don't really want to give their spot away or their, you know, initial position away. Of course, it does make sense sometimes, but take a look at the circle shift. Now, this is what I was exactly talking about, right? If you want to get inside in the middle of the circle, you will need to contest Paradise Resort areas. And somewhere down the line, Zeus have a real good position. All they need to do is just hold down the spot they are at, or maybe take a little bit of, you know, more kind of like a hilly area and take the higher ground and then catch all those teams off guard when they're going to be rotating inside.
Absolutely. You know, talking about teams like T2K, well, I have to hold on to my thoughts as we have a fight amidst us as Seal is finally engaging against PN Crew as few shots have been exchanged. However, Legend making the move inside the bootcamp region and inside the main compound. However, Zaki has spotted him out, just opening up that ADS, and that is going to be the cause of his demise as Legend just blows his heads off with that atomic gun as Killer will be coming in for a trade-off as PN Crew are in a whole world of trouble as they do not have the numbers anymore favoring them as Killer was 2 out in the open. Just one of those players, last surviving members of PN Crew being alive. No, here we have the entirety of the squad being eliminated. Now, you know, bringing back to the conversation that we were having, I really like how T2K have positioned themselves. Now, if the circle sort of goes towards maybe the Paradise Resort, I think they are going to have a very open entry inside the zone.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly are. But take a look at what XP Blood Legion is doing. They're already rotating from all the way outside the zone, inside the blue, and they're going to be coming out on top. And now that is a quite brilliant rotation coming in from these lads.
Yeah.
But for now, Zeus, of course, spotting down the players of 7C, taking a lot of shots, and finally the knockdown is going to be there. And 7C might be in a massive water trouble, but certainly they do have that little bit of cover, and Zeus is not really in those nearby phrases, so the res will be there and might be looking quite good. But certainly if Zeus is going to be putting down a lot of lead inside them, then they will have to burn down a lot of utilities as well. Take a look at high voltage as well. They are rotating from complete waterways with those boats, but if they decide to, you know, stop somewhere downline where Venom Legends in, then they might be welcomed.
You know,
yeah, they are. They are actually going to be stopping right there. And Venom Legends is just right in those nearby phrases.
Greeted with lead. And blood being spattered over the grass is what high voltage will be, you know, welcomed with and sort of have made a safe landing. So that's good for starters. That's good for starters. They realize that, you know, you've always got a team watching out for you. Now, Venom Legends is one of those squads that are holding on. Now, they also have to get inside the zone. With 50 seconds remaining, can they do that? They are actually prioritizing the squad wipe over here.
Yep, they are. But one thing we are seeing here right now, there's a more kind of like a stare-down competition going on between the players of Venom Legends and High Voltage. Again, another care package inside the game. It's going to be M249. Again, that lawnmower, it certainly works out a lot much more better inside the map of Sanhok because that clip is just way too massive. And now again, High Voltage are on the move, and White certainly might be spotting Assassin as he's moving way too closer. He's getting real up close and personal extreme, getting caught off guard. Assassin is giving a lot of sound. That's going to be White in the close range, taking Assassin down as well. Now Aussie, of course, the last man surviving. High Voltage getting eliminated in just a glimpse.
Completely outplayed is what really happened in that situation. Venom Legends being so well prepared, for that due
was
aggression
brilliant.
coming in from high voltage, and that's how you take a fight. You need to take the squad down, find them with the pants down, and that is exactly what they did over here. As the circle has sort of taken a shift, towards the middle areas of Bootcamp and Paradise Resort. Skylight Gaming having the best position inside that. Now they know that a lot of teams are around them, so they're gonna take their own sweet time in letting all the fights happen. The moment the zone shifts away from them, that is maybe the time when they start making a move. But for now, they're gonna sit still. And now Venom Legends with that quick early squad wipe. That's something that I had not anticipated. I thought maybe the fight would be elongating for quite some time, but it just happened in a jiffy.
I mean, that was an absolute brilliant play coming in from Venom Legends. They did not give a single footstep or neither single visual clue. And when they knew that high voltage is on a move, that's when they all popped out and took down each and every single player of high voltage. And that they just got wiped in, just a second. Not even a second. They just got wiped so fast. Like, I don't even know, I blinked my eyes and high voltage was just already dropped off from the game. But now, again, Venom Legends on a move, and Deadeyes being in those nearby vicinities. And take a look at DRS and TDK as well.
Yeah.
These are two top-tier teams. If they're going to be clashing against each other, wow, I really want to see the collision happening.
So do I, but considering the fact that Blood Legion are not far behind, they might as well join the party. And, Carnage Esports, having lost out on yet another member, this time it's Snipe that has been taken out of the equation, and StalwartFlex, they have all of their eyes focused in here. And Manish finding out Blade in the process, taking a lot of damage, but somehow will manage to get that knock onto its Blade and will have to patch himself up. But it's still the boys from StalwartFlex who are getting on with aggression and are certainly not looking to back off anytime soon.
But take a look at the circle shift. It's favoring from the boys of R3D, and that is a massive statement over here. But now again, Venom Legends again pushing near the players of Deadeyes, and they're just waiting for them to walk inside the trap. Hungry Box being in those backlines. Take a look at how he's rotating. He's completely make the rotation inside the circle as well. Of course, from the backlines, he will probably be providing the essential cover fire. And as we were talking, the first knockdown has already happened, and it's going to be Rafat getting caught off guard.
Yeah.
And it's going to be on top, putting a lot of lead, injecting a lot of lead into his skull. Rafat certainly denying the choice that he made to be on that aggressive step right now. But on top again, has taken a little bit of damage, but not enough, so he can still challenge one more fight. And this is where White gets spotted. On top, beautiful contestation from this man. White might be in massive water trouble, barely surviving that out as well. Steel shot, take a look at these men. These men are just so crazy. Frypan is making that rotation inside the open field, and same goes with Steel shot. How are these guys so... I don't even have any words. These guys are just so, they just don't care about the way these guys are playing. And what a beautiful shot coming in from on top, taking down Steel shot. Now, of course, Frypan being the last man surviving. And now he's in a massive water trouble. The nade has been lobbed in from the player of Deadeyes, and that's going to be Hungry Box, maybe putting an end. No, barely making it though. It's going to be on the other side of the rock as Hungry Box wants to push in. Of course, his hands are kind of tingly as White is going to be on the left flank as well. Now, of course, Frypan will be taken down by Hungry Box, but White is on those left lines, and Hungry Box is going for the flank. Barely spots him. White makes it out alive, and White is going to be spotting down Hungry Box, taking him down as well. Two players short. Deadeyes are in a massive water trouble. White turning down the tables.
He certainly has, as he needs to patch himself up before getting him into the midst of the action, as he's lobbed that beautiful Molotov, but not really connecting, but still ongoing with the push. He knows this is a do-or-die situation, as finally he steps out of his cover, gets that one beautiful knock, but does not go in for the conversion over there. My apologies, as on top is the one player who will be kneeling, who will be bleeding, but there isn't enough time, as we find ourselves in yet another fight where we have Team F4 going against Team Seal over here, as Z3us Esports, they also take an early exit, but the only positive thing, they've got 3 kills, backing them up.
Exactly, but again, another fight is popping out between StalwartFlex and Avon Esports. Of course, the Avon Esports doing a fantastic job. They have the circle. All they need to do is just hold down the players of StalwartFlex. Reviews in a massive water trouble, down to low HP. 9boy does capitalize on the fact. Going to be lobbing inside a nade. Of course, need to cook that nade properly, and maybe this nade might just do it, but no, a little bit too far away. As Reviews is going to be moving in forward, and 9boy in the knees by Wisinita, and that's going to be enough. 9boy is just an absolute tanker. Managed to take down 3 players all by himself, single-handedly. One thing I really want to point out here is that the players of Venom Legends, the way these guys pushed the players of Deadeyes was quite questionable, not gonna lie. They should not have pushed like that.
They certainly should not have been, and that was the case, you know, back and forth. Hunters becoming the hunted, and Deadeyes did take the fight very well. But moving along, you have the circle finally panning out, and R3D are the happy bunch of people. Considering how many squads are on towards the eastern side, we might get to see a scuffle between the players of T2K and A1 Esports any single moment. But here we have Skylight Gaming trying to push on towards the players of F4 as they found one player, managed to knock him down and wipe out the entire squad. But they are sort of oblivious about the presence of Team Zeus, who have finally revealed their position and have managed to get a knock, and are gonna follow it up with a beautiful grenade.
Exactly. Now, of course, the stare-down competition going on between the players of Skylight Gaming and even Zeus. Zeus looking absolutely fantastic in their initial spot. They have contested Skylight Gaming in a massive water trouble. Joker went down, and even some players of Skylight Gaming were down to low HP as well. Joker, of course, going to be healing himself up, and so as Heaven, he needs to get his sled back up to the full HP, as they have been spotted. A lot of shots being taken down. Icy in a massive water trouble. That nade is going to be detrimental, taking him down. Incredible contestation. Chari, of course, the man to lob in that incredible nade, and now Zol seems like he wants to repeat the same thing, as he will probably be lobbing the nade in. But just take a look at this. They are getting contested from those backlines, and Seal, of course, being the one to put down lead inside the players of Zeus. But now again, Zeus taking down Leon, and of course the last man surviving is going to be Joker. But for how long is the question, because he's getting contested from the entire squad of Zeus. And just take a look at the blind fire these guys are putting inside the smoke. But Joker barely surviving, taking a lot of damage in the process. But Joker, again, quite lucky enough, but not lucky to withstand the entire lead being thrown from the players of Zeus and finally falling down. And that's going to be Skylight Gaming getting eliminated.
Oh my goodness, completely riddled down with bullets. That was what happened with Joker. But sort of being unlucky over there. But Team Seal going after Zeus right now. The compatriots, their counterparts from Mongolia as R3D. They have sort of managed to spot out Zeus any single moment. They might just take a few bullets onto them, as rated from the backlines. Rather, from outside the circle, did try to, you know, dish in some damage, but did not really happen as he fell down. But Baron, he is doing the majority of the job. And Team Seal, they are racking up a lot of kills. Godless, he's thrown down. And any single moment, he needs to step up. He needs to get out of the cover. But how does he get inside the zone with Team Seal applying so much extra pressure?
Exactly, Godless being the last man alive. Have you ever heard about this saying? In times of PUBG, friendship falls silent. And this is what exactly is going on between these two Mongolian teams. Of course, Seal doing a fantastic job in the overall almost eliminating the entire squad as used. But again, that last man surviving is going to be a massive factor inside the game. Godless is getting contested by a lot of squads. Even Seal and even R3D, they have their sights locked onto him, as Deadeyes, of course, being in those nearby phrases. R3D are doing quite a phenomenal job in overall surviving this time, because they weren't really able to show up since those last previous game. But right now, they have all their 4 players alive, and this is going to be a massive factor inside the game. And they also have a real good compound for themselves, and that is going to be so fantastic for them.
It certainly will be, but look at how the circle has shifted. Deadeyes having been blessed by it. Now they're going after the players of Team Seal, getting a few knocks here and there, and have reduced the squad to just 2 players. And now Utsaga getting that final kill onto with Zeus. We've just got 4 squads amidst us, everyone eyeing out for the chicken, as Deadeyes going absolute ham on the players of Seal, as they've managed to take down Killer, in the process searching for the last player, maybe for the final squad wipe, as R3D is enjoying their sweet spot inside the circle, having all their players. I think it's going to pan down to these 2 teams, as Baron has finally resorted for the heal battle.
Exactly, the circle shift is going to be hurtful for him. And now Seal, of course, wanted to make the rotation in, but got caught off guard. And now Baron, of course, the last man surviving for Seal. He might be in a massive water trouble, but there's a massive fight. Might be breaking down between the players of R3D and Deadeyes anytime soon. Of course, the smoke's being lobbed in. They need to make a way inside the circle as well. Deadeyes have the entirety of circle for themselves. R3D are going to be blocking their vision off with those a little bit of smokes coming in from these lads. But for how long? As Shifu is in those close lines, spotting Virus down in the close, but Virus is going to be the one to retaliate back in fashion, and of course Wadu getting spotted as well. And this is some incredible lightning fast reactions coming in from R3D players. But again, Animus from those backlines going to be throwing down Molotov, making sure Wadu sir is getting forced out of his initial cover that he has on top, lobbing in that beautiful nade, doing a little bit of damage, but certainly not enough to take anyone down.
This is certainly one of those games that Deadeyes does want to get back in. And R3D, Deadeyes, both these teams have been eyeing out for the chicken dinner. But only one team is going to come out on top, which is the one as Deadeyes are in a situation. Yes, he is burning into the hells of Inferno as we've got Wadu. He has to barely keep himself alive. He's patched himself up. No, just the bandages to do the work as Anubis gets spotted by On Top as Edgar is trying to provide that quintessential cover fire as On Top will be going greedy in for the finish.
Of course, now R3D in a massive water trouble. They need to make the rotation inside as well. Deadeyes, of course, have the rest of the zone for themselves. The first knock in the opening has been found. Joker has been taken down as well. R3D doing a fantastic job, but just take a look at them 249 doing a lot of work. We do know it has those 100 bullets, but that's not going to be working out in their favor. R3D, what a fantastic and incredible gameplay coming in from these lads.
100%. The way they held themselves off, you know, having the better of the circle towards the end, and that one knock on Shifu completely opened things up. I mean, had he not been taken down, maybe it could have been a Deadeyes game, but nevertheless, the lads from Deadeyes were struggling initially throughout, and finally this game with a lot of kills is gonna instill that confidence inside their hearts, and maybe in those last final games they might step up. And with just one game remaining, the storyline has become a lot interesting, but this time we have a winner from the Pakistani region finally. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we will be heading out for a short little break, because coming right after our lovely hosts and our analysts going to break the fights down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3 is where we're at. We are at the first week of the Super Weekends, day number 3 on the Super Weekends. It is looking fantabulous when it comes to the energy all across the board in the entirety of the lobby, alongside which the energy providers, of course, it is Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Vook up your fun. And a big thanks to Oppo for sponsoring the PMPL events. I'm your host, Blotter. Joining us, of course, is going to be the analyst right about now to talk more about dudes. That was the game that was needed.
Yeah, exactly. I'm happy for both the teams in one way or the other, and that is DE. Before this game started, we were talking, right? DE needed one game to start off their momentum. They got it in the previous one and this one as well. And talking about R3D, you want to talk about this one? I'm happy because we have seen that team perform right from the PMC of Pakistan starting.
Not just that, I mean, they were doing really well for themselves. They needed this. But Seal Esports again off to the aggressive start. And Killer is going to be the MVP of this game.
Absolutely, and looking really in control with 784 damage dealt throughout with only one assist and only rather 161 healing done. That's good.
Yeah, so pretty good kill contribution right there. But again, so just like the last game this time as well, Z3us Esports off to a good start. But the level of aggression, it becomes really hard to maintain it once you reach the final few circles.
Yeah, and talking about Killer, right? It has always been a thing. When we talk about Team Seal, Killer is one of the front liners who starts up everything. Plus, talk about Team Seal, right? They would have had this game had there been more people, and they had they been inside the circle, because he was the players of Team Seal were doing heal battles. And it's not a bad thing talking about the way they were approaching the circle. So overall, pretty good fight.
Certainly good fights indeed. I mean, throughout the board actually we saw really good fights coming in. I mean, right off the bat it was of course Seal that was in control, no question about it, right? I mean, it was looking fantabulous when it came down to their aggression point, but you move that conversation towards the top players coming in from this game. I mean, yes, we saw Seal take that wonderful turnover wins, and therefore Killer is there. But alongside that, Deadeyes, finally the lads we needed to see.
Yeah, finally the lads start to step up, and it is the veterans that start to perform again on top, and Hungry Box being in the lineup. And then again, I mean, Seal Wally on the 4th position as far as the top players are concerned. But yes, as Ocean mentioned, Deadeyes guys, they needed the momentum to turn in their favor. It did with the last match. This match, had they gotten the chicken, it definitely would have been better. But still, they got a lot of kills and they finished in the top 2.
I mean, you guys were talking about it. Ocean, you were the one who actually mentioned it when it came down to on top coming in from Deadeyes guys, right? He was in control when it came to that fight against Venom. He was on top of that small little hill and had all the control throughout, and that brought that perfect start of points and those kills. Yeah.
Exactly, and this is the thing with the DE, if you want to talk about it, right? Because once they get a momentum in one game, they do good in that consecutive games in that day, if you want to talk about it, and they got it. Like, they got placement points, 8 placement points in the previous game.
Yep.
I would love to see how many they got in this one.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on to the match rankings and find out. Of course, we know for a fact who got the chicken dinner, and that is going to give a big boost to these teams now.
I mean, it's quite surprising that even with 20 points, R3D Esports are going to be sitting on the 3rd position. Why? Because of how wonderfully Deadeye Guys and Seal Esports played this game out.
Yeah, totally. 22 points for DE with the total of 10 kills. Seal, they got 10 kills as well, 20 points for them. R3D, 5 kills, 20 for them as well. D2K, today D2K is on a good roll, I would say, somehow. Because yesterday a few games were good, but then it wasn't a matter of ups and downs. But now they are having a good time for themselves. Z3us Esports is having a good time as well. Talking about PN Crew, High Voltage. High Voltage, you remember, right? Their Miramar game was in the matter of ups and downs. And after that, it has been a journey. DRS Gaming as well, getting no points in this one, and we were talking about it. 1st position, 2nd position, 3rd position, that was important. The overall rankings, DRS will have to see what impact does it put out there.
Absolutely, because again, when you talk about these games, it always falls down to, well, what circle is going to be, and then based on that, what sort of a rotation are these teams going to be bringing to the table, and with that, we've got the zone on our screens.
Yeah, quite an interesting turn of events. As I mean, the circle right off the bat, it was sort of a standard one, but it causes a lot of troubles for the team that actually ended up doing really well in this game. DE in particular, since they were on that Camp Alpha side of things, and then one challenge that you face right off the bat is crossing over.
Exactly. I mean, those things kind of just come down. We have seen a few teams, going through the boards for the rotations and whatnot, just using a method for themselves. But like, look at R3D. Paradise Resorts southern side, they held that for themselves. So if the zone favors you, the game should ideally favor you, but that also depends on how you are taking up all the fights, because sometimes you are there, but look at the area around A1 Esports, Skylight Gaming and Z3us, the cluster of teams being forming out there.
That was a death trap right there with those 3 teams being present, and I mean, no one made it out alive. I mean, we did see Z3us move in forward, but even they were finished off because like just a few players left running out in the open towards a team that is comfortably sitting in their cover.
Exactly. And another point to add on to all of that is, of course, going to be that T2K player Saj. As you had mentioned, of course, Ocean, it comes down to those heal battles. That's exactly what he did and brought them perfect placement points for the team.
You need those points.
You absolutely do, mate. With that, there were so many moments that took place throughout this game. Let's move on to the open moments where, of course, right off the bat, we saw, well, domination and aggression put to perfection.
All together. I mean, if you just talk about the fights, right? So many fights were happening onto the areas of boot camp where you would expect the fights, because it's kind of in Miramar, if you talk a king of a hill situation, and here you talk the king of the boot camp situation always.
It's like boot camp. It is always going to be about those fights. I mean, doesn't matter if the circle is going to be there's someone just crossing through that location is going to get curious enough to try and come in. But as we move forward in the game, I mean, Deadeyes guys, we know they were getting those kills for themselves. The points coming in constantly from the early stages to the mid-game transition to the late-game stages. Venom Legends is also a team that tried their level best to get those some of those points.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted those points and they were getting those points slowly and steadily. But talk about the circle, this one, like the dash trap that was just, being formed up out here. And if you see someone, if you spot someone, you'll try and take him down. That's what Team Z3us role was doing out in this one. But right now, this is where the fight was happening. And this is where you would call it, because DE might have had this game for themselves, but R3D are nowhere to see. And then Molly step, taking one step, one pixel in the Molotov and you burn.
Yeah, just a few small mistakes that stacked up again on top of each other, and well, it ended up giving the chicken dinner over to R3D. But like R3D also had a good position. I mean, as I mentioned, they were inside that cover, and that is something that was a challenge for DE because they had to pull their opponents out of the cover or charge in and finish them at the same time. That is why DE was sort of in a weird sort of a situation, as we saw the players rush in close to the wall. First player knocked down, the second one steps into a molly. Again, a small blunder right there. But I mean, kudos to them, they got those kills, right?
Absolutely, and with that, again, you look at the damage histogram. I mean, this is looking good now. This is looking good where, of course, all the teams were able to kind of chime in along.
They kinda, exactly, kinda, because you see DRS and high voltage. I would say this is the first time I'm seeing this. 0 kills and 0 damage altogether. This is the first time I'm seeing this. And how does that happen? Because you have the guns, probably. You would want to shoot or something like that.
I mean, you remember the push coming in from high voltage against Venom, right? I mean, that was just a needed push because they were outside the zone if they had not pushed on along. But it was an open way and they had all 4 members alive. They should have been able to fan themselves out, but eventually it was Venom that took the better half of that fight.
But along with that, I mean, this match makes things a lot more interesting in terms of the overall as well, because now you have DE, a team that was on the second chart, in fact, in the bottom of the standing. They did really well. R3D did really well. Venom Legends, well, they had a decent matchup. And on the other side, we had High Voltage take a dip. We have, well, the teams around them take a dip as well. Carnage was the DRS was there. So
the Cruz.
Yeah, the teams at the bottom are catching up. But it's just one game.
That's true. That is so true. And it always is going to be a conversation about that one game either working in your favor or against you. With that, let's see how did this game fare out when it comes to the overall ranking and the overall standing. Clearly states that, well, Z3us Esports is working towards the 200 marker already.
Wow, talk about that. And well, DRS still at second right now. I mean, now Carnage is there with everything else. Obviously, DRS did not get any placement point. All the kill points are still at 142. Carnage, they went down to 142. Zeus is at 138. I want to see the top 3 by the end of the final game because DRS can stay there. They might just go to 150, 160 marker if they go for a chicken or something. Carnage might as well do the same. Z3us Esports wants to get back to their second position, want to go for Seals, use the Mongolian domination altogether. Wow.
Still not much of a difference though between the team on the second and the team on the 8th position. So we have 120 points and 22 kill, and then we have DRS on 142 points.
But imagine if Zeus goes to the second after this game, they might just be go for the Mongolian domination. If DRS or Carnage does something out of the blue, they might just go for their own game because we know how good Mongolian teams play Erangel.
Yep, but again, I mean, you talk about the 12th to the 16th position holders. This is where the actual fight is, or rather 10th to the 16th position holders, because that's where all of these points are being contested every single game.
Exactly, and as I mentioned, 4 sections, right?
Yep.
First, Z3us Esports, then you have 2nd to 8.
True.
Then you have Skylight Gaming on the 9th, all alone, just like Z3us Esports, and then you have 10 to 16.
Absolutely, and that is what the story states as of now. Things are looking good indeed, but there's still one more game remaining on this first week of the Super Weekend. Let's move on and have a look at the schedule where finally, once again, for the final time, we're going to be moving on into Erangel once again. And lads, this time around, who do you think is going to be taking that chicken?
Ooh, this is going to be an interesting one because now there has been a shift of momentum, and I think finally, Deadeyes Guys can actually grab the chicken dinner that they want.
If the circle's north, I'll still stick with that because you know about the rotations as we just talk about this one. So if the circle's north, DE might. Otherwise, I feel Mongolian team to end the day because Zeus, we know how good they play. Seal, they would want to go for one chicken today. Might be a thing, or maybe DRS, because DRS always have a role when it's important.
Absolutely, mate. Because again, I mean, when you talk about Deadeyes, yes, they've showcased the perfect synergistic play that was required from them, the dynamic approach that they've had to the game. That was a reward and an entertaining one for us. But alongside that, there is another reward that's been set up for you guys sitting back at home, and that's going to be an easy one. All you need to do is, of course, chime in along with the teams that you're supporting and hashtag PMPL South Asia with your unique code, your UID code from the game, followed by, of course, what region are you going to be supporting, and you get a stand, or rather you stand a chance to basically win AirPods Pro, followed with, of course, gift cards in your local currency and also in-game items. But for all of that to work out, you better start showcasing that love from your region teams.
Well, definitely. You have to show your love.
Exactly.
The more, I mean, we have been noticing this. The more you support your teams feel confident. They start to perform better. And, well, when they start performing, you need to keep on supporting them and keep on giving them your energy, just like this is the world of Dragon Ball Z, and help them do better.
Well, alongside that, well, I also do want to chime in and say that, well, please do support us as well. If you're not already following the PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube page, please do go ahead and do so, alongside which the Facebook page as well, because that will again increase and multiply your chances of winning and getting those wonderful gifts that are set up only for you guys. With that, any predictions coming in for you for the final game?
I think
we just gave it, right?
Yeah.
I would say.
Deadeyes Guys, yeah.
All right, well, with that, let's move on to our Erangel boys who are going to be taking us through this final game of the first ever Super Weekend of PMPL South Asia. Move on along to the lovely casters, I guess. It is going to be none other than, once again, XP joined in with Blay.
Thank you again, Blotter, for one final time of the in the Super Weekend here. Final day, final game. It ends where it all starts. It's going to be ending on Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. We saw a bit of a switch up, and some of the teams are rising to the top. Deadeyes Guys and R3D, they have been languishing at the bottom. Finally, they deliver.
2 words. About time.
About damn time. How about A1?
Well, A1.
About damn time as well. You know, we had a...
Thank you, Blay. Thank you.
We had a gentleman over here. They were like, you know what? We want Deadeyes Guys to win, or maybe they're going to be performing with DRS or the Mongolians. My heart bleeds for A1. It would be a heartbreak if they end the first Super Weekend without even a single chicken dinner.
Now, see, you got to keep one thing in mind. All these points are going to be carrying forward to the next subsequent Super Weekend, so they really aren't in a shaky position, so to speak. However, we were kind of expecting a chicken dinner coming A1 Esports Day. Maybe it could be in this game, or maybe we're going to have to wait another week. We are going to find out along with you all watching at home. But let me just say one thing. Deadeyes Guys finally showing up. It is a bit too late, however, better late than never.
Better late than never. And again, reminding all of viewers, there is no guarantee that these 16 teams will be the ones playing at the next Super Weekend. So every point you get, every placing you get in every single map, it matters as we enter the final game, the final map of the first Super Weekend. It is going to be once more on Erangel, and the playing pad, it's cutting the map perfectly in half, starting from Severny and ending once more at the military base.
And well, you already have given us a hint of what are the 3 things that are going to be for sure in life. We know who's going to be heading to the military base. However, I have a little bit of a predicament. Now, Georgia Paul as such is a bit further off the playing path as Z3us Esports would like it. And well, we do know they like dropping around those compounds near the shelter. They also sometimes like heading over to the military base. So I want to see some action. I want to see some early skirmishes taking place at the military base. That is something that I personally would like to watch, but I do hear a couple of things. We have a few voices in our ears, and Blay, I think we are going to have to restart this game.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. We have to go for a game restart here, and that means once more you're stuck with us, having to talk a little bit more, filling a little bit until we get back into the game. But you know what? I'm fine with that. It's a final game, right? We all need a breather, and we want to ensure all the teams are in the server. So we're going to be having, it looks like a couple of players were not able to connect initially, so we're going to be restarting, rehosting the server, and jumping back in. But you know what? You guys are saved.
I have a little bit of, there you go, you guys all saved. A little bit of good news for you. You don't have to look at our faces right now. What you can do instead is have a look at one of these amazing PUBG Mobile adverts. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back after this.
ready? Strap up. Yeah. Free falling out of this ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters is in the pick. I'm off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or run. Try to stall, but your time will come. We gon' ride it together better than riding alone. Stuck inside of the zone, but before we head home, ride on right with my scope, and then break know where to go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so let's stay on this zone. Yeah, coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Clearly, I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman, cause I'm known for carrying tools. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call medics, I embrace pain and walk it on. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it all. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. The zone's closing in and we're watching the signs flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better forfeit. Artists with the shotty, I paint a picture that's pretty. This ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them money before they getting you. Revenge is coming, so one of us will take out your food. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in it, they chop. Survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharp as a dagger, my mama ain't raised a stacker. Coming in high and heavy to break them and make them scatter. Made a platter that's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters, listen to pick them off from a distance. Man, listen, yeah, got the drop on them. Yeah, roll up with the squad on them. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or run. Yeah, try and stall, but your time will come. Yeah, we got the drop on them. Yeah, roll up with the squad on them, and we going hard. You survive the night, we ride. You try to hide and run. Come and call, though your time is done.
Welcome back. That was a bit of a break we weren't expecting, but then you know what, that's done and dusted. We have all the players in the server as well. We're going to be jumping straight into the map. It is going to be an Erangel. We're not going to be wasting any more time here, ladies and gentlemen, and the plane path, it's pretty much similar. It's just the opposite direction. It's starting in military base, but it's going to be ending towards where our dear friends R3D, who got the chicken dinner, really like dropping towards. It's going to be towards Stalber.
It is going to be towards Stalber, and of course my eyes are going to be who all is dropping in early this time. It looks like, of course, StalwartFlex are going to be heading to their favorite drop spot at the Sanhok military base, and it looks like the island is going to be all theirs except T2K, which of course these guys are going to be heading over to Milta. So the question is, where is the circle going to form? Because again, I did kind of mention that a few teams definitely have a look at that. They keep an eye out for the circle, especially someone like Blood Legion. Now, you would have expected XB Blood Legion to already drop out of the plane, because normally they'd either go to Milta or to Nova Repnoi. But I think they want to contest the boys from Deadeyes Guys at Rozhok, so expect some early skirmishes in the middle of the map once again.
Let's see if that does play out the way you called it there, actually. You have it right 9 times out of 10, I won't lie. You do have that little crystal ball of yours. And Venom Legends, you know, they either go towards Ferry Pier or drop towards Milta Power, depending on the plane path. This time around, they're going to be going towards the side of Milta Power. Now, Deadeyes Guys, you can see them They are alongside Carnage, and they are heading towards Rozok. Now, like you said, a circle. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It is going to be... If the plane path was a little bit more towards the western side, you would expect the two Mongolian, either Zeus as well as Seal, to have dropped towards Georgia Pole. But now, the question is, Zeus actually opted to drop on the plane path itself, but considering how many teams there are already towards the western side, are they going to make a run for it is the question.
Well, it looks like somebody else might have to make a run for it, because A1 Esports Sinister is quite nearby the enemies over here, and when you hear a vehicle, you definitely want to take some cover in a building. But, you know, again, there you have it, talking about XB Blood Legion. It is what I kind of anticipated early on. They have dropped down in Rozok. They are going for the aggression, and you know what? I am a fan of theirs for that, because, again, when you are at the bottom half of the table, look, if you want to get that confidence infusion, you got to go for it at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, for a lot of these teams, for all these teams, it is the final game of the day, right? And again, there is no perfect guarantee that these teams, all these teams, well, any of these teams are going to make it to the next weekend. So they want to accrue as many points as possible, as we have Blood Legion taking the fight to Deadeyes Guys.
Deja vu? The same building, last map.
Same building indeed, and, well, the last Erangel we casted rather, but yeah, Shifu's dead. In 3, 2...
It's
no,
Jax who fell first.
Backup has arrived, and Hungry Box. Oh no, he doesn't get the kill. I thought he would get the flank on the flankee, but Shifu does find the kill. Close range, but not able to finish off the job. And unfortunately, Deadeyes Guys, they are in a bit of a hot spot here. They've lost a couple of players already, and even though Dominic was down, he will be res. And wait, what?
That was confusing. Wait a second. In a split second, two teams have been lost already. Are you sure this is the same Erangel we've been witnessing the last 3 days?
Bro, what the hell? We just lost 2 teams in 3 minutes? That's never happened. We don't even have a knock for the first 10 minutes, and already we see 2 teams getting knocked out in the first 3 minutes. That is something I don't think I've seen at all. Deadeyes Guys, they wind up dead lost, but Skylight Gaming, they just got wiped out by A1 Esports. That's insane. Now, A1 did lose a couple of players, though, so it wasn't an easy fight for them to take. However, for the side of Deadeyes Guys, the guys that is Blood Legion who knocked them out, not a single casualty for these guys.
Now, you remember when I said that somebody might get run over? That is when A1 Esports were just dropping down. And keep this in mind. Skylight Gaming already had the vehicles. Now, this is where they got a bit too greedy, because normally you would expect that team to head over to Gatka. And that is what they were doing, but they were like, you know what, wait a second, I see a few parachutes coming down. Let me just go and run them over. Little did they know, a couple of players from A1 Esports were already lying in wait.
The dead cliffs, leading to the death of Skylight Gaming, and that is going to be it for Deadeyes Guys and Skylight Gaming for the first Super Weekend. Right now, they're pretty much done. If I'm Skylight, neither am I too happy, nor am I too, saddened about the performance. Kind of middling. They have around 70 points, of accrued around 70 points. Not shabby at all. And if they can qualify for the next Super Weekend, they're going to be able to build up on that. And for the side of Deadeyes Guys, though, yeah, they had that second position in the previous game. But apart from that, it has been a very quiet showing for a team who, when they came out of the gate during the league stage, they were going in all guns blazing, mowing down everyone, winning their games, looking really good. And then I think right now they go out in the 11th to 12th position, and for certain teams they'd be happy with it. But if I'm Deadeyes Guys, knowing them, I don't think they're going to be too happy with that.
I mean, I don't want to say it, but knowing, like you just mentioned, knowing the caliber of players that they have in their team, and knowing the things, the major accomplishment they have achieved in the past, you don't expect that. But of course, we did kind of think that, maybe they've finally woken up. It is still alright. They are still, they have a few points in the Super Weekends. All they have to do is make sure that they qualify for the next one and subsequently the next one after that. So, they are still in the game. However, they are not in the position we expect them to. And long-range shots over here as blah, blah, blah spots on them. I like that. I like the weapon, though. It is the SLR. And the SLR is one of those weapons which, look, as a sniper,
it's loud.
It is loud. I want to definitely suppress that shot.
It is. It does pretty much announce your presence. It also announces your intentions as well. Now, after the 2 players, after the 2 teams have been lost, it's a little bit of quiet before the storm. High voltage. You see Extreme over here, and you can see he's got a neighbor in the form of Dominic. That is, of course, Blood Legion, who were responsible for wiping out a couple of teams there. And for right now, for Dominic, he's not moving. And is he alone?
His teammates are nearby. They are sharing vehicles. They were kind of heading north. Oh, you're talking about...
There they go.
There you go. There they come. That's what I was just going to say. He is alone for now, but the backup is coming. Ozzy might have just overextended a little bit, though.
Oh, and Dominic's aware of this. Oh, he's pushing in, going for the pre-fire, and Dominic, he can't res here. He just got to figure out which window he might be getting pushed from, and he's going to find himself safe. He even finds a first aid pack over there. And look at Dominic pushing in. He's got that bloodthirst, but backup has arrived, and Dominic, he's got to peel away, regrouping with the rest of his teammates. It's going to be a 4v4 fight. It's going to be a compound battle, and they're getting shot at. Gyro taking a couple of bullets to his vest. Nades being tossed in as well by High Voltage, and High Voltage opting not to take this fight. They are going to be falling on back to that larger house where they're going to regroup together. Interesting to see how Blood Legion are, they're showcasing a bit of bloodlust.
Absolutely, and this particular compound, the thing is, you have a lot of different kind of houses. You have a few bungalows thrown in, you have a few houses with multiple stories. So what High Voltage want to do right now is back off into a corner, so to speak, and try and get those angles from the first floor. Maybe someone might even jump off on the roof. So I think that's the right decision, especially since you don't know where the teammates are. Again, a lot of windows, a lot of rooms, a lot of problems.
And just these two teams. Blood Legion, they have the jowls. It's dripping with blood after that team wipe they had earlier, taking out Deadeyes Guys, and that nade...
That would have been almost perfect.
That could have been huge, that could have been massive, but he miscalculates the trajectory just by a couple of inches.
Bring it lower.
A little
Bring
lower.
it lower. Let's get a microscope out and check how close that was.
Does he have another nade, though? It doesn't look like he does. He's just going to be... They can hear that UAZ in the distance with Cooney. Oh, the tiny little angle, extreme, with the perfect angle onto Dominic. He's going to get the knock. Oh, they're gonna push this. They're gonna push this when it is a 4v3. I love this from High Voltage. They played it so safe so far, and suddenly the moment they get the knock, they're gonna be going in for the hunt.
Mind you, Assassin's already given them the cue that someone's moved up further back, and Leo is going to be shooting down. Now they are definitely aware. Gyro with a good position to cover the right flank. Is it going to be enough, though?
If he peers out, the 3 guns is going to be staring down at him, and players pushing up as well. And Gyro, he's going to head upstairs where he's got his teammate there. Unfortunately, they're trapped now. They are trapped.
I don't believe that because they still have the option to back off and climb over the wall and mount an assault on them. And there you go. A grenade, however, could be detrimental.
He almost pulled off an escape there. He jumped on down. And now Aussie with an AK-47 making it rough here. They're going to have to go for the res. They are getting abused by the HEs. Dominic has been spotted out, though. They know the res is taking place right now. And they want to go in for the push. Still being very patient. Assassin from above could be a problem, though. And a nade is cooked and it's ready. But Assassin, he's aware of that as well. He's aware that a nade could come on in and ruin his day. So instead, he's going to be dropping back down, grouping up with his teammates. Oh, Assassin pushing in. He's going for the fight. He's not checking the corners. There's a player there, but he still spins around with the Tommy and he finds a knock. And now this res is impossible. Gyro is barely alive on a sliver of health. And High Voltage, they have Blood Legion pinned against the wall. Are they going to be going in for the finish is the question. 2 players down now. Leo running around trying his best to keep these players at bay. Gyro barely alive. And Leo has got a lot of work to do. He's got to pretty much single-handedly pull off a 1v4. He goes pro. Beautiful. He's got to find one. But he gets taken up by Cooney. And with that, it is the wipe. High Voltage. They electrocute Blood Legion. And Blood Legion will evaporate out here in the plains of Erangel. They get those 4 kills. They get that team wipe on the Deadeyes Guys. But they, in turn, get taken down by High Voltage.
Lesson learned, always have one of them extended magazines on your Uzi or your Tech 9, otherwise, well, this is what happens. You run out of bullets a bit too quick, and, well, talking about teams that were on fire, both of them have been eliminated as A1 Esports are going to be following suit shortly after. 4 kills to their name as well.
So A1 Esports, despite having a fantastic first couple of days, an okay-ish, not that great at day number 3, they end the first super weekend without getting a second chicken dinner. F's in the chat for A1. F's in the chat. I really do feel for them. But the action, it doesn't abate. We have PN crew here. Ayush needs to be rezzed. He is a bit of a distance away, and DRS are pushing in. They want to prevent the res from taking place, and Ayush, well, it looks like his days are numbered. He will be taken down here. AJ just pushing in, looking to confirm the kill, and he will indeed do so. And with that, PN crew are down to just the 2 players.
Check out DRS's presence of mind now. They must have been reading the kill feed when they realized, wait a second, Deadeyes Guys have been eliminated means Rozhok and the neighboring areas are going to be occupied. Normally from Yasnaya, they would kind of head towards the circle under that river just north of Rozhok. This time, however, keeping an eye on the kill feed, they opted to go up north, which is something that R3D or PN Crew, in fact, as well, were not expecting. Now, they have 2 kills to their name, although they did lose 1 member. But since they had that bunker for cover, we are going to have a little bit of a stalemate over here while we focus our attention to Z3us Esports. Now, it does look like Team F4 are looking good. They have these buildings for cover, but little do they know, someone is coming for them.
Someone could be coming for them in Z3us. One thing we know about them is they're like roaming around like a pack of wolves looking for their prey. They're not content just, they're not a spider. They're not just going to build a nest or like a web and wait for their prey to come to them. They are going to be going in their direction. But right now, they seem to be content just waiting it out. And F4, this is a great spot for F4. This is such a great spot. Like, oh, yeah, there we go. That was a shot. That was the first domino.
That is what I was talking about. All these windows in this compound, you got to be careful. That is why I think it was the perfect decision by High Voltage to move in and electrocute their opponents later. But again, lovely effort by Leo over there, but that extended magazine is what you need. And there you have it. I'm telling you, Godless is going to try and set this up. Have a look at that. Icy's already in the car. They're ready for the rush here, Blake.
They're ready for the push a sec. The moment the circle moves in, they don't have to move. F4, however, even though they'd have the compound, it is right outside the play zone. The thing for F4 is they have that. It's a 3-story building. They have the balcony. They're like, hey, we have a nice bird's eye 360 view. What they don't know is Z3us are even higher above, and they are looking down on them. And like you said, Godless has got that sniper rifle, and he's got it trained and ready to go. Looking at the play zone, though, Carnage Esports are smack in the center, right next to that little canal. We have Seal. They were all the way towards Georgie. They were happily looting up. They don't really have to move much either. They can just stay put here.
Again, it does look like Carnage Esports are in like a brilliant position. As far as traversing around when the next circle shifts, I definitely agree with you over there as well. Killer White, he is trying to lay down a few shots on AJ, but it is going to be a little too late to do any major damage. Now, coming back to Carnage Esports, again, we have those 4 houses. That compound is basically comprised of, or rather composed of 4 double-story houses. Now, the thing is, way too many openings, and you have a mountain to the north. And if Z3us come down on you, it could be devastating as well. Talking about Z3us, they are still trying to rain down death on the opponents.
Well, the Greek god namesake taking a fight, rather rattling off a few bullets in the direction of the Egyptian god of death in Anubis. He is just going to zig and zag, and IC, his radio is blaring out loud, and he is basically patrolling the next play zone circle. They're just patrolling the edge, looking if anyone's around. One thing I gotta give it to Z3us, right? They're not in the top 3 right now. They're not like, they don't have number of points Seal does, for example. But one thing I do enjoy about them, they literally have zero fear.
They have zero fear. However, one of the reasons why they kind of fell a bit short on the top of the leaderboard is because they started playing a little dormant. Now, that is not their style. Ever since they've upped the aggression in the last couple of games, well, there you have it. They are a team to be feared. In fact, like you said, like a pack of wolves, these boys are out on the hunt.
Indeed, on the hunt right now. High Voltage off a very well done wipe of Blood Legion earlier. They got us 4 kills. They kept all 4 players alive as well. They are skirting the edge of the play zone, and you can see R3D, they spot them out, and they're going to let loose. Bullets will fly past High Voltage, but they will somehow sneak into the shooting range. You're going to be driving out into the blue. Doesn't really matter. They're going to avoid a very dangerous trap that was laid by R3D. And R3D will have to just, they still spot them out. They know where they are, just too far away.
Too far away. However, the woes of High Voltage are going to continue because it does kind of look like they are on a collision course with PN Crew. Quick thinking on their part, suddenly realizing, wait a second, we are near the shooting range and Severny is right to our north. Definitely should expect a few teams, so they are going to be stopping and recuperating a bit. There you have it, just before the circle shifts. Now, all the teams are going to be happy with their positions, but there you have it. Now, Carnage Esports, again, it is prime property, dead smack center. However, the amount of ambushes, the amount of onslaughts that they are going to be witnessing in the next couple of minutes, I'd not want to be in their position.
Well, the good thing for them is there is still some prime real estate free for the taking, which a few other teams could take. Z3us are already inside of the play zone, the next play zone. They're going to be deciding what to do. Again, it's kind of open terrain. It's a bit hilly. Like you see this nice, smooth troughs and peaks, nothing too drastic. It's a great place for a picnic, except not right now. And Zeus is just going to scope it out, just going to sort what's going on. And Abel spots a vehicle and immediately lets loose a few bullets. He can hear so many vehicles all around him, and he's like a dog in a tennis park.
Now, here's the thing. You see all these vehicles coming by. Now, this is where the panic is going to set in. And right now, there's only one major compound dead smack in the center. That is why I'm a little worried for Carnage Esports because, as teams are trying to avoid getting shot up, they are basically heading for those 4 buildings.
They are, and right now there are no buildings here. It's just trees and a number of smokes. And F4 is battling Venom Legends, but they're getting shot at by multiple teams. They're getting shot at by, I think it's Zeus. Zeus got the knock onto Zidane. Voltrox is barely alive. He's got to make a run for it. He doesn't. The nade from Raffat finds him, and F4. Oh man, they are going to be deleted real quickly here.
Deleted real quickly indeed. However, it does look like Zeus is going to be coming in as well. They have a few knocks, but can we see a couple of kills being stolen over here? Godless tried to take a shot. However, he realized the distance was a bit too much, and the fact that he heard some... Whoa, wait a second. That Molotov was thrown right at the enemy, and Steel Shot is going to go in for Anubis. If he gets on the back seat, which he does, he could be in a position to lay down some lead, and there you have it. That is an insta-wipe play. Insta.
That is so unfortunate. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. R3D, Virus in the meantime. This battle is still not quite done yet. Both these players are out in the blue. In the next few seconds, the zone is going to be coming on in and being going to be playing quite a nuisance here. Virus still taking the fight. The smoke obscuring his vision. They meet each other, but it is going to be Virus coming out on top. That M4 drilling through Wolverine's body. There's no time for him to heal. And Seal now going up against High Voltage. 2 players already knocked for High Voltage. However, they have managed to knock a player down from the side of Seal. Seal, though, all 3 players still alive. The res is coming in as well, and backup has arrived. Wally's there behind the rock, trying to provide some covering fire. But we have a player trying to get in the flank. That is Cooney trying to get the flank, trying to prevent the res from taking place. Cooney's been spotted out by Killer. He is rattling on those bullets, with Cooney not showing his head. High Voltage and managed to get the res as well. So right now it's still a 4v4. However, Cooney is getting hunted down. He's got a bit of cover as he gets shot at by P and Crew. P and Crew have joined the fray, and P and Crew only have 2 players alive, and they are just making life miserable for the side of Seal. Vehicles exploding as well. It's a Hollywood action movie. It's like Michael Bay directing what's going on.
And I was just going to say that I love the way Seal Esports are positioned. That staggered formation, making sure the flanks are secure, is not going to work out for them, as now Wally finds himself as a lone man standing. The question is, we've seen him do it in the past. Can he pull off a miracle over here?
How the tables have turned. P and Crew coming to the rescue of High Voltage. I think High Voltage could give them a call after this game and tag them. A Killer running around the smoke, trying to crawl up to Wally, and has managed to do so. But Cooney is still looking for him. Cooney wants to prevent this rest from taking place, and indeed Cooney will find him. He bloodies the ground with the blood of the Seals, and with that, that is going to be the big dogs, the top of the leaderboards, who get eliminated in the 12th place with 3 kills to the name, 4 points in total. Now Venom Legends, they notice someone nearby. That is Frypan. They have 3 players still alive. And even though Seal have fallen by the wayside, Zeus, they're alive and kicking. They have all 4 still alive. They're at 6 points, top of the leaderboard, alongside High Voltage.
Now, we didn't kind of see it on our screens right now, but Zeus Icy was the only one who kind of flanked the enemy as far as StalwartFlex is concerned. I'm going to come back to that in a second, as Virus has spotted Prophet, but I beg your pardon, Void. But oh my goodness, the precision, the reactions on these boys is just phenomenal, Blake.
Yeah, the Venom Legends, they know they are languishing at the bottom of the table. They want to make sure that this game counts for everything. They're deploying a lot of smoke. They know they're out in the open. There's no cover there. The smokes is the only thing obscuring the vision, and Khan will be spotted out. He's going for a very brave battle, and he will be taken down by Joker. F4 have been deleted, but the nade comes out of nowhere, and it is going to be Frypan. He takes down 2 members of R3D. What a nade from Frypan. I think he's just done it. Venom Legends, they were in such a rough spot, but they managed to turn the tables around onto R3D. They're continuing to raining the nades. High Voltage getting eliminated in the 6th position in the meantime, but R3D, my oh my, they were in such a good spot.
Such a good spot indeed, but oh my goodness, I love the way that Venom Legends are playing right now. They have that little calmness, they have that composure, and that is what is needed. With Zeus are running away with the show right now. 6 kills to their name already, and again, the zone is kind of favoring Carnage Esports, and they are one lucky bunch. But the fact that 7Cs, have a look at this, they have kind of cemented their position near the bridge, which is kind of helping out Carnage as well, because they only need to focus north, and north is where all the action is. But it looks like we are going to be trickling down. 7 teams, 22 people. This could go either way, especially since 4 of them have all 4 members alive.
Carnage haven't had to move. They only have 1 point, but they don't have to move. Like you said, a circle, it just keeps collapsing on them. Void getting spotted out. Zeus coming under fire. They have these vehicles for some cover. Smoke as well as a potential bait. And they're playing in a 2v2 and 2 formation. The ultimate spot out. He's in the open. He's got to get up and make a run for it. Rig is going to get the knock onto him. 7C from the water, from under the bridge.
The funny thing is, 7C, of course, they are going to be laying down the herd, but T2K, have a look at this. They are battling Venom Legends across the water. Little do they know, someone swimming up to them. You can have a look on your map, and that someone are DRS Gaming, who are in prime position to now block T2K from entering the circle.
From entering the circle, indeed. But the team whose fortune might have just turned right now, as long as they can stay alive, is Z3us Esports, because they are getting attacked from multiple directions, but the circle is on them, the play zone is on them, and that means teams are going to be pushing into direction, and they're going to be walking into a wall of bullets. Zol is going to get a knock. Mafia Ninja finishing off blah 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 from T2K. Mafia Ninja has got 3 kills already. DRS, if they get a chicken dinner here, mind you, it would be them tying the chicken dinner score alongside Seal Esports.
And let me tell you one thing, what DRS Gaming are doing right now is not an accident, it is not a fluke, it is by design. They have 2 vehicles in the water which they can use to replenish themselves. And
Jiggle, baby!
Wow.
He gets a double knock. Godless and Icy. Godless gets taken down, taken out by Snipe from Carnage Esports, and they're pushing in for the kill here. Icy will be finished off as well. Jiggle pushing on up, and there we go, Icy. He will try to survive. How is he still alive?
Stolen.
There we go. Jade's going to finish him off. And now, 2 members alive with Zeus, and Jiggle is just pushing up. He's going to go for an underhand smoke. Spots out Mafia Ninja in the water, but is he aware that the 2 members of Zeus are still alive and kicking in? They're very, very, very close by.
Very close by. Now T2K have the same idea. They have entered the water with their vehicles, but it is going to be enough because they're able to last spot the enemy. Snipe is going to go on. Mafia Ninja is in fact going to drown to the watery depths of hell, and that could be devastating for DRS, as now they're only survived by 1 member.
Oh my lord, DRS, they're just getting shot at. Abel's going to be dropped as well. T2K getting eliminated. In the meantime, with Usurka being the final member to fall, and Zeus has been taken down. Jiggle has pretty much single-handedly wiped out Z3us Esports, and with that, Carnage. Can they get the second chicken dinner of the day? They have 6 kills to the name. They have all 4 players alive. The only other team who can contest with them right now, in my opinion, is Venom Legends and 7C.
I love the way they're using the vehicles of other teams for cover. That is beautiful, of course. You know, just east of their compound, which they were forced to finally vacate, we have a few rocks, and the fact that a brand new airdrop dropped dead right in front of them, not only gives you armor and a good weapon and some ammunition, but also gives you a proper chunky place to hide behind. It gives you that much needed cover in situations like this.
AJ is, at this point in time, the world record holder and holding his breath. He's been underwater for quite a while right now. He's going to heal himself up as well. He's taking shots from inside the car. He is in the play zone, but he realizes he needs to make a play. The problem for him is he's going to be spotted out by multiple teams. But he somehow managed to snake his way in. He's managed to find the beach. Snipe spotting out a player, but he in turn will be dropped. The smoke will be deployed by Praveen to provide a little bit of some cover, but Molotov's being tossed on in, and that's gonna make the floor a little bit hot for Snipe to deal with. And in fact, it's gonna be Frypan from the distance who's gonna steal that kill away.
I was just gonna bring that up. This is when Venom Legends can in fact capitalize on the situation, but of course Frypan gave his position away, but AJ is not a man to back away from a fight.
I love AJ. I love AJ. Any other guy would just been like going prone, hiding next to the water. It's like, oh, free kills. I'm going to go for it. But 7C, oh, he's done for. There's no way he's going to survive, right? There's no way he can survive.
Now, here's the thing. The other team, the opponents on his screen right now, Venom Legends, are going to think they're all part of the same team. And he spots someone in the smoke. And this guy is just raining down the punishment.
He's dead. He's dead. He's not checking behind him. He's not checking behind him.
But he did deploy smoke behind him.
True, he did. Ruff has been taken down though. That's actually very well played from AJ. He's surrounded by a wall of smokes. He's getting shot at though. He's still taking damage. He spots out a player that is going to be poured out in the open, and AJ has knocked out, and he's wiped out Venom Legends all alone. A 1v3 basically. DRS, even though they're down to one man, that one man is a one-man bloody army. AJ, take a bow.
Take a bow indeed, and with that, Venom Legends have been wiped out in the 4th position. That means we're down to the final 3. He is going to get taken down. What a valiant effort by AJ here, and Blay is literally holding his heart right now because he feels that sting. But I am just surprised. I'm impressed, but now it's going to be a one-man 7C fair up against CNE.
Carnage Esports, now is when they push. Now is when they push. They know it's a 1v4 right now. Oh, sorry, a 1v3 right now. They know they just got the knock. They're going to be going in for the push. But Fear's position here is lovely.
Smart.
It's almost perfection. He's not moving yet. His teammate's going to die. Fear can pull this one off. He can pull this one off, but he's been exposed. And he gets shot from 3 different directions. And Carnage Esports, they do it. It's not back-to-back, but they get 2 chicken dinners in the final day here. And so far, they've had a great performance so far during the Super Weekend. And on day 3, they finally go above and beyond. Massive game from these guys.
Massive game indeed, of course. Getting 2 chicken dinners in one day is no small feat. And it's like the kind of saying that, you know what, move aside Z3us Esports, move aside DRS, but again, what a wonderful play coming in by AG at the end. But winner chicken dinner is of course going to go Carnage Esports way, and they did it in brilliant clinical fashion. They held the ground when they needed to, and when they went out, they played as a tight-knit unit.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the overall standings are going to be. Obviously, I assume Seal would still be holding on to their topmost position, but right now, the 2nd position, 3rd, 5th, 4th, 5th, it's up for grabs.
Now, all of you watching at home who are good at maths, you might have the answers, but for those of you who don't, stay tuned because we'll be back with all the information after this break.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in the Super Weekend, day number 3, almost coming to an end. And with that, some incredible games is what we witnessed. And with that, alongside all this, of course, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Book up your fun. Move on along to the analysts. Let's find out what do they think when it comes to this game, because we've got ourselves Carnage.
Yeah.
Wow.
Again.
Yes,
Carnage again. And this time, I mean, they knew that this one was going to be theirs because, I mean, the only question that I have is Venom Legends felt like they were in a good position, but it was just lacking a bit of courage to make the push on the other side of the ridge. Otherwise, they would have like taken down Carnage quite easily.
Absolutely. With that, we move on towards the MVP coming in from this game. It is going to be PN Cruz Killer YT with 4 kills and 734 damage dealt.
Lowest healing number.
Yep.
Until now.
Negligible.
19 healing done. What is that, like through circle or something? I don't know, because that has been brilliant. But look at the contribution that he has had, right? He has been an impressive player. Talking about his assists and obviously his skills, both kind of have an equal contribution in the team, so that is a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, overall kill contribution to the team is good. It looks good, and the survival time is one thing that takes the hit, because whenever you are being aggressive, I mean, having assist means he goes down even after giving that damage, or he deters from his path. So that means, I mean, it is going to be quite critical to get that survival thing up so that they can get some points off of that.
Yeah, but talking about the top players, right? This is where AJ is shining up as well. 592 damage. Jiggle and Snipe, I mean, they have been good in their respective forms for themselves, as Snipe is good with the damage numbers and Jiggle has been good with the survival time for his own self. So yeah, it has been a brilliant thing.
Also, I will have to say kudos to AJ, the way he played this one out. He was stuck in the water, he was almost about to drown, and yes, comes to the seashore, comes to the shoreline, creates that beautiful cover in front of him, and then takes down Venom Legends all alone.
All alone. One-man squad is what this guy is. Of course, I mean, the real soldier for the team.
Yes.
Standing up for the team, for he was the last one man remaining, but eventually he did not let that deter him when it came down to that aggression and still pushed on along, as Ocean just mentioned, like 1v3, mate.
Yeah, that was one of the best fights I would say I've seen all day, because you only have a short area, plus you don't have a significant cover. So what do? You make cover for your own self by deploying those smokes, and then you take those players down, which is amazing.
So that is perfect. The textbook example of how smokes are supposed to be used.
Yes, you take care of your front, you take care of your back, you take care of your side as you move on along, get the information working in your favor, and eventually you will get your team the points that it so truly needs. With that, of course, we know Carnage Esports got themselves the second chicken dinner with 24 points is what they walk away with.
Wow, 24 points for them. DRS with 18. Talk about Zeus, they have 12 points. So, we'll have to see where the overall standings just stay with this one, because right now DRS is doing really good. Carnage, well, the momentum is with them. Zeus, they are the 4th right now. High Voltage at 6. So High Voltage had a good game. Venom Legends had a decent game for themselves in this one. PNPL as well. R3D, after the previous game, this time also they tried to go for the fights, but then they got only 3 kills and 2 placement points.
Yeah, but our leaderboard leaders are missing from the top 8 right now, so they did not have that fun of a time in this matchup, just managing to get 4 points from this game. But again, XP Blood Legion, they had 4 kills, but no placement points.
We talk about A1 Esports, right? Today, believe it or not, A1 Esports have had a down day today as compared to the previous 2 days. Because yesterday, day before yesterday, without chicken dinner, they were looking brilliant. Today, other teams are coping up, so they would have needed 1 chicken dinner game, but that did not come. I mean, I would have loved to see a chicken dinner game from this team.
Absolutely, it was so very crucial for them to be able to get that. If not that, then just be able to continue along with that consistent play.
Yes,
and
sir.
That also we saw a little bit shy away from them. But again, you bring that conversation towards Deadeyes Guys once again. I mean, that was the first team to get eliminated with 0 points, and that will of course be a story that they will want to keep remembered, because again, I mean, this is just the first week of the Super Weekend. As they move on along, there'll be so many more opportunities.
Look at this, A1 Esports ranking curve, just as you were talking about, right? Talking about today's matches, when you see from 5th position, it has been a down going curve for them, and so they did try to go come back in 13th game, but after that obviously 14th game as well, but then 15th game was not theirs, as we talk about the Super Weekend.
Exactly, but compared to the performances that they had on day number 1, that is the first 5 games, ladies and gentlemen, you see their graph up top where it needs to be, and that is the thing. I mean, they had things in their favor back then, but now the advantage is gone. The teams have caught up to them, even surpassed them in the overall standings.
Exactly, and with that, let's move on towards the zone analysis itself. At this time around, we saw a different curveball being thrown from the zones.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Team Seal, right? So far, the circle seems as their friend, because we have seen the games like these when they play from behind the circle, they try to just, go for the fights. But when the circle was in the hands of Carnage, look at him. Look at Team Carnage at the center lines of the zone after this. So, if you can make zone your best friend somehow, that's what Team Seal was doing in the first days. That's what Carnage is doing right now. If you could somehow make zone your best friend, it just goes with you till the end of the game.
Yeah, plus again, the situation sort of arises from the
look at DRS.
Yeah.
Look at DRS. They were at northern side, then they go into the waters, and then they rotate.
Exactly. That is one thing that I was just about to say. The situation becomes more interesting because now you have to worry about the other side of the river as well. Any team can come from that position. It's not going to be easy for you to hold the sort of curve of the mountain that Carnage Esports were doing.
Exactly, and again, I mean, Carnage Esports, when it came down to those final few circles, they were certainly in control of those, but move on along the conversation towards Venom, they should have been able to better utilize that approach. But never mind all that, of course, there were so many individual moments that took place throughout the game. Let's move on to the Oppo moments to summarize this all.
Yep, so right off the bat, an interesting fight breaking out between the players of Deadeyes Guys and XP Blood Legion, and it was a lot of back and forth up until the point Deadeyes Guys, they got too aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, they did get too aggressive. Actually, they won the fight, but they could not, celebrate even longer because there was high voltage just right behind them, and they were taking up their own fights. But well, they did go down. DRS AJ, brilliant player, just starting off with his own fights. If I want to talk about this one, but I know in these Oppo moments we're gonna see that 1v3 for sure.
Yeah, definitely that is gonna pop up. But let's talk about this as well. The two teams that we have from Pakistan, that was Venom Legends and R3D Esports, they had a bit of a scuffle amongst themselves, and it was quite interesting to see. And well, R3D. So from the top of the mountain, this is while we were watching my matchup, and we were like, all right, what just happened right there? So he's bullets were hitting the bumper of the car.
Yeah, I mean, that happens, right? That's where you gotta understand the pixel difference if you're talking about the fights. But after this one, I think we're gonna be seeing an interesting fight for sure happening, as we will be witnessing up 7C. So they were just out here, and Snipe did go down, and this is where it happened, right? He took down one, threw another smoke, took down another one, and then as long as he could see, Void was out in the open, somehow tried to take the fight, but well, the one who shoots first actually wins that one.
Exactly, and that's what was done from AJ for the side of his team, of course. And we move on towards the damage graph. Well, this time around, every team was able to chime in just a little bit, but there are still a few teams that we hope will be able to push this curve along in their favor when it comes to the league plays now.
Exactly. I mean, this was a really nice game of Erangel, I guess, for everyone, since the teams, even the teams on the back, they did get some kills for themselves and converted to those 2 points. And, well, even Stalwart and F4, they were able to get those placement points in their favor along with 1 kill each. So you get something.
Yes, and that's crucial. That is so very crucial. Every single match you step in, you better be getting something away from it. If nothing else, just that 1 point, that'll make a huge difference.
So in this one, I mean, overall in today's day, right, we were talking about when the day started, StalwartFlex was doing really good yesterday and all those things. Today, StalwartFlex, I mean, they did try in a few games, but it was not altogether their day. In fact, R3D got the best out of everything if you talk about the Pakistan region. And then if you're talking about the other teams like XP Legion, they also tried in a few games, but then again, so there were a few teams that we wanted to push themselves. That's where DRS came up today. They did good. That's where Carnage came up today. They did really good. But again, the teams that were doing good yesterday, Seal, they did not get any chicken. I mean, no, because what will compare them is their yesterday's performance. Day before yesterday's performance, yesterday was chicken dinners, and second position in the third game. That's how consistent they were. Talking about today, there were a few games where they were in 10 to 16 marker for themselves. A1 Esports yesterday, day before yesterday, really good performances, and today on to a lower side. So maybe today was a day of upsets.
It certainly was for a lot of these teams, but again, when it comes down to consistency, right, that is where few of these teams certainly did outshine and showcase that, well, the perfect progression and the dynamic approach that's needed for this game. Let's have a look at how that resulted in the overall standings, because after all, we know that when it comes to Z3us Esports, not having had a good day is still okay, because they have a humongous lead for themselves.
I mean, so it is, as you said, humongous lead, and well, it's not gonna affect them anymore. So now with the first Super Weekend out of the way, it all comes down to Z3us Esports that they make it to the second Super Weekend and just keep playing the way that they are right now. I feel like this team is going to be in a comfortable position.
So look at one thing, StalwartFlex has the third highest kill points. And they are at 8th position right now. 86 for Seal, 81 for DRS, then comes down StalwartFlex. All they need to do is focus on the placement points somehow, because they know that their fights are good with the kill.
And also, I mean, before this matchup, we were talking about, alright, there's a close fight between the 2nd and the 8th position, right? Not anymore. Now it's 2, 3, 4. They are a bunch, and then you have High Voltage, A1 Esports, Train to Kill, StalwartFlex, and another lot. So it's going to take them a while to catch up to Z3us Esports. Like, those teams are running really fast in the race.
And then you can say 9, 10, 11, maybe 9, 10, 11, you'll just keep it like that, because, you know, 77, it just again comes down to a different thing. And then it's like 12 to 16 if XP Legion, you know, if they try to go for that, they can go for R3D if there's a good game or something like that. So there are 4 new slots being divided in the teams for themselves. R3D right now, you know, they got 1 chicken dinner, so they are at 12th position right now. That was in the Sanhok match, but again, they gotta be consistent. That is the only key you can use in this.
But let's also talk about the fact that is also in front of us, that these teams, I mean, this Super Weekend is over, right? Next week, it's going to be the league plays again, and these teams have a 15-game advantage against the 4 teams that did not show up.
That is true, mate, and that's going to be a humongous lead, because again, in just those 3 days rather of the Super Weekend, we've got teams that are moving all the way up towards 200 marker when it comes to the points itself, and that's going to be a humongous approach. But talking about those points, we have Carnage Esports that showcase just perfect turnover wins for themselves. But of course, you talk about points versus the matches that they've had, and these many matches, they've just been slowly and steadily racking up.
Oh man, Carnage Esports. I mean, this team, they do manage to be consistent. I'll give them that. I mean, they consistently get really good performances. But, I mean, this has to be like, things alternate for them. It's going to be like a bad game, good game, bad game, good game.
Dude, you just took the words out of my mouth, because I was about to ask Ocean the exact same thing. He's always pointing about good fights and bad fights. Mate, this is the graph that you need to please dive into, because again, you're talking about good points and good games. Well, that team is going to be racking up 18 points from one game or the other one. You move on all the way down then.
I would love one thing in this one. Look at 3rd and 6th, right? Those were Erangels. And then look at the final Erangel game where they are right now. And look at the 13th game as well, because those were Erangels as well. They're starting Erangels versus their ending Erangels. It's an upside story, as you can see how many points they're accumulating in the end games as compared to the previous one. So that's how it is. They learn from their mistakes.
Absolutely do. And again, when you talk about learning from your mistakes, right, we know that certain lads who have just always been showcasing, well, we learn, we grind, we improve. It is going to be the kill leaders that I'm talking about, because every single day kills are being taken place all across the board, and on top has always been Assassin from High Voltage.
Yeah, I mean, he has still been leading the charge, and look at the damage from the side of Zeol though. It is 8,100 damage from that one individual. One thing that you notice, I mean, about the kill leaders is none of them have like high survival times, because these guys are the first one to go in every single team fight.
Yeah, not as this one, right? But as you can see, Joker, because Skylight, again, you know, survival time onto the lower side, but kill numbers are high. So they gotta just, you know, rack those numbers again in the next week, as we'll be talking about this one. But these were your 4 kill leaders. If they talk about the other one from 5 to 8, that's where AJ comes down. The last game, impressive. Zaki's here, Baron's here, and blah, blah, blah. You know, we see a lot of MVP players altogether, I would say.
Yeah.
If there's an MVP in one game, he shows himself in the kill leader somehow.
I mean, and these lads have to be the MVP, just putting up so much pressure on their opponents every time they run into a situation. And well, getting those kills means, look at it this way. So no matter how many points these teams have, 35 points. Blah Blah contributed 35 points individually to his team.
Exactly. And again, I mean, you move that conversation towards the 8th position holder as of now. That's going to be AJ from DRS.
Yeah.
I mean, that lad just showcased in that final game how exactly can you utilize those utilities working in your favor, and that was just played to perfection, as you just pointed out. That's how you're supposed to, you know, create those smoke walls in your favor to be able to convert those fights that could very well be against you, because it's a, well, 3v1 situation, 4v1 situation, does not matter for the lad. But with that, we have another start to bring up, which is of course going to be, well, support players that are going to be based on the smokes that they utilize throughout these games.
Wow. Talk about 89 smokes being used by Marvin. And obviously, so smokes have a really versatile use, right? Today we saw how smokes can be used as a cover, and also how to be an aggressive fronter inside the smoke from AJ. We're going to talk about this one, but right now, as you can see, AJ is on 3rd with 75 smokes used for himself. Seal Volley, well, Mongolian teams, they play on utilities and gunfights as well, and that's where Volley is shining up.
Not just AJ smoke uses, I mean, we have to talk about the fact that we have seen time and time again players do this when they are stuck out in the open, I mean surrounded by their opponents, just toss up smokes everywhere, remain inside the smoke for a few seconds, and then just see where they can find an opening based on the footsteps that they hear around them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that we've seen so many times when it comes to those compound fights. So many times it is absolute chaos happening in that. But dudes, I mean, it has been a fabulous turnover when it comes to the Super Weekend. I certainly do hope you guys certainly enjoyed, because it was just an exhilarating turnover when it came down to the start, right off the bat, towards the end of the Super Weekend gala altogether itself. Closing words from you guys?
I mean, just want to say, I mean,
the summary closes it for its own self. Look at the way the teams have been just, you know, doing everything good for themselves. I mean, Seal was on the damage received side today as compared to damage given and kills as they always go for it. But talking about kills, Carnage, it was a total carnage.
Exactly. I wanted to say that as well. I mean, a good turnaround for a lot of teams, and Ocean was saying we can call it a day of upsets. I'm going to look at it this way. It was a day of opportunities, day of grabbing those opportunities, and well, now things look a lot more interesting than they were before.
Absolutely do, because I mean, this is just 3-day affair that's come to an end when it comes to the Super Weekend awesomeness. But as we move on along, it's going to get that much more exciting, because now, of course, it will be league plays that we will be joining you guys with. But boy, oh boy, it was a wonderful turnover with just 4 chicken dinners, dude. 4 chicken dinners. I mean, this is just crazy.
Where's the 5th one?
Where's the 5th one? We always kept on waiting for 2 days straight. Where's the hat-trick? Where's the hat-trick? Well, we're going to have to wait a week now before we step into the week 2 Super Weekend. But with that, of course, thank you guys so very much for tuning in. We're going to be back again on Tuesday. Until then, take care, sayonara, and stay awesome.